The story begins at a school. A complaint rings out. Man, this is taking forever. His classmate walking with him replies, "You're just gonna skim to guess the answers and then fall asleep, aren't you? It'd be weird if it didn't." You're spot on. As the two were walking, they suddenly encountered a strange sight. Huh? On top of those huge vehicles is a group of young men, just casually sitting there. They were laughing and talking on the vehicles like they were mighty generals. The scene drew the attention of everyone around them. The two students from before couldn't help but gossip curiously. "Hey, those guys don't look like raiders. They look like students from some elite high school." His friend immediately explained it to the idiot. "Are you dense? Look at the logo. They're from the Warrior Academy. And the Earth they live on has actually seen a lot of shocking events. Those events left everyone watching in awe, their eyes filled with fear. They happened without any warning at all. Deep, uncontrollable sinkholes began to appear on Earth. From these holes, strange, massive creatures also emerged. They threatened the very lives of people on Earth. After those events, scientists proved that a world similar to Earth existed on the other side of the universe. On that planet, every time such an event occurred, the planet would shatter into many pieces, causing fragments of light to burst out. Eventually, the surviving entities from that planet headed straight for Earth. At first, the people of Earth watched these events with amazement, but that soon turned to crushing helplessness as they began to take root in many places on our Earth. Entire cities were sometimes taken over by strange entities. That phenomenon is called fusion. That was also when many monsters and unnatural phenomena began to appear. Vicious beasts started attacking people on Earth. 17% of the regions on Earth were affected by the fusion. Humanity also gradually lost control of areas on Earth. Those areas are danger zones. In those places, warriors are needed to stand guard, monitor the rampaging beasts, and control them as much as possible. People call those dangerous areas dungeons. A massive beast with a single horn on its right. It's a one-horned monster, with B-rank strength, C-rank durability, and C-rank speed. The number of horns is proportional to the monster's power. They began to appear in increasing numbers, making it more and more difficult for the warriors to fight back. The sound of their roars was truly deafening. The shots fired by the warriors didn't seem to have much effect in stopping them. The beast's charge only got faster as they pounced straight towards the warrior's position. Just a single toss was enough to send a warrior flying far away. Their bodies would just go limp. Honestly, we don't have time to plan a response to these monsters. The humans only had D-rank strength, D-rank stamina, and D-rank speed, a species with an ability to deal with them that was close to zero. Each warrior was incredibly small in both body and strength, while the beasts were overwhelmingly large. But fortunately, the appearance of these beasts as a disaster wasn't the only thing that happened, because through the long process of fighting them, humanity accumulated experience, and their ability to fight back grew stronger and stronger. The fusion had broken humanity's natural limits. The warriors' resistance now became more heroic than ever, as the potential limitations imposed by the laws of nature were shattered. In the process of fighting, humans with B-rank strength and A-rank strength made a complete breakthrough. Humanity's situation had changed. They no longer had to endure torture and submit to the beasts. They now had the ability to fight back. The battle now had a potential victor called humanity. Although the fusion affected all of humanity across the globe, the ability to awaken was different for everyone. A select few chose to train. Those people used their newly awakened abilities. The beasts appeared in ever-increasing numbers, and they seemed incredibly bloodthirsty. Humanity wanted to regain control of the dungeons. That was the only reason they trained, and they became a special class of human. They became known as raiders. The battle between the two sides seemed incredibly tense, with no end in sight. And so, the era of dungeons, the era of raiders, officially began. They fought bravely against the beasts. The world praised their special abilities, and was also captivated by their power. Not long after, organizations specializing in training raiders were established all over the world. South Korea was the place that managed and produced the best raiders. For the past 25 years, the most capable teenagers have been receiving training and education in South Korea. They are known to the world as student warriors. The two students from earlier were still gossiping about the situation. You didn't know? What happens in the dungeons is basically just a type of test for those guys. The other guy asked blankly. Huh. So, is that even licensed? What if they end up dying in there? His friend had to continue explaining to this idiot. That's why they're so confident. There's also another reason they get to study at that academy. Before he could continue, the people around them started buzzing with excitement. Oh, look. What does he eat to be that handsome? Oh my god. Look at his skin. He must be half elf or some other species. The idiotic student continued to wonder. Hey, what's that guy's deal? You don't know? He's been on TV pretty often lately. That's Dia Choy. His dad is a pretty famous raider, and his mom is an elf. People say he's a genius. They even claim he'll be one of the top raiders within just 5 years of graduating. Indeed. The guy with the strange ears was named Dia Choy, 17 years old, a first-year student warrior, with 14 successful raids. The idiotic student scoffed loudly. He's not that big of a deal. What's wrong with everyone? You're not even a speck of dust compared to him. Don't go trying to provoke the guy. Furious, the idiot yelled. What did you just say to me, you punk? Just then, his friend ignored him and started talking to someone else. Jarion, you heading to your part-time job today too? I heard Lee Unzu went to karaoke with her friends. Jarion, on the phone, said, Oh, is that so? Have fun. The idiot chimed in with more nonsense. Come on, we just finished exams. Why work so hard? Skip work for a day and join us. Jarion walked over and punched the idiot. Oh, really? But what can you do? Have fun, all right? See you next week. Sure enough, the idiot was reeling from Jarion's punch. His knowledgeable friend sighed in exasperation. You should really be more careful. Your mouth is always running ahead of your brain. Damn it. Cough, cough. How can you say that when you know exactly why Jarion works? He's working for his poor, sick father. His eyes are always met with the same notification. You have not paid the hospital bills for May and June. The total amount is 302,521,200. Please pay the amount mentioned above. And then there's the message from his boss. How's the checkup? Get over here. We have work to do. A man named Dia Choy walks by, welcomed by everyone. Look over there. Suddenly, he notices the young man in front of him. What's wrong? Did that guy do something to you? Ah, no, it's just, as Jarion was walking, he felt like someone was behind him, so he turned around. Sigh, I must be imagining things. Ugh, damn it. I'm not in the mood to work right now. He heads to his boss's location, crawling through a foul-smelling tunnel, and is immediately questioned before he's even fully inside. You're here? Say hello. He's today's client. The speaker is I'm Juan, a 37-year-old broker. The moment he said hello, the bald old man flew into a rage. Are you kidding me? I told you to assign your best guy. Well, he is my best guy. Do you think I'm stupid? The bald man yelled, still furious. Listen here, you punk. I didn't come here to be scammed by a fool like you. The broker remained calm. Aren't you being a little too harsh? The bald man wasn't convinced and kept refusing. Get that little brat out of my sight. Bring me someone who can actually do the job, or else I'll make you both regret it. Before another word could be said, Jarion took off his shirt provocatively. Hey brat, you a raider? Ah no, I bet you used to be a raider, right? No wonder you're just standing there frozen, hiding behind an old man. Hearing this, both the bald guy and the buff dude were taken aback. What did you say, you little punk? Boss. The buff guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. No need to waste words on them. Just break one of his arms and one of his legs, and he'll learn his lesson. This muscular man is Lip Pil Gu, 34 years old, a former silver rank raider. He had 81 successful raids before retiring. With a subordinate like him, the bald man spoke with great confidence. Excellent. I know you can do it, Lip Pil Gu. If you two want to live, get on your knees and beg me. The protagonist confidently declared, What was that? What should I do now? But the word beg isn't in my vocabulary. Because I am Yu Jarion, 17 years old, a first year at Dongkang High School, a dungeon smuggler with 371 successful illegal raids. The term dungeon smuggler mentioned in the protagonist's introduction might seem a bit vague. Serious criminals can put the world in danger. So what exactly is a dungeon smuggler? Every day, raiders work tirelessly to explore numerous dungeons. After they finish exploring a dungeon and defeat all the monsters, they can obtain countless high-value items. However, those items must be handed over to the inspectors before the raiders leave the dungeon. This is because many items contain incredible power, and if they were allowed to circulate without being inspected, they could be used for malicious purposes and endanger the world. Therefore, the first thing the Raiders Association must do is register and inspect the items taken from dungeons. Then, they collect taxes based on the value of each item. However, there are those who break the law. They target raiders who don't want to pay the enormous taxes, secretly smuggling the items out. If their plans succeed, it could throw all of society into chaos. Therefore, if anyone sees or discovers a dungeon smuggler, they must immediately report it to the association. Now, back to the current situation. The bald man looked at the broker with suspicion. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you just going to let this happen? The broker replied. Oh, are you already scared? Hearing that, the bald man's face grew tense with anger. You're the one who should be scared. That guy has a nasty temper. He didn't retire because of an injury. He retired because he assaulted a teammate. Did you hear me? He assaulted a teammate. If you think he's going to go easy on him just because he's a little brat, you're dead wrong. You might just have to go clean up that kid's corpse. You'll see. The protagonist asked while stretching. Assaulting a teammate, huh? Ah, so you're a criminal too, aren't you? The buff guy answered. That loser dared to look down on me, so I simply solved the problem by beating that piece of trash. After hearing this, the protagonist froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Aha, just beating up a piece of trash? You say? Is that what you mean? So you're self-aware enough to know you're trash, huh? That's why you blew things out of proportion and had your license revoked, right? I get it. Assaulting a teammate must be. Before Jarion could finish, the buff guy threw a punch. But this seemingly powerful punch didn't hurt the protagonist at all, leaving Pilgu bewildered. Jarion exclaimed, "Attacking so suddenly is very rude, you know." That comment only infuriated the buff guy more. He growled, about to strike again, but the protagonist read his move. Our hero gestured, "I'll return the favor, just a gentle kick." The protagonist's kick was indeed gentle in words, but heavy on damage. The broker and the bald man stood outside, their jaws dropped. "See, I told you. The person I called is the best I know." After that one kick, the protagonist confirmed his thoughts. "Humph, this is no surprise. The moment I saw your face, I knew you were just some random thug." At this moment, Lip Pilgu was feeling completely baffled. He thought this smuggler was just a snot-nosed kid, but the reflexes and power from the kick that hit his chin were beyond professional. The broker, sensing the shift, spoke with growing confidence. Well, looks like your boy is starting to get it. He doesn't stand a chance in this fight." The bald man was still in disbelief. "So the brat's got some moves, but you're that certain after just one kick?" The broker replied nonchalantly. "That Pilgu guy is always like, I can feel it now." Looking at that buff dude, the broker could guess, he must be a tanker, right? This spot-on guess startled the bald man. "Why are you looking at me like that? Guessing specialties like that is simple." Pilgu was still speaking to the protagonist with contempt. "Even if you use cheap tricks like that, you're still nothing but a scummy smuggler. I'll teach you a lesson." After the fusion, humanity began to awaken abilities that surpassed human limits. However, potential and physical constitution differ from person to person, awakening different types of hidden abilities. Naturally, raiders also receive training suited to their abilities and take on appropriate roles. And one of those roles is the tanker. Lip Pilgu enhanced himself. Muscle enhancement, iron skin enhancement, giant strength enhancement. At this moment, his face was filled with determination and a thirst for battle. A tanker is a position tasked with protecting their teammates from the dangers of a dungeon. Their role is to face monsters on the front lines. Their physical strength is trained to the absolute limit. This allows them to withstand artillery fire from various weapons and tanks. They can even endure heavy missiles. To be precise, they are an impenetrable line of defense. The main character notes that this guy is a true raider, but he's just as strong. With every kick he lands, the surroundings shake and shatter. The flying debris and dust starts to frighten the bald man. The broker lifts him up with ease and asks, "You all right over there?" But the broker is also wondering, this reckless guy, is he planning on destroying someone's company? The main character remains focused on the fight, dodging Lip Pilgu's punches. Sure enough, after landing a few punches, he gets cocky. "What's the matter? Why aren't you using any more of your cheap tricks?" Jarion retorts, "Sorry, but I'm not stupid. I have no intention of walking into a trap that's as obvious as daylight." Seeing these powerful punches, the broker thinks to himself that the musclehead isn't half bad. His physical strength is comparable to a truck. If you got hit by him, every bone in your body would surely be crushed to a pulp. With that thought, the broker signals to the main character, "Get a move on and finish this fight quickly, you Jarion. If there's any more damage, I'm cutting your pay." "Damn it." Lip Pilgu shouts provocatively. "Looks like your boss still doesn't grasp the situation, huh? Let me tell you something. Your little tricks can't get through a pro's defenses." The main character doesn't say much, just thinks, "This is interesting." He switches to a new weapon, a long iron bar. This looks promising." The musclehead takes the opportunity to charge straight at Jarion. A tanker's superior endurance makes many believe they're invincible. However, that's not the whole story. Tanks have one very obvious weakness, a fatal one. As Lip Pilgu charges forward, the main character seizes upon that weakness and thrusts a sharp iron rod straight at him. There's a fundamental principle of power regarding concentration. Force can destroy anything when focused on a single point. This is why, in a clash, a damage dealer will always have the advantage over a tank. And in this battle, Jarion understood that principle. His success in ending the fight left the onlookers in disbelief. They never expected Jarion to take down an opponent like that. Pilgu stammers in anger. You. Where did you learn a trick like that? Where did I learn it? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know what's going on in your head, but you've got this all wrong. However, this case is a little different. It's because I've faced an opponent just like this before, and that was my father. The raider system is divided into 4 tiers based on ability and experience. From lowest to highest rank, they are bronze, silver, gold, and gem. There are many benefits that come with a high rank, such as tax breaks and so on. The top 100 raiders are known as masters and are grouped into 4 color tiers based on their rank. Now, let's go back to the past, when the main character was just a child. In his eyes, his father was a great raider. When he would secretly watch his father train, he was filled with admiration. And it's not just because he's my father. My father, Seon, was an incredibly tenacious fighter. He was one of the heroes of the first generation. They were often called the first-generation raiders. This first generation had to figure everything out and train on their own. Their history is now considered the stuff of legend. But for those first-generation raiders, that era was nothing short of hell on earth. Above all, they had nowhere near enough information. What level was a dungeon? What kinds of monsters were inside? Monsters that are considered easy to defeat today were incredibly ferocious back then. They were all hidden dangers for the adventurers of that time. Every battle was fraught with difficulty. It was an era before monster-slaying skills even existed. The gear back then might have just been titanium alloy, with extremely low corrosion resistance. There weren't nearly as many items available as there are today. In those moments, they had to risk everything to fight beasts with no room for error. The first-generation raiders had to overcome trials and errors that often cost them their very lives. And death always came as a shock, terrifying their comrades. The survivors would leave behind their knowledge and spoils of war for the next generation. They were all considered heroes. They fought valiantly, no matter how bloodied or injured they became. The title Dragon Slayer, that moniker was given to the first person to ever take down a dragon. The feat of slaying a dragon astonished everyone, and that man was considered the strongest raider in all of Asia, and that man was my father. I idolized and respected him. His power was immense. I always looked up to him with the utmost admiration. More than anyone else in the world, I believed he was invincible. But then, unbelievably, I had to witness a heartbreaking scene. My father was coughing up blood in agony. I saw him and rushed to his side, but he stopped me, not wanting me to get involved. The cause of it all was poison. Seeing my father like that, tears just streamed down my face uncontrollably. During one of his expeditions, my father had accidentally been exposed to a deadly poison. Just as he'd always done, my father tried to fight through it, but after years of struggling, his body finally reached its limit. The comrades my father had trusted his entire life showed their true, ugly colors. They took advantage of his weakening condition to seize their chance. They usurped his position and stole his wealth. For years, my father had to endure unimaginable pain, both physically and mentally. Dad. Many years later, as the world gradually forgot the name Seon, after losing everything and being tormented by an incurable poison, my father no longer looked like the hero he once was. All that was left was a forgotten raider. Back in the present, the main character has successfully defeated Lip Pill Gu. The fight over, Jarion turns to leave without another glance. Not wanting to watch a second longer, the broker looks at the bald man's horrified expression and says sarcastically, "Well, that seems to have worked out nicely. Lip Pill Gu lost to a kid? Well, maybe he just wasn't a very good raider, huh?" Jarion walks closer and analyzes the situation. "You beat up your own comrades and then go around bragging about it like some great achievement. That just goes to show you're nothing but a worthless punk. There are only 2 reasons a good raider ever retires. 1. Their bodies weaken to the point they can no longer continue. 2. They die during a raid. I don't know how much you paid this guy, but if you're only going to pay a little over the minimum, then just get rid of him. Anyone can act tough." The broker put his arm around the bald man to calm him down. "He's a bit strict, so just bear with him, okay? Oh, and by the way, the agreed-upon price is double now." The bald man yelled in frustration, "Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The broker whispered in the bald man's ear, "You were the one who provoked him first, weren't you? And you know we don't work for free." "Ah, right, I get it." Without letting the main character rest for another second, the broker asked, "Jari, you ever heard of hornets?" As soon as he heard the name, our protagonist did a spit take. "Don't tell me we have to fight them. Those things are a real pain." Hornets are a dangerous type of monster. Their rank isn't just high in South Korea, it's high all over the world. Jeju Island is where the hornets chose to nest, and that place has obviously become their territory, with the highest difficulty rating. According to the broker, even top-tier raiders have a hard time catching just one of them. For monsters that just fly around in the sky, compared to the level of smugglers like us, it's nearly impossible. But what about for a white-rank raider? According to that old man, a large-scale raid took place yesterday that hasn't been announced yet. The government's army teamed up with 7 white-rank raiders. You could say it was an all-star team for South Korea. Just 2 of them together would be enough to make the media go wild. Although they failed to completely exterminate the swarm, it seems they succeeded in taking down the Queen Hornet. However, one of those 7 stole the Hornet's royal jelly, and during the fight, he called a lower-level smuggler to get it out. Our protagonist, thinking he misheard, asked again, "What? Jelly?" The broker confirmed that royal jelly is a nutritious support item. It's used to raise the next generation's queen. The main character thought to himself, a nutritional support item? Why would a white rank raider hire a smuggler just for a nutritional support item? Not letting the main character wonder any longer, the broker explained that a few incidents have occurred when royal jelly circulated in the world. From what I know, if a human consumes it, they can be brought back from the brink of death. It's as precious as a gemstone. Provisional licenses are for raiders who haven't graduated yet. They can only enter dungeons for specific reasons. To enter a dungeon of any level, you need permission from the association. It's a given that all paths leading to a dungeon are strictly managed. That's what the association and the government require. And of course, it's not true. I'm Juan. No place could stop this smuggler. He opened the door with strength flowing from his hands. Before stepping through the gate, I'm Juan didn't forget to remind our protagonist. Well, that's always my catchphrase. But be careful not to kick the bucket, you hear? This job is going to be a massive pain. However, these words didn't distract Jarion at all. He was focused on something, which made the broker blow smoke in his face. Seeing this, the main character snapped, "Come on, what are you doing, old man?" Juan said, "I was wondering why you weren't paying attention to my words. Is it because of that? The elixir of life. You still haven't given up on it, kid?" According to our protagonist, there wasn't a single clue, as if the whole thing was just an exaggeration. It made sense. Even if it was considered a panacea for everything, it couldn't treat his father's condition. If something like that existed in the first place, his father wouldn't have had to give up hope. The main character stepped through the gate, and a strange new wilderness hit him right in the face. After the fusion, dungeons appeared all over the earth. The two most massive ones are located in South Korea. The first is Jeju Island, a place crisscrossed by colossal volcanic mountain ranges. The other was fused with the Iga rainforest. What was once Jeju Island, now the center of Seoul. The Boromai Ruins, a low-level D-class dungeon. With the island at its center, the surrounding areas of Mapo, Yongsan, and Yeongdeungpo remain largely unexplored. Many raiders lost their lives trying to explore this area. It seems the lower-level guys were instructed to transport something to the rendezvous point. However, once they reached the rendezvous point, all contact was lost. Did he run away? No, I don't think so. It's more likely he had an accident or got injured. I'm Juan calculated silently. He wouldn't make some nonsense deal just to get out of there. All right, now what you need to do is go to that point and bring back whatever he has. If you find him, I'll think about it then. Don't get distracted and focus on the job now. Before leaving, the main character didn't forget to ask the broker a question. You don't think I'll run off on you? No. I don't think you're that stupid. Just be careful. Remember that hornet royal jelly is extremely valuable, and humans aren't the only species that would brave the danger to get their hands on it. I'm sure the entire forest is reeking of its scent by now. Immediately after, our protagonist landed in the forest, but the scene before him made him exclaim, "Damn it! What the hell is this?" It seems many other things were also attracted by that scent. And just as expected, our main character wasn't the only one in that forest. There was another figure, running for her life. This fleeing girl is Jarion, a first year at the Warrior Academy. Right now, she's facing the biggest problem she's ever encountered in her entire life. This was supposed to be an easy outing for her midterm exam, but instead, what she was facing was a monster that should have never been there in the first place. The girl was in a complete state of panic, her eyes scanning her surroundings. What? What is that thing? The test was quite simple. Within a time limit, collect as many coins placed inside the dungeon as possible. Although it was a mock test simulating a real situation, the test area was also the lowest level possible. And it should have been easy, because it was considered a review test for freshmen. Because even the monsters that had previously appeared and lived here were very weak and had low IQ. But as the beast got closer, the ground around her began to tremble. She panicked, telling herself, "I have to run. This is impossible." She quickly realized that the only thing she could do was hope for a miracle. But even so, she decided to fight back, drawing her bow to shoot the beast. An immature giant ape, a 3-star monster. She knocked one arrow, but 3 were fired. Unfortunately, the beast stood there like a statue watching the arrows, and with just a single swipe of its hand, it blocked them. The 3 arrows were nothing more than 3 thorns stuck in its hand. Jarion stared, dumbfounded. Its skin is harder than steel. It's getting stronger. Every swing of its arm caused the surrounding objects to shatter. No matter how many arrows the girl shot, she couldn't pierce its hide. Jarion was giving it her all. Arrows flew from all sides, riddling its body. It stuck out its tongue, but it still seemed incredibly powerful. She knew an attack like this wouldn't be enough to kill it. There's no need to dodge or lock it down. Just a little closer. I just need to break through its defense. Jarion. She belonged to a class that could imbue magic into the tips of their arrows. a magic knight, using the fire strike skill. The types of magic that could be combined with arrows were limitless. The type of magic she chose was her last resort, a massive explosion she could create, hoping it would be powerful enough to kill any 3-star danger level monster. However, in this situation, the monster she faced was still too strong, and that was only if she could even land a direct hit. This beast was so strong it left her frozen with hundreds of questions. Did it dodge? It leaped out of the way before I even fired at that spot. It knows I can't use that attack again. What should I do now? I have to run. In such a dangerous situation, Jarion was like small prey before a beast, trying her best to escape, while this huge monster furiously chased her. Luckily for her, the main character appeared and sent the beast flying with a kick. Surprised, she looked up with pleading eyes. Huh? Bronze rank, the level of a rookie raider, able to freely enter low-level dungeons without a permit. The main character's appearance completely stunned the girl. He landed a powerful blow to the beast's chin, sending it flying for a moment. Assessing the situation, Jarion thought. I hit it right on the chin, but looking closely, it's still completely unfazed. Looks like that wasn't enough. The main character immediately drew a strange weapon, one that couldn't be identified. At that same moment, the beast began to move, shifting to attack. Jarion also realized the beast was about to launch a direct attack. She worried, no way, he's going to die. Standing on high ground, the main character called down, close your eyes. Hearing this command, Jarion was bewildered, but the main character stuck to his plan, heading straight for the beast. Something emitted a light so bright that anyone who saw it had to immediately shut their eyes. As expected, the beast staggered, and the girl quickly covered her eyes before she could be affected. The beast's tongue lolled out, looking extremely dazed by Jarion's special weapon. After using it, he turned away, annoyed. Sigh, this was my last one, and I just had to go and use it all up. That thing was a stun flashlight. It's a weapon made from the scales of a certain sparkling fish that lives in the deepest parts of the sea dungeon. Its crowd control ability is unbelievable for its price, and it's a favorite item of many raiders. But despite its incredible power, using it incorrectly could cause some raiders to gradually lose their own abilities. And as demand grew, so did production. So now it's been completely banned. The main character didn't forget to remind the girl, look over here. If I've already done this much, you need to take responsibility for your own life. You only have a few seconds left. For Jarion, it didn't matter what happened in a dungeon. If a raider wasn't involved and had no grudge, they wouldn't help. He remembered the broker's words, to be frank. Because we're like cockroaches, you know? The bounty on smugglers is pretty tempting. If you keep flitting around like that, you'll get caught one of these days. Remembering these words, the main character suddenly realized what he had to do. He ran quickly to disappear, but unexpectedly, Jarion chased after him. She chased him, even though he was deliberately trying not to be followed. Confused, she looked around. Huh? Did he just disappear? I'm sure he was right in front of me a moment ago. Before she could look around, the main character attacked her from behind. Are you an idiot? Hey, what do you think you're doing? The girl hesitated. I just wanted to thank you for saving me. The main character brushed it off. Are you kidding me? Do I look like a fool? For you, Jarion, that wasn't the only reason she chased him. Because I know you're a smuggler, so I wanted to offer you a job. The main character didn't want to hear the rest when he saw the logo on her uniform. He sighed. I'm not going to let this slide a third time, and I have no interest in studying with you Silver Spoon kids from that academy. If you keep following me, I'll really put you in the ground. Hearing this, the girl gave up on chasing him. The main character was about to leave when her voice rang out. The bounty for a smuggler is 50 million, but shouldn't the bounty for smugglers be 400 million won? Furious, Jarion exclaimed. You damn witch. He turned back to see her presenting an item and saying, this is an Enk's blood drop. You can only buy this by capturing 5 people like you. This is just the down payment. If you help me pass my midterm exam, I'll pay you the rest generously. Jarion couldn't believe it. What? You're actually insane. I thought you were just a rebellious kid, but it seems you're a crazy, delusional rich girl. She paid him no mind and replied, so what? Whether I'm crazy or not, isn't this the most important thing right now? This could be your chance to change your life. The main character explained helplessly. Sigh. I figured things would turn out like this. Alright, this time it's my fault. There's really no reason to kill you. But the girl was confused. What? What are you talking about? I told you so. Indeed, what the main character said was true. The beast was right behind Jarion. He threw a wooden stick to her. You only have a few seconds. The girl caught the stick but was still frozen, not understanding what was happening. The main character yelled in frustration. I didn't give it to you so you could stare at it. Remember that attack you used before? Do it again. Imbue it into my weapon and throw it back to me. But the girl had no magic energy left. At this point, Jarion could only exclaim helplessly. Then you'll have to figure it out yourself. because I don't think I can hold the advantage for you bare-handed for much longer. Jarion Sarom trembled as she held the wooden stick. The remaining energy was only 1/4 of what she normally had. I won't be able to do any damage to that beast with this amount. Instead, I'd rather run away alone while he's distracting it. But with just one look from the main character, she threw the stick. Then she cursed herself for losing her mind. Meanwhile, the main character thought, I'm pretty disappointed. This is only 1/4 of what you unleashed before. I hope this is enough. The students of the Warrior Academy had heard this more times than they could count when fighting monsters. The most important thing is judging the attack. The timing and precision of your own strike. In other words, that's what sets a raider above all others. The main character fought so hard that his glasses broke in half. The silver rank is granted to those who have survived over 50 dungeons, or have the ability to take down a 3-star monster. They can freely enter intermediate-level dungeons without permission, and most raiders hold this rank. The sun began to set. At school, a group of girls were leaving for the day with bright smiles on their faces. Suddenly, one of the girls saw something up ahead. It was a man standing next to a car. She turned and waved to her friends. See you tomorrow. The sound of her friends' chatter filled the air. Jarion Sarom is so lucky. She can have anything she wants. That girl wasn't wrong. Sarom could get almost anything she laid her eyes on. The car carrying Jarion Sarom drove past a skyscraper. It belonged to the 4th largest conglomerate in South Korea, the Jarion Seon group. The leader of the group was engaged to an elf from another world. And the result of that love affair was Jarion Sarom. She respected raiders more than anyone, and her desire to become one of them was stronger than anyone else's. And yet, there was a man who told her it was impossible. The elven blood in you is too weak. It's better if you just live as a human. Witnessing Jarion Sarom's breakdown, he turned and said, Why do you keep pushing her into this, without telling her it's impossible? Another man nearby replied, I'm not pushing her. I'm just encouraging her because I know it's what she wants to do. This man was Jarion Sumungu, Jarion Sarom's father and the head of the Special Development Department. Jarion Sarom's father continued, It seems becoming a raider doesn't necessarily require the talent of an elf. Ah, yes, that's true. Compared to a human, she's not that bad, but she's only slightly above average. To be more precise, your daughter wasn't born into an ordinary human family. She won't give up on her own, he said, glancing over at a trembling Jarion Sarom as she tried to get back up. He continued, She's as stubborn as my older sister. She'll never be able to compare to those monster-level humans. But if she keeps trying, maybe she could become something. That would be enough to get some praise or be recognized as a celebrity. But your daughter was born with everything she could ever need. Wealth, a famous name, a powerful bloodline. The only thing she lacks is talent. Those things alone are enough to make her efforts meaningless. People will laugh at her for trying, and she'll be completely isolated. She won't be able to endure it for long. Back in the present, our hero lets out a breath. Talent isn't something that just falls from the sky. Jarion Sarom was still frozen in place. Her jaw dropped in shock. The main character landed on the ground as the defeated monster crashed down hard. Its throat was still burning. Jarion walked away, his staff slung over his shoulder. That's when he noticed Jarion Sarom standing in the distance. She still hadn't recovered, muttering to herself, No, it's impossible. Is he really the same age as me? Over on his side, the main character seemed to realize something and slapped his forehead as his boss's warning echoed in his mind. Don't you dare break it. That thing wasn't cheap, kid. Holding the glasses, the main character muttered, You mean this? Isn't it only 5,001 at the market? It doesn't have facial recognition or voice-changing features anymore, but it has over 4 magic spells integrated into it, kid. Unfortunately, those glasses were now smashed to pieces after the fierce battle. Jarion scratched his head in frustration, sighing, What kind of day is this? Suddenly, he heard Jarion Sarom's voice from behind him. You're a senior at my school, right? Jarion immediately spun around and retorted, Senior, my ass. Give me what you promised. Right after, Sarom held out a silver bracelet. The main character immediately snatched it and said, A true rich kid. He held it up, inspecting it closely. Is this real? Jarion Sarom, standing behind him, wasn't angry. Instead, she asked, You need money, don't you? I get it. Even if you don't go to my school, the tuition at the Central Academies is really high. I can pay your tuition for you. The main character cut her off before she could finish. I don't go to any school. This surprised Sarom. Ah, you're mistaken. I don't attend a raider academy. I've never been to any school like that. Then who taught you how to fight? Nobody. I'm self-taught. Hearing this, Jarion Sarom cried out in disbelief. What? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Your movements. Your timing. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, something flew and hit Jarion Sarom right in the face, making her yell, Ouch! What the hell was that? She looked at the object and saw it was the main character's student ID, Donggang High School. You don't need to bother remembering it. It's just a regular high school for humans. Sarom's hand trembled as she held the ID, and she spoke with a look of disbelief. Impossible, no matter how absurd it seemed. She looked up to see Jarion pointing his staff at her again and demanding, "Give it to me. Something that proves your identity. A student ID or whatever will do." After Jarion spoke, he stuffed the card into his pocket. Jarion Sarom immediately questioned him. "Wait, why are you keeping my student ID?" Jarion replied, I thought you wanted me to do something for you. My identity has been revealed, too. So, I have to take something of yours to make sure you don't betray me. We're not done yet. Come here." As Jarion Sarom got closer, the main character put his arm around her shoulder, making her blush. "What are you doing?" The main character held up his phone and replied, "Creating proof of our complicity instead of a contract. You know that an accomplice to a smuggler gets the same punishment, right?" At that moment, Jarion Sarom realized she had gotten involved with someone far more dangerous than she'd imagined. Jarion gave her a sly grin and ordered, "Smile." Sarom had no choice but to force a laugh. Ha, ha, ha. But it was too late, because things were just getting started. The gold rank is awarded to those who have single-handedly defeated a 4-star monster or have equivalent achievements. They can freely raid high-level dungeons and are known as elite agents, ranking in the top 10% of all raiders. The phone screen displayed the picture of Jarion and Jarion Sarom together. The main character's voice rang out. "So, let's talk about the price. What exactly do you need me to do?" "Collect coins. The time limit is 6 hours, per 5s.night. The coins are placed in various locations within the exam area. You just need to collect the required number of coins. At each location, there's a coin box. You have to find that box. If I prove I'm an academy student, the coin will become mine. I already have 1 coin, I just need 1 more to finish. The location of the next box isn't too far from here." "Where is it?" "The ancient ruins of the Egan shopping district." It seems there's something special about this place that made the main character startle for a moment before calmly saying, "Yeah, this wasn't a chance meeting. The thing I'm looking for is there too." Amidst the vast mountains and forests, Jarion Sarom's loud shout echoed. "Hornets," Jarion said while chewing on a chocolate bar. "Not exactly hornets, more like something honey-related." Then he wondered to himself, "Royal jelly, right? It seems its scent is so strong it's attracting a whole bunch of monsters here. That other creature was probably drawn by this smell too. I'll be fine, but do you absolutely have to go there? Aren't there any other coin box locations? That's the only coin left at that location. The others must have already hunted down all the coins in the remaining spots." Hearing this, the main character thought to himself, "Others, huh? So that's it. I was wondering why she was all by herself." After a moment of thought, he spoke up. "Whatever, it's convenient for me too. Let's go. Find the coin and get out of here safely. That's the whole mission, right? Then I'll pay you 950 million. That's all the cash I have on me right now. If it's not enough, I'll pay more, but I'll need some time to gather it. I'll charge extra if any emergencies arise that add to my workload. You still have the stamina to run, right?" The scene changes to the main character and Sarom running through the forest, but Jarion Sarom is being left behind. Watching Jarion running ahead, she marveled to herself. "He's so fast." The main character, while running, let out a breath and frowned, thinking, "So stupid. I probably agreed to this too quickly. I should have asked for more." Jarion Sarom, running from behind, called out, "Hey, I have a few questions. Is it true you learned everything by yourself?" "Not exactly. When I was a kid." As he spoke, Jarion grabbed a tree branch to jump down, but before he could finish, his expression changed. He turned back and asked Jarion Sarom, "Hey, are you ready?" Because what they were about to face were 2 giant monsters, the Iron Claw Man Raptors. They are native monsters of the Boromeden region, with a 2-star monster rating. Jarion Sarom managed to stop in time, but the main character had already jumped down. Jarion had never received formal training for raiders. Everything he had today was accumulated from risking his life time and again. However, there was a slight difference. Because he had observed his father's movements since he was a child, he learned 3 forms of movement. The first form of movement is gravity, which utilizes all of one's speed, weight, and power to strike directly at the opponent's vital point. Though it looks very simple, executing it is another matter entirely. It requires experience, judgment, and natural talent. A technique that not even top-tier raiders could be sure to master was executed perfectly by Jarion. After piercing through the monster's throat and causing it to collapse, he turned to see that Jarion Sarom had also successfully taken down the other monster. She assessed the situation with suspicion. Strange. Ironclaw raptors usually move in packs of 5 to 7 or more. This means it's not just her who suffered losses because of the royal jelly. There could be many types of monsters around here. Let's rest a bit before we go. You haven't answered my question. Were you trained when you were a kid? The main character immediately turned his face away and denied it. No, I just watched other people practice. I only peeked, so I didn't see much. These words left Jarion Sarom stunned, speechless. Seeing her frozen like that, Jarion asked, "What is it?" "I hate you." "Huh?" Immediately after, an object was thrown towards the main character, and he quickly raised his hand to catch it. Opening his hand, he saw a small vial. He wondered, "Why are you giving me this?" It turned out to be a C-rank strength and stamina booster, worth at least 1,000,000 won. Sarom's voice followed, "Drink it. You've used up a lot of energy. You hate me but you're giving me this? You should be more strict with your words." Seeing the main character put it in his pocket instead of drinking it, Jarion Sarom asked, "Huh? You're not going to drink it? Are you stupid? It's more profitable to sell it." She was completely speechless and then said in frustration, "Do you know how much that costs?" "Of course. If I sell it on the black market, I could probably get a better price, maybe around 1,000,000 won. The main character's actions made Jarion Sarom think to herself, "This cunning guy is so weird. He's such an idiot." By the time she looked up again, she saw the main character had already walked ahead, leaving a sentence behind. "You drank that, so you probably don't need to rest anymore, right? Let's go." As for the main character, he wasn't thinking highly of Jarion Sarom either, silently telling himself, "These rich kids are all a bunch of weirdos." A moment later, Jarion's voice rang out. "You probably already know this, but I'll say it again just in case. We're not here to hunt. We just grab what we need and get out quickly. I don't know how many monsters are in there. Just follow me and stay alive. You've probably had a lot of training, but my specialty is survival, so just trust me." She nodded in agreement with Jarion. Okay, Jarion Sarom didn't realize the source of this feeling. 6 months ago, Jarion Sarom was always isolated at school. She was never acknowledged by others, and this was her first experience facing life and death with someone as a teammate. The main character, leading the way, didn't forget to turn his head and call for Jarion Sarom to follow. Perhaps because it was her first time with a partner, Jarion Sarom just nodded, but her face showed a mix of tension and excitement. The two of them moved single file from their hiding spot toward the abandoned shopping mall. As soon as they set foot inside, the pitch-black darkness startled them both. Jarion Sarom's face turned pale as she stammered, "What the hell is this?" Jarion, no longer as calm as before, replied while sweating, "Beats me. I've never seen anything like this." Before them was a bloody mess with the corpses of countless monsters scattered on the ground. The scene changes to the battlefield between the main character and the buff guy. The broker sipped his tea and praised it. Not bad. In fact, it's quite delicious. Would you like to try some?" The bald guy, still not believing his eyes, snapped, "I'm fine." Imjuan had to reassure him again. "You should sit down and rest. It'll be a while before he wakes up." The bald guy looked at the buff guy and berated him. "This pig can't even control his own weight. Do you have any idea how much money I've burned on him? He calls himself a veteran raider and struts around so arrogantly." The broker continued to calm the old man's anger. "Don't be too hard on him. He didn't lose because he's terrible, but because he had to lose. Although, he is pretty bad. People usually forget this, but raiders don't. Only fight humans. What he was trained for was probably hunting and exploration rather than combat. So when he faces an opponent different from the monsters he's used to, it's not surprising that he'd lose." The bald guy asked again, "But I was told he was a proper raider." Of course, even raiders fight among themselves. The higher they rank and the rarer the resources become, the more common these battles are. Even comrades who have fought side by side many times have succumbed to ambition and stabbed each other in the back. The bald guy, still confused, asked again, "They even kill each other?" The broker confirmed it. Who's going to stop them? No matter what happens, the laws of the outside world are useless inside a dungeon. As long as they claim that monsters killed the others, they're automatically considered innocent without needing an alibi. The higher a raider's rank, the more they have to be trained and prepared for these fights in the shadows. However, that guy's rank wasn't high enough, which is why this whole mess of him assaulting a comrade happened. Sounds kinda cute, doesn't it? But the fact that he was caught means it was a fight that happened outside a dungeon, so it was obviously just an unequipped conflict. The bald guy looked puzzled when he heard the word, equipped. Equipped? You mean gear? Amjuan had to explain again. Shields, weapons, the stuff raiders have to carry when they go hunting. Although they can be pretty useless sometimes, with that stuff, even regular people can put up some sort of a fight. Are they really that strong? Of course, gear accounts for half of a raider's power in battle. Back to the fight between Jarion and the villain, Jang Dogun. Our protagonist was carefully assessing the situation. He didn't dodge my attack at all. He definitely took that kick straight to the face. The blade of his sword has a higher defense level than normal. Just then, Jang Dogun rushed forward, his voice booming. "Stop overthinking it. You're being incredibly disrespectful to me, and to your own life." The villain struck our hero, sending him flying weightlessly. The slash lit up the path as the two faced off, hatred flaring in their eyes. The villain seemed to realize something. Haha, what's wrong? Why don't you fight back like you did before? However, that was impossible. It was because of the Dark Knight armor, the A-rank armor that Jang Do-gun possessed. It used the wearer's own blood to enhance their physical abilities and create a higher level of defense against external impacts. That's Jang Do-gun's style. A completely frenzied way of fighting. An opportunity to win won't just appear on its own, but if I counterattack recklessly, I'm dead for sure. Suddenly, the man landed a sneak attack, and our protagonist's expression completely changed. After attacking, he asked mockingly, "Does it hurt? You can feel that pain, can't you? Heh, you've held on for quite a while." Seeing this tragic situation, Jarion could only exclaim, "What a damn unlucky day." With that, he took off his shirt. He stepped closer and said, sarcastically, "I really like that jacket, you know, but it looks like you're not as strong as I thought. I was a little intimidated because you talk a big game, but to think you have to use gear to fight an unarmed high school student. Isn't it just your equipment that's carrying your ass? If I had armor like that?" Hearing this was more than enough to make Jang Do-gun furious. He yelled, "Shut your damn mouth, he's the one getting impatient." Jarion knew this for sure, because he has to take me down to find Sarum and silence her. The longer Jarion delayed, the more anxious Jang Do-gun became. Grasping the situation, our hero moved incredibly slowly, gently delivering blows toward his opponent that could still inflict high damage. When he was a child, just by observing, Jarion had learned the second form of movement. With Jarion's current strength, it wasn't very feasible because he had to use the enemy's own power to fight back and deliver a blow so powerful he couldn't execute it on his own. The name of the skill that even Jarion hadn't mastered was dominance. It seemed our hero would have to use that technique for this battle, a technique that unleashed truly formidable power. His weapon plunged deep into the ground, shattering it. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he thought to himself, "I never even imagined I'd have to use this in a real fight. If you keep getting seriously injured over and over again, it doesn't matter if you're a high-rank raider. You'll still go down. Give up. No matter what you do, you're out of time." Enraged, Jang Do-gun cursed. "Damn it, you son of a bitch. Listen here, you son of a bitch. No matter what happens, I'll make sure I kill you." The scene changes to the 5th floor of the shopping center. Sarum was approaching, her face completely dazed. She reached the door and raised her hand to enter the code. Jarion, Sarum, code 2737 confirmed. Finally found it. Now I just have to go back. She thought back to the panicked scene from before. The main character had been constantly urging her to leave. "Are you an idiot? Don't just stand there frozen. Run. You have to live so you can pay me back, you know. Even if I leave, nothing will change." Sarum tried to think that way. She thought that the main character would defeat the villain. He wouldn't fight if he didn't have an escape route, so I just need to. The scene shifts back to Jang Do-gun's high school days. He was lifting a classmate into the air, despite the student's constant begging. "I'm sorry, Do-gun. I promise I'll never act high and mighty around you again." Jang Do-gun considered himself a genius. "Ever since I was young, I thought everything was easy. Undeniable talent, recognition from adults, being the boss of kids my own age. At that time, there was only one thing I couldn't achieve. You have failed the entrance exam for the Warrior Academy." To him, back then, the Warrior Academy was full of people who got in through bribes and connections. A bunch who selected talent based on who came with an envelope. That might as well be the answer. If it was based purely on talent and skill, there's no way I would have been left behind. Jang Do-gun chose to study at Gangsan Academy. After a grueling test, the person with the highest score was number 7, Jang Do-gun. Compared to these average kids, I'm a rare talent. Everyone around him couldn't stop talking about his talent. First place, Jang Do-gun, 966 points. Second place, Kang Sang-young, 752 points. Look at that point difference. He's on another level. That's right, he's guaranteed to be a top ranker in the future. Congratulations to this year's graduating students. You all did very well. As the arrogant young man stood there, a teacher came to congratulate him. Jang Do-gun, congratulations. As our school's top student, you'll surely become an amazing raider. Don't get arrogant, and keep moving forward, all right? Yes, sir. The moment the teacher warned him not to be arrogant, a thought sparked in his mind. You'll probably retire soon and become a pathetic old man for teaching losers like these. I'll show you. I'll be looking down on you from a place a nobody like you could never reach. What a model student. In the middle of a battle zone, I come running because you said it was an emergency, but this is all it is? However, this person dealt with the remaining enemies in a flash, leaving Jang Do-gun completely stunned. What just happened? That monster killed my entire team, but he handled it all by himself? After finishing, he left, but not without giving me a look. Jang Do-gun remembers that look to this day. It was no different than the look I give to those weaker than me. That's when I realized the words my old master told me weren't advice, but simply empty comfort. I wasn't some chosen one compared to those average guys. I was just a little bit better than them, that's all. The intense battle with our protagonist was now underway. Jang Do-gun was still talking big. This armor is made entirely from a blood-sucking demon. I've already given it my permission. It can absorb all the blood flowing from my heart, as long as I can kill you. Hearing this, our protagonist found it utterly ridiculous. Are you so sure about that? I don't know, but it sure sounds dangerous. Before he could finish his sentence, Jang Do-gun lunged forward, but he still couldn't inflict a single injury on our protagonist. Our hero felt that his speed hadn't even increased by much. Not giving up, the guy accelerated again, aiming to injure our protagonist. He attacked relentlessly, but still couldn't bring him down. Pant, 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 pant. He looked at our protagonist and asked, "You managed to block that? You've got good reflexes, a true genius. So why is a genius like you mixed up in smuggling?" Hearing this, Jari felt something was off. "Hey, what's with the sudden compliments, you idiot? Besides, this is none of your business." The villain wouldn't stop rambling. "Is that so? Well, anyway, thank you. Thanks for letting me experience what it feels like to crush a genius." He launched another attack at our protagonist, but at that very moment, Jarion was also gradually regaining his strength. "Okay, my body can move normally now." Seeing this, Jang Do-gun sneered. "Haha, unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Show me more." Our protagonist paid him no mind, thinking as he fought, he won't be able to hold this form for long. Because if he's using his own blood as fuel, his body is bound to reach its limit. If I make him use even more blood and land a critical hit, then, just as our protagonist was about to execute his plan, he was caught by the villain. Our hero realized he was too slow. Suddenly, something shot straight at Jang Do-gun, making our protagonist turn his head instinctively. It turned out the attacker was none other than Jarion. Seeing this, our hero couldn't help but sigh. "You really don't listen to a word I say, do you?" How touching. Amidst the desolate ruins, Jarion quietly asked, "Do you think he's finished?" But our protagonist was certain he wasn't dead. "Don't worry about him. He won't intentionally seek you out for revenge either, because doing so would affect both his image and his career. I'm guessing that's enough for you, right?" "It is," our protagonist said, retrieving his weapon. "Have you forgotten so soon? I saved your life, so you owe me." "That makes twice, doesn't it? Once when we first met, and a second time when you decided to follow me. But I'm fair, so let's just call it even. No one owes anyone anything." After hearing this, the girl's face turned red with anger. "Is it so hard for you to just say thank you?" After their exchange, the two moved their car to a new location. It was a place emitting a very peculiar light and aroma. The closer the two got, the more surprises they found, causing them to freeze for a moment before continuing. As they got closer, Jarion perceived a sweet fragrance. The deeper the two ventured, the more the scent enveloped their bodies. Furthermore, they saw a strange body, with a trail of blood leading to it. Following the blood, Jarion came across a young man, sitting unconscious. He calmly assessed the situation. "What are you surprised about? I told you before we left, didn't I? Or did you follow me hoping to see something more special? Alright, let's check what's inside." Our protagonist opened the chest. Just as he thought, there was a strange item inside. This scent. It's beyond anything I've ever known. It was a sweet, alluring fragrance that could stupefy anyone who smelled it. A scent this powerful. No wonder all the monsters were attracted to it. "Is this royal jelly in this bag too?" Our protagonist quickly grabbed the item and instructed Jarion. "We should leave here as soon as possible. I get the feeling that the longer we stay, the less safe it'll be." Okay. The two of them made their way to the first-floor commercial district. Looking around, they realized he was gone. Sure enough, that guy Jang Do-gun had taken off, but not before leaving a parting threat. "You two, just you wait. I've memorized both your faces. One day, I'm going to kill every last one of you. I'll make you regret what you did to me today." However, the villain hadn't run more than 3 steps before the smile on his face was wiped away by the beast that appeared before him. It was a tenacious beast, its long tongue flicking smugly. In a single gulp, the monster swallowed Jang Do-gun whole. Our protagonist and Jarion broke out in a cold sweat just from watching. "Let's use the back exit." Agreed. The two of them moved out of the forest as sunset began to fall. As they walked, our protagonist thought to himself, "Phew, this place should be safe now." Before they parted ways, he didn't forget to ask her, "What about your test?" "Don't worry, I still have plenty of time." Our protagonist replied politely, "In that case, it was nice to meet you." Despite everything that had happened, both of them had accomplished their goals. Seeing our protagonist's sincerity, combined with his handsome looks, Saram didn't hesitate to shake his hand. As he started to walk away, our hero added a reminder. "You better keep this a secret, and remember to pay me, too. If you don't want to see me again, then be careful out there. Would it really be a problem if we met again? Jarion Sarom's words made our protagonist stop in his tracks for a second. The scene shifts to the broker's place, which is littered with instant noodle cups. He was reading a book when he noticed a presence. "Oh, you're back, kid? You look awfully pleased." Before the broker could say another word, our protagonist cut him off. "Don't ask. Just look at this." Seeing the light and smelling the fragrance, the old broker's eyes lit up. If this thing gets out, it's going to cause a massive shockwave. You could buy 2 buildings with the money from selling this. You did good, kid. I'll transfer your pay tomorrow. Noticing our protagonist's dazed expression, the broker asked, "Hey, Jarion, you okay? What are you staring into space for? Is it about that fake raider? Did you kill him?" But our protagonist brushed it off. "No, after our fight, he was still alive and well. Besides, he's not the one who could make me feel regret or zone out like this." "So, something else happened?" Our protagonist clearly didn't want to talk about it. "It's nothing. Just forget it. As for that other stuff, can I take it with me? It doesn't really look like royal jelly." The broker didn't stop him. "Go ahead. Take it. Any items not on the request list belong to the smuggler. That's the law." The broker mumbled to himself, wondering, "I wonder what lucky kid will get to eat this? A kid? According to this guy, doesn't that thing bring people back from the dead? Besides that, it has another equally tempting effect. It awakens a raider's potential. It does that too? That effect isn't very well known. But it's there. Ever since people found out that ability only works on children who haven't reached adulthood, they stopped giving these things to the hopeless. It's definitely someone from the Warrior Academy." The protagonist turned to leave. "I'm heading out." "Yeah, tell your old man I said hi. If I get the chance, I will. He hasn't been doing too well lately." Leaving that place, the protagonist's mind lingered on the words Warrior Academy. It reminded him of the conversation he had with Jarion Sarum before they parted ways. "What? We'll see each other again soon. What? You got a crush on me or something? I'm not kidding. There's an entrance exam this winter. They only select a few people, but if it's you, you'll get in. You should come to the Warrior Academy. The truth is, no explorer can clear a dungeon alone. It doesn't matter how experienced they are. Facing countless complex situations in a dungeon all by yourself is practically impossible. That's why you need to form a party. Different explorers with different talents use their strengths to cover for each other's weaknesses and overcome challenges together. That's how dungeons are cleared. According to Jarion Sarom, there are even political factions inside the Warrior High School. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Factions? You mean like getting into fights?" Saram sighed in frustration. "If it were that simple, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Our grade has 2 main cliques, and 2 of the top 3 students lead them." The protagonist grew curious. "So, they form parties within their own cliques? And you're not in either one?" "That's right. Don't the teachers do anything about it?" "Not at all. Because forming a party is each student's own responsibility." Jarion Sarom saw the look on his face and said, "I know what you're thinking, that it's because I lack the skills. I know I can't be a top-tier student, but I should still be skilled enough to join a party. Even the kids who aren't in any clique get their own chances. I mentioned there were 2 cliques, right? According to her, one of the 2 leaders dislikes her. She doesn't show it openly, but she's been deliberately isolating me behind my back." Hearing this, the protagonist got curious again. "That's messed up. Did you steal her boyfriend or something?" "Of course not. Anyway, for now, I'm surviving as a solo player, but I can't keep this up in the future. That's why I want to recruit you, with those skills of yours. As long as it's you, I might be able to survive in this place." The protagonist, bandaging the scratches on his face, thought back to Saram's words, and couldn't help but mutter, "What a funny girl." Meanwhile, Jarion Saram was still on her journey, running breathlessly until she finally arrived at her destination. Gangnam Dungeon Barrier, location number 12. She thought to herself, "That guy probably won't contact me again, will he?" Lost in thought, she was startled by a voice. "I'm not too late, sir." The person standing before her was Chon Kang Dong-guk, a first-year teacher for Class 1 at the Warrior High School, a melee instructor. Seeing her teacher, the girl asked in surprise, "Is something wrong, sir? I'm still in the middle of my exam." But before she could finish, he explained, "There's been a problem in certain sectors. A few types of monsters that don't normally live here have appeared. Fortunately, there are no casualties yet. But a few people have reported that it's impossible to continue the test and have requested a rescue. They were in the same area as your test. You didn't run into any problems during your run, did you?" Answering the question, Sarom immediately replied, "No, sir. Nothing at all." The teacher's face suddenly turned grim. "I see. All right, get behind me." Surprised, the girl looked behind her to see what was happening. It was indeed a massive beast. "There's another one? It's much bigger than the others." Adult giant ape, danger level. The teacher stepped forward, remarking, a giant ape. That's strange. They don't normally live around here. Was it attracted by something? Hearing her teacher's words, Jarion Sarum was forced to think. Could it be, because of that scent from before? The teacher commanded her. Jarion Sarum, I told you to get behind me. Ah, yes sir. Chan Kangdong-guk stepped forward, ready to face the beast. All teachers in the dungeon field are former explorers. Most of them also graduated from the warrior school. Outsiders see them as explorers who had to retire and could no longer fight due to injuries. The teacher fought fiercely. Each punch seemed to explode with power. Everywhere he struck, the beast was grievously wounded. Truly, they were worthy of the title Tyrant Warrior. In just a moment, he had completely taken down the adult ape. In their 20s, they had already earned the title of Powerhouse. After defeating the beast, the teacher turned to reassure his student. I wasn't at my best, but you were lucky. Jarion Sarom, that situation could have been extremely dangerous. Thank God you're safe. Now, let's head back. Jarion Sarom watched her teacher with eyes full of gratitude. People often don't realize this. The person teaching you is also a warrior. Even a young warrior can become a teacher. The scene changes to the Warrior High School's practical training camp. Voices could be heard. What about the ones who called for rescue? A retest? Ha, talk about unlucky. Everyone who came here is just a weakling anyway. The two guys looked over at the teacher and Sarum, saying, Speak of the devil, here comes one now. The teacher instructed Sarum, go stand over there and wait. Once I've done a head count, go confirm your number and change into your uniform. Jarion Sarum moved as her teacher ordered, but she had barely taken a step before she ran into that girl she despised. The girl spoke up in a saccharine voice. Look at you. Didn't I tell you you'd be fine? At least you're quick on your feet. But thank goodness, I was so worried about you. Hearing this, Sarum just scoffed. Oh, really? I didn't think you'd be the type to worry about me. Why would you say that? That makes me sad. Unni. Flashback to 6 years ago. Jarion Sarum's uncle, Han Song-gu, was training her. Harder. I know you can do better than that. Focus. Pay attention. The 6-year-old girl tried her best, sweat pouring down like rain. All right, that's enough. At least you're better than last time. Just a little. But the praise being showered around her wasn't for her. That's right. Wonderful. Unfortunately, the one receiving the compliments wasn't her, but another girl. She was a quick study, absorbing every skill with ease, none other than Anissa Esker Serum. Her appearance wasn't the only thing that set the half-human, half-elf apart. The girl's magical abilities surpassed any pure blood. She kept whispering in Jarion Sarum's ear, My cousin is a genius, you know. If you continue down this path, you'll be compared to her forever. And being compared is the least of your worries. I'm telling you, you need to be careful. You'll be destroyed if you choose the wrong path. Back in the present, Anissa was putting on her innocent act. I don't get it. Why doesn't anyone want to be on your team? Before she could finish, Jarion Sarum cut her off. If you're so curious, why don't you team up with me? Hearing this, her younger cousin stammered. Huh? Me? I can't. I'd love to, but we're both long-range damage dealers. If we're at the same level, what's the point of having two people with the same role in one party? I'm just telling you it's inconvenient for others, so there's nothing to worry about. I'll be sure to check again. Jarion Sarum was sick of hearing the nonsense. She lowered her voice. I don't care about any of that. I already passed the test. Anissa was a bit stunned to hear that. Impressive. You must have really tried your best. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? You're going to inherit the company anyway. They went their separate ways. But her cousin just had to get the last word in. There's no point in struggling. The scene shifts to a hospital, where the main character rushes into his father's room. The doctor exclaimed, Oh, you're his guardian, Jarion asked frantically. What happened to my father? Did his condition relapse? The doctor and nurse exchanged a difficult look. According to the doctor, the patient's condition was extremely rare, possibly the only case in the world. Because there are no records whatsoever of anyone surviving dragon's blood poisoning, with our current medical technology, it's impossible to treat him or improve his condition. The best we can do is manage his pain through therapy. Yes, that's right. The problem lies with the ingredients for the painkiller. The milk of an incredibly dangerous monster is currently the best medicine. A level 5 sky tiger. It's very dangerous. The main character spoke up. I know it's rare, but I have money. The doctor replied, Money isn't the issue. There's a new drug that adventurers are all talking about. Just a small dose can increase strength and resistance for a long time. The main ingredient for that drug is also sky tiger milk. Sky tiger milk used to be an ingredient you could buy with money because it was considered useless and worthless. But everything has changed. Corporations and adventurers have started buying it up in massive quantities. Hearing this, the main character couldn't stay calm any longer. No way. Are you telling me there isn't enough to save a dying man? The doctor had to explain further. That's not exactly the problem. The dose needed to halt his symptoms is equal to 10 basic doses of the enhancement drug combined. I'm sure the government would intervene if a certain number of patients needed it. But with only one patient in the entire world, there's no way they'd pass up on that kind of profit. We'll do our best to do something. But we can't do anything without the ingredients. The sky gradually darkened, reflecting the turmoil in the main character's heart. He sat down with a sigh and picked up his phone. Jarion Sarom was very surprised to get his call. Isn't it a bit late? Oh, that's not good. I have no choice but to accept your offer. Do you have any conditions? I'll need to review them, but it should be possible. Can you get me a small amount? Yes, Jarion Sarom asked caringly. My company's development team is formulating that drug. The amount you need is insignificant. This world? It's nothing. So, we have a deal, right? That's right, the woman continued. This Sunday. Are you free? Sunday? You know I need to prepare for the entrance exam. There's nothing to lose by preparing in advance. Early in the morning at the Jarion Corporation, inside the Special Defense Research Center, the main character had just arrived when he heard Jarion Sarom's voice. You're early. What do you think? Not too bad, right? The main character wondered. What are we going to do here? We're here to measure your potential. After the world changed, humanity gained access to power beyond their normal capabilities. Before awakening, an ordinary person's talent is D rank, not including magic. In the past, you'd be called a genius if you reached C rank. Anything above B rank is considered extraordinary. According to Sarom, excluding magic, he would need to achieve C rank in all 5 categories. That's the minimum requirement to become an adventurer. You'll need to hit B rank in at least 3 categories to get into the warrior high school. The main character scratched his head and asked, So, it's like a physical exam? According to Jarion Sarom, it is for children, but for teenagers, it's a bit more complicated. Complicated how? The main character had to put on a strange suit. He muttered, I should have known something was up when she asked me how I felt. The high-end Krone VR 9.22. Well, since I'm already here. Jarion resolved to do his best. He'd been curious about his own potential for a long time anyway. The main character started to feel something was off. A bright light appeared, and from it, a robot-like creature began to advance toward him. Sarom watched from the outside. Even the supervisor was surprised. Wow, he's brave. Usually, people get scared when they come face to face with a golem. He said he was preparing to fight, so I guess he has a plan, right? This woman is Dung Yeoman, a golem expert, former adventurer, and a researcher at the Jarion Corporation. Jarion Sarom quickly replied, Haha, that's right. Well then, let's begin. The golem activated and immediately moved towards the main character, but he faced it with extreme calm. The talent test is usually conducted when a child is 6 or 7 years old. The person being tested has to wear special equipment to measure and push their body to its limits in various aspects. Because of this, it's difficult to tell if they are truly talented or just have years of training. Since it's very hard to reach those limits, Jarion Sarom silently noted that his physique was already near a professional level. It'll be quite difficult to push him to his limits, but he must be getting tired by now. Dung Yeoman exclaimed excitedly, Yeah, Sarom, didn't you say your friend went to a regular school? And that he couldn't get into a special school because he failed the entrance exam? I'm really curious. How could he have failed with this kind of talent? Even though the difficulty has been lowered, this is still a professional training program. He's dodging a few times to read its attack patterns and find an opening to counterattack. He's insane. His senses alone are better than most average professionals. Jarion Sarom was curious. So, what are the readings? That's a bit complicated. He still hasn't reached his limit. I have to increase the difficulty, but just going up 1 or 2 levels won't do any good. Instead of safety mode, I think we should go with 100% power. But Sarom, you know that, right? It's a crime to disable the safety mode for non-professionals. Jarion Sarom voiced her concern. But how are we supposed to measure his limit then? I'm not sure either. This was the first time Dung Yeoman had ever encountered a case like this. Before she could think of the only remaining option, a voice boomed, I don't pay you to do this kind of thing. Hearing that voice, Dung Yeoman trembled in fear. Director, it was Jarion Sarom's uncle. As soon as he entered, he questioned them about using the lab without a report. You don't usually come in on Sundays. The uncle scowled at Yaman and said, I trust you're prepared to go to prison for this. Hearing that, Jarion Sarom quickly defended her. I was the one who asked her to do it. You asked her? So what? Is that your excuse to cover for her? Don't get it twisted, Jarion Sarom. This place belongs to your father, not you. You can't take responsibility for anything. Seeing this scene, Yeoman confirmed to herself that the rumors about the director were true. The girl's uncle had been cold to her since she was a child, even though Sarom did nothing wrong. And it's the weekend. Explorers use this place often. And you. The uncle's grumbling was interrupted by the main character. Hello. Is there a problem? The uncle wondered about Jarion's identity. Who is this? Is he the same rank as you? That's you, Jarion. Before Sarum could answer, Yeoman cut in. He's just a friend of Sarom's. He failed last year but wants to become an explorer, and he lost his measurement data. It's not cheap either. She just wanted to help her friend transfer. Looking at the scene inside, the uncle spoke up. All right, I'll do it. Hearing this, both women were bewildered. Director, what do you mean? As he walked, he said, safety mode isn't enough. I'll go down there and face him myself. The main character, still inside, was confused. Huh? Did something go wrong? Occasionally, though not often, battles between explorers take place when it's difficult to gauge someone's limits. Of course, in these cases, the opponent is usually several levels higher than the person being tested. The uncle walked in, rolling up his sleeves and saying, Hey, this is a bit sudden, but I'll skip the introductions. I don't have much time. The main character was completely bewildered as the stranger entered. Huh? Who is he? What's going on? Jarion didn't know who he was facing, but his senses reacted faster than his brain. The uncle said briefly, It looks like you understand the situation. I'll be your opponent instead of the golems. Give it your all. The main character judged that this blonde-haired man seemed even stronger than the villain, Jang Do-gun. This was the first time that no matter how he looked at it, he saw no chance of victory. The uncle spoke up. Come on. Don't worry about me. Hearing the command, Jarion charged forward without hesitation. The battle had officially begun. On one side was Han Seong-gu of the Jarion Corporation, the research director and uncle of Jarion Sarom, and on the other was the main character, Korea's number 7 ranker. A white rank explorer, Jarion, dressed in his combat gear and holding a staff, rushed towards Han Seong-gu. As he attacked, he gritted his teeth and thought, I can't find any openings, so I'll have to make one myself. Sarom's uncle was already in position, ready to fight. Jarion's strategy was simple, strike with all his might. When the opponent dodged that blow, he would aim for the opening and attack. He put all his strength into a powerful swing of his staff toward Han Seong-gu, but to his surprise, the man caught it with just one hand. Seeing this, the main character's expression changed. Immediately after, Han Seong-gu spoke, You're much clumsier than I thought. His hand held the staff gently. Without wasting a moment, he swung his leg and kicked Jarion in the stomach, causing him to gasp in pain and fly backward. As the main character clutched his stomach and struggled to his feet, Han Seong-gu continued, I don't get it. Are you doing this because it's not a real fight? Or did you actually think that would work on me? Either way, it was a foolish move. By now, Jarion had stood up, ready to continue the fight. Han Seong-gu hooked the staff with his foot. He caught it and continued, You even dropped your weapon before passing out. As he finished speaking, the staff flew towards Jarion, who managed to catch it just in time. Sarom's uncle began to prepare his attack. I've allowed you to make 2 foolish mistakes, so I think I've been merciful enough. If you do anything else foolish, I'll throw you out immediately. You'd be better off giving up on your dream of becoming an explorer. The main character shifted his feet into a ready stance to counter. I don't know why, but it seems like you have a prejudice against me. All right, don't worry. After speaking, he immediately charged. His staff pointed straight at his opponent. Han Seong-gu, on the opposite side, thought to himself, he's closing in quickly again. It's the same tactic. But it seemed that wasn't the case. The main character suddenly stopped and struck instantly, catching Sarom's uncle off guard. He saw Jarion striking from a distance, but that didn't trouble him in the slightest. He easily dodged it and thought, a long-range attack to catch me by surprise? A decent idea, but still, not good enough. Jarion's attack failed, but he wasn't discouraged, and said, I'm sure you're bored. That was just the beginning. After speaking, he launched his second move. Gripping his staff tightly, he unleashed a powerful blow towards Han Seong-gu. Witnessing the main character's attack, the man wasn't scared at all, merely commenting, not bad. Then, Han Seong-gu used his fists to continuously block the attacks with godlike speed, as if he had grown several extra arms. In the control room, Sarom and Yeoman watched in awe. Whoa, what was that? Is this a fight between 2 professional explorers? Did he really not get accepted into any academy? Sarom, beside her, could only manage a wry smile. Haha. Then she heard Yeoman continue, but to be honest, he's not perfect either. What do you mean? He has a weakness. In that regard, you're much better. Hearing Yeoman's words, Sarom thought to herself, something he's weaker at than me? He's fighting on par with Uncle. What could it be? Meanwhile, the fight continued intensely. The main character and Han Seong-gu had closed the distance. The uncle threw a punch, but Jarion dodged it. But who would have known it was just a feint? Jarion's face changed. At the same time, Yeoman clasped her neck and lamented, Oh no. He's lost the initiative. Instantly, Jarion was hit with a heavy blow, forcing him back with a cry. But it didn't stop there. The main character gritted his teeth and swung his weapon for a new attack. And yet, the other guy was completely unfazed. He even said, "At least you have control of your weapon. That's a given." Without hesitation, the uncle attacked multiple points on Jarion's body. And with a powerful punch, he delivered the finishing blow, sending Jarion's entire body flying backward. Yeoman, witnessing the whole scene, said, "The director is on a completely different level, even though I know he's still holding back." Jarion Sarom didn't say anything, her eyes glued to the match on the screen. Her uncle looked at the main character and said, "Don't think too much about this loss. You were obviously going to lose no matter what, but that was pathetic. You lack basic training." This remark came from both Uncle Han Seong-gu and Yeoman at the same time. Jarion Sarom immediately wondered. His natural talent and instincts are excellent, but his basic skills, his stance, and his knowledge of offense and defense, it's like he's never been trained at all. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed in that talent. He could be so much stronger if he just had some basic training. Hearing this, an image of the main character flashed through Jarion Sarom's mind, remembering when he'd said, "I've never been trained before." Han Song-gu buttoned his shirt, turned to leave, and said, "I've met plenty of people like you. You have a talent others would kill for, but you refuse to put in the effort." Jarion Sarom silently refuted his words. "That's not it at all." The old man continued, "I'll give you the data, but I suggest you just give up. A weakling like you could get killed relying on that talent alone." Just when it seemed the battle was over with Jarion's defeat, he unexpectedly got back on his feet, weapon in hand. He spoke up. "Seriously, I don't know why, but it feels like you're exaggerating. Do you just hate lazy people or something?" Han Song-gu glanced over, seeing that the main character was standing again. "I thought I landed that last blow to finish him," he thought to himself. Jarion took a step forward and continued speaking. "I don't care about the data. Let's go again. I'll show you what my effort looks like." Yeoman spoke to the main character through the system. "What's going on? Hey, I know you're excited, but I've already collected enough data. We don't need to fight anymore." Jarion Sarom also tried to get a message to Jarion. "Can you hear me? You did great. Your job is done. You can stop and take the results now." The main character heard them, but the old man made him ignore it. The blonde man said, "I don't know what you want, but it's useless. No matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. Don't you realize that? Do you want my approval or something? You want to hear 'good job'? You're so persistent. Is that it?" The main character growled, "No. I'm just pissed off. All you have to do is stand still and let me hit you." The reason for the main character's confident declaration, the reason he'd agreed to this, was entirely different. With no one to teach him, he had to learn everything from scratch. But thanks to his innate talent, he compensated for his lack of basic training. What's more, thanks to his real-world combat experience, Jarion could do whatever he wanted. But Jarion never thought of himself as better than others. In fact, among the adventurers he had met, he was just disappointed that they were weaker than him. The old man still looked at the main character with contempt. "I get it. It's my fault. But this guy is different. Fine. I'll just beat you until you can't be angry anymore." Innate talent or not, the main character was a monster. His eyes were now filled with a resolve to fight a fight for his own natural talent. When faced with someone he truly considered strong, Jarion's blood began to boil. Outside, Yeoman and her sister watched with concern. Yeoman wondered, is he crazy? The director is getting serious too. Jarion Sarom could also feel the difference. His stance is different from before. He's not standing casually anymore. He's in a ready position. He looked completely different from a moment ago. Filled with determination, the main character gripped his weapon and charged straight at the old man. The uncle dodged the first few strikes perfectly, but it still surprised Yeoman. What was that? The main character's attacks came out continuously, a barrage aimed at the older man. Jarion Sarom felt that compared to before, it was much simpler and more ferocious. But Yeoman cried out, "He has no openings at all. I don't know who taught him, but it's amazing." Every move the main character made was one he had learned from his beloved father. He had secretly watched his father train and adorably copied his movements. Each technique he applied was like redrawing the image of his father from years ago. Real combat was a bit harsher, but the movements remained completely unchanged. The uncle also counterattacked fiercely, his retaliatory strike dealing significant damage. Yet, in the boy's mind, the image of his father appeared, soothing everything. A warm pat on the head made failure in a real fight feel like nothing more than a mosquito bite. Every move he unleashed was linked to a memory from his childhood. Unfortunately, instead of his father's gentle pat, real combat was 100,000 times more cruel. The old man noticed his weak point was when he lowered his arm. "I can't dodge his attacks now. I'll give you what you want. I'll face it head on." The two sisters watching through the screen were dumbfounded. The old man recognized that last move. "If you hadn't used that out-of-place skill of yours, you might have won if you'd kept fighting. Was that your last shred of pride?" The main character, sprawled on the ground, still replied, "No. I just used up everything I could remember. That's all I know. For Jarion, the blow to his ego was even heavier. Even so, it wasn't too bad. The uncle, Han Song-gu, was famous among high rankers for his sharp skills. Jarion Sarom ran in worriedly, exclaiming, "Uncle!" But he stopped her. "Be quiet." The reason no one ever complained about him was because of his excellent skills. He placed a hand on the main character's face. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. I've already healed his wounds." Before leaving, he didn't forget to ask, "You said his name was Jarion, right?" "Yes, sir." The uncle seemed to realize something. "Oh, I can't believe I'd meet his son here. And this man was also the best healer in Korea." The sky slowly turned to dusk. Han Seong-gu walked outside, his jacket slung over his shoulder. As he approached, a voice called out, "Come on, man. If you're going to be late, you could at least send a text." "If I'd known, I would have gone for coffee and relaxed somewhere. Now we're both late for the meeting." The friend sitting in the car kept talking. "You know, if we're late, they're definitely going to blame me for it." Han Seong-gu brushed it off. Something unexpected came up. Who knew it would take so long? His friend, having heard a little something, probed, "I heard you were fighting some kids. More than one, I bet?" But his expression immediately changed in surprise. "Whoa, wait, is that a cut on your face? What else would it be?" His friend still couldn't believe his eyes. "Wow. It's just a little hard to believe. If he's old enough to enroll, he must be around 16. He's 17. According to Han Song-gu, it seemed the kid was trying to get into the warrior high school this winter. Hearing that, his friend pondered, "Winter. I remember there's a military draft after that, but I don't think anyone has ever passed that selection in the 3 years I've been a part of it. Well, I'm sure that kid's got potential. He doesn't even have a serial number yet." Model. He actually managed to leave a cut on Han Song-gu's face. Kids these days really are crazy. Well, this is fun. But Jarion Sarom's uncle thinks that comparing humans to spirits is a flawed comparison. But I'm sure you two are no different. Come on, of course we are. Han Song-gu's friend is Chung Kang Hyun-ho, ranked 19th in South Korea, a black rank explorer, South Korea's #1 attack captain, the captain of Nick. He put on his headphones and said, "I'm better than him in every way. In both talent and age." He's 21 years old and graduated from a warrior high school 1 year and 7 months ago. The two of them walked along, making completely idle conversation. "I've never seen this car before." "Hey, don't change the subject. I ordered it a long time ago and it was just delivered. I can't be spending money like that right now." "How much was it?" 3.5 billion. I didn't catch that. 3 billion. Over on the other side, our main character was lying on a bed. He slowly started to wake up. He could feel several differences. His wounds were completely healed, and he didn't feel any pain. Just then, a voice asked, "Oh, you're awake? What are you thinking? Did you really think you could win?" The main character replied, "Not really. I just got angry all of a sudden. He's the one who started it." Hearing that, Jarion Sarom asked in confusion, "Started what? That's impossible. Why would my uncle try to pick a fight with you?" Jarion was bewildered by his words. "Uncle? He's your uncle?" "Yeah, on my mom's side." Hearing this, the main character paused to think, all right. It seems like you two have a very good relationship. I can tell just by the way he treats you." "Hey, what are you talking about?" "Just what I said," the main character thought, realizing the man was just worried about some strange guy trying to take advantage of his niece. Well, he has every right to feel that way. But Jarion Sarom immediately dismissed the idea. "My uncle's not like that. He's a very strict person." "Yeah, right." As they were talking, Yeoman walked in. "Oh, you're awake. Are you in any pain?" Touched by the concern, the main character replied softly, "Not too well. Is that right? I'm sure those old wounds have healed by now, haven't they? Our director may not look the part, but he's the best healer in this country." Hearing the word healer immediately gave the main character pause. With such overwhelming power, that's not even his official class? The thought alone made the main character break out in a cold sweat. Yeoman continued with her announcement. "Anyway, that's a relief. We've got your results right here." Jarion Sarom looked at the results and exclaimed, "Look, this is amazing." But the main character was still confused, asking, "Is that good?" Hearing that, both Jarion Sarom and Yeomin were appalled. "Shut it, you idiot. Is he really planning to enter the academy? To start becoming an explorer, your ability stats need to be at least B rank or higher. B is for superhuman, C is for excellent, D is for average, and E is for weak. However, you also need a balance between your stats. No matter how high your agility stat is, it's useless if you lack stamina. The same goes for having high strength. You can't unleash your true potential if your other stats are low." According to Jarion Sarom, an average person might have a few stats that reach C rank or higher, but it's a different story when you have 2 or more: strength, endurance, and agility. A person with all 3 of these main stats at C rank is considered incredibly rare. We're talking 1 in 10,000 people, They can take on combat roles. If all 3 stats are at B rank, then you're looking at 1 in 5,000. That alone is enough to become one of the top explorers. But even Jarion Sarom was genuinely impressed. But he has B rank strength, and the other 2 are A rank. It's not just the balance. His base stats are terrifying. You could say that in the early years, when people started conquering dungeons, he would have been as strong as the monsters themselves. What is he even expecting? Yaman then shared some information with the main character. Let me tell you something interesting. The man you just fought, he doesn't have a single stat that's A rank or higher. Stats only show a person's innate talent. They don't represent their current skill. Even with good stats, if you don't train, an A is no different from a D, so the stats themselves aren't what's truly important. They can't measure whether the skills you use, your combat sense, or your experience are a good fit for you. And it might sound a bit harsh, but I've witnessed many explorers who tried their hardest to close the gap from where they started. Hearing this, Jarion Sarom suddenly blushed. But the main character just replied nonchalantly, "Thanks for the story. I'm not disappointed or anything, I just don't understand a few things. But there's someone I know, and compared to them, I still have a long way to go." Yaman's eyes widened. "Really? That's surprising. That person must be very famous." "Yeah, probably." Jarion Sarom spoke up. "Anyway, we're done for today. You did a great job. We'll meet again next week." Before Jarion Sarom could finish, Yaman interrupted her. "Huh? You're leaving too? Since you're already here, why not visit the production department?" Jarion Sarom looked embarrassed. "Oh, I don't know anyone in the production department besides you. My uncle would never allow me to do that." But Yaman replied, "What are you talking about? The director already approved it." "Huh? He said that before he left?" According to Yaman, her uncle had said, "When he wakes up, take him on a tour of the equipment production department. Tell them he's my guest, and have them make a suitable weapon for him. Don't worry about the cost." Here's a brief introduction to ability stats. These are numbers that represent your innate growth potential and training efficiency. Even if people train at the same level, their growth rates and the power gap between them will be different. Without effort and growth, ability stats are useless. And even though there are limits to one's power, it takes a great deal of time and effort to reach that point. Innate ability stats cannot be changed. However, there have been cases where they were altered through immense effort or the use of precious elixirs. Ability stat requirements for Explorer certification. If you have a single ability stat at E rank, excluding magic from the 6 skills, you will not receive Explorer certification. 1. If all 5 stats, excluding magic, are above C rank. 2. If you have 2 or more ability stats, excluding magic, above B rank. If the magic stat is above C rank, an exception can be made if the other ability stats do not meet the requirements. Individuals with extensive experience, knowledge, or special talents, they can receive approval and certification from the association. Equipping high-quality weapons and armor is the dream of every explorer. Even for an extremely talented explorer, if their weapon is of low quality, it won't be able to withstand its owner's power during use. So, as adventurers' skills increase, they require higher quality weapons to use their abilities as they wish, Jarion said, scratching his head. "Yeah, I think I get it," he thought to himself. "I should be grateful that it's free. But do I really need more weapons right now?" Jarion Sarom immediately turned around and said, "What are you talking about? Of course you do. Warrior High is still a school, you know. Anyway, we get supplied with equipment from the high school, don't we?" Jarion Sarom and Yaman were completely stunned. Jarion Sarom sighed. He's planning on going to Warrior High School. It's all my fault." Then she turned to our main character and said, "If you were talking about a normal adventurer organization, you'd be right. To provide students with a level playing field, each school has different regulations about the equipment that can be used. So, Warrior High doesn't provide equipment? They have the most money." Yaman chimed in. "It's not that they don't have enough money, it's that Warrior High is built on the ideal of fairness." The reason she could answer the main character's question so easily was because she also graduated from Warrior High. There will definitely be differences in talent and ability among individuals, and every person has a weapon that suits them perfectly. When they use it, they can maximize their abilities. That's why students are required to bring their own suitable equipment to school. So it's all about ability. This system favors those born into wealthy families. Well, if you're rich, that in itself is an ability, because you'll find better weapons. Deng Yomin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you're not entirely wrong. However, students can get good equipment even without a lot of money." This made Jarion curious, and he listened intently. Yaman continued. "The fact that you got into Warrior High means you're considered a first-rate adventurer. In other words, that also means you have the potential to become a star. Don't you think there will be people or corporations willing to invest in you? When you enter the school, a lot of companies with deep pockets will start to take an interest in you. They're interested in contracts to scout potential hunters or for a percentage of your income after graduation. They make all sorts of offers to every student in exchange for financial support. After a moment, Yeoman proudly showed off her own achievements. I received a scholarship from the Jarion Corporation. On top of that, I already have a job as a researcher guaranteed until I retire. Jarion, standing off to the side, clapped loudly, leaving Jarion Sarom speechless. Then they heard Yeoman's voice again. Haha. Anyway, that's what it means to attend Warrior High. There are plenty of opportunities to prove yourself among your classmates. However, you have to pass the test first. Understand? The entrance exam is harder than the regular admissions test. You have to prepare for it as much as possible, including buying new equipment. That's why the director is helping you prepare. I already explained everything to them in detail. You just need to go to the underground forge. With that, Yeoman also turned to say goodbye. See ya. Before leaving, she didn't forget to encourage the main character with a bright smile. Good luck. I hope you can get into the school. The scene changes to a new location, where the main character and Jarion Sarum are talking in an elevator. Couldn't that be a bad thing? What do you mean? As if you didn't know your uncle would help. The more I hear about the Warrior High entrance exam, the more it feels like people are investing in my future. Yeah, of course. That's why I plan on helping you by spending my own money. Hearing this, Jarion covered his mouth with both hands, feigning surprise and emotion. But this action just annoyed Jarion Sarom, who spoke up. I don't know why, but that expression gets on my nerves. Anyway, it's a good thing. Having someone invest in you gives you more support. No matter how much money you have, the most important thing is finding the right person to craft your equipment. The Jarion Corporation's production department is considered one of the best weapon forges in the world. At that moment, the elevator made an announcement. You have arrived at the underground forge. The main character then turned to Jarion Sarom and said, well, there can't be that much of a difference when it comes to equipment. The elevator doors slowly opened, catching Jarion's attention. Before his eyes was the Jarion Corporation research facility, the underground blacksmith's workshop. It was formerly known as the Boing Absum Dungeon. She excitedly tried to gauge the main character's reaction. What do you think? This isn't a place where you can just use money to request equipment, is it? While he was busy looking around, Jarion suddenly sensed that something was off. A huge, dark figure that had been behind them without them noticing was getting closer. Its red eyes were terrifying and full of menace. Without a word, it approached and attacked the main character while making a sound. Humph. He dares to wake me during my weekend nap. He's got some nerve. Jarion glared at it and growled, a monster? Right after, he heard Jarion Sarum's voice. No, she had stepped in to block the attack. Don't worry, he's the head of the weapon production department. The giant's voice boomed. She's not entirely wrong. Head of production. And monster. From your point of view, that's not wrong either. It turns out this guy was us, a titan who had been specially granted Korean citizenship. He sat down cross-legged, lit a cigarette, and asked, so, which one is the person Zihan Seonggu mentioned? Is it that foolish little kid or his niece, Jarion Sarom? Let me think for a bit. Did they send you the data and combat footage from upstairs? That pile of data and combat footage from humans is completely meaningless. I don't care about it. My subordinates handle that stuff. But they aren't at work today, are they? Well, yes, but that's not a problem, because Zihan Seonggu personally requested that I handle this. So, let's begin. He turned to the main character. Kid, you got your weapon with you? Yeah. Right here. All right, try to show me everything you've got, kid. Then he moved closer to Jarion with a rather terrifying grin. Jarion Sarom spoke up, slightly worried. Huh? What do you mean? Us continued. I don't know much about humans, but it's an unwritten rule of my kind that unless they prove they're worthy with their blood, sweat, and tears, I won't forge a weapon for them. He recalled the main character's quick reaction and commented, he seems a little different from the young people I've seen before. Eyes familiar with life or death battles and the sharp senses of a warrior. All right, why don't you try fighting me? Huh? Hey, wait a minute. But Jarion wasn't scared and met his challenge. He took out his weapon and activated his power. He spoke up, you should know this. I never back down from offers like this. Immediately, he charged straight for him, raising his weapon high. Jarion Sarom, watching from the side, covered his mouth in shock. The cigarette in the giant's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. But Jarion's reaction was rather strange as he said in disbelief, impossible? Theus remained seated, not moving an inch, as the protagonist's staff struck him directly in the neck. Jarion was baffled. He was sure his blow had affected the giant. It was his sharpest needle. Of course, there were many monsters he couldn't defeat in a single blow. However, what Jarion felt was an incredibly difficult wall to overcome. His mind was racing. Forget about his strength. It felt like I had just struck an unbeatable monster. What exactly is this creature I'm facing? Saram watched from the side, worried. That fool. He really went and did it this time. But there was another reason Saram was concerned. All monsters are assigned a danger level indicated by stars. The flying mantis has a danger level of only 1 star. If a monster is designated as 1 star, it means the creature is capable of killing a human, a 1-star threat. Most monsters of that level can be defeated by an adult male armed with a cluster raptor or Zerark weapon. A 2-star danger level? They can be defeated by trained soldiers equipped with firearms. The giant ape is a 3-star threat. At a 3-star danger level, they can only be defeated by the military using armored weapons. A 4-star danger level? Rupture fiends are rated 4 stars due to their incredible durability. All infantry units are ordered to focus on evacuating civilians and preventing further casualties. After the evacuation, they are defeated by long-range artillery and bombing. However, the limit that even the military struggles to handle is a 5-star threat. Even if they manage to defeat one, it requires a massive amount of explosives and results in irreparable losses. A 5-star monster is something that an entire nation's army would fear. And to minimize losses, individuals with specialized abilities for handling monsters are dispatched. They join forces to attack them, using their skills. Those hunters are now the very measure of a nation's strength. Hey, didn't you hear my question? The adult giant insect, a 7-star threat? It repeatedly asked the protagonist, "Where did you get that weapon?" Saram was extremely worried, but the protagonist calmly answered the question. "It hurts more than you imagined, doesn't it? Why are you so fixated on my weapon?" Theus pointed a finger, his expression serious. "I suggest you think very carefully about your answer. Since I created that weapon myself, I want to ask you one last time. Why is that weapon in your hands and not in the hands of its former owner?" Saram, watching from the side, thought to himself, "If that blacksmith made the weapon himself, it must be at least A+ rank. It would have been stored in the organization's database as soon as it was created, along with information about its owner and exact location. It's not the kind of weapon smugglers could acquire through ordinary means. Don't tell me he stole it from someone." The protagonist was at a loss for words, but replied, "I don't want to tell you because it's my own private business. You don't need to know." Saram yelled, "Are you an idiot?" Theus also began to get angry. "I see. Then I'll make you talk myself." Facing this 7-star beast, the only thought in Jarion's mind right now was death. Dodging that attack was impossible. In this situation, with a powerful attack that covered a wide area, how could he possibly block that blow? The needle? No, he couldn't identify any of the opponent's weak points. A direct clash would not only be useless, but he would likely die if he tried to take the hit. The only option left was the last resort his father had taught him. In this head-on confrontation, he knew about the law of absolute force. When two forces act directly upon each other, the side with the greater and stronger force will always win. However, what if the two sides don't collide head-on? With a precise calculation of the angle and point of attack, even if he couldn't win, there was a chance to turn the tables on the initial danger he faced. That was Jarion's last resort. Saram, watching from the side, also understood the protagonist's intention. He wants to stop the attack of a 7-star monster? For the protagonist, the only weakness he could exploit was to stab the needle into his eye. But before he could execute his plan, the old man grabbed his entire body. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Saram had no choice but to speak up. "Stop. I understand. I'm sure he looks very suspicious to you. However, even if that's true, you still have no right to attack another person without knowing anything about them. You know this, don't you? Unless you are facing a life-threatening danger, supernatural species cannot harm humans. If this law is broken, all penalties will be enforced. You know the consequences then, right?" However, the man replied very gently and put the protagonist down. "Don't worry, I am well aware of that. I know why this kid has the weapon I made. That's the only reason he's still alive. My apologies. You have every right to possess that weapon. I will compensate you for my mistake. It has been 30 years since I was last injured, and now, someone has finally made me feel a bit of pain in a fight." Saram still didn't understand what he was talking about. "What does he mean?" the old man asked again. "Do you know why I'm working for you?" Saram replied, "Is it because the Gayun attack team found you 30 years ago?" "Wrong. Is that the story humans know about me? Those fools couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. The one who hunted me down and defeated me was a top-tier hunter of that era. He cut off one of my arms and even had the chance to take my life. But he chose not to." Do you know who that was, kid? The battle that year. The man who struck me down. Father. Was your father. Elder Titan. They are the strongest race among the giants. With a nearly endless lifespan, they are not numerous. The number of known titans left in the world is only 10. Their pure physical abilities surpass human understanding. They are best known for their skill in forging equipment. They forge equipment with special powers that no other race can match. It is an innate ability that all Titans are born with. The only other species with this ability is the dwarves. However, unlike the Titans, the dwarves chose to coexist with humans. The Titans not only refuse to live with humans, but they also view us humans as inferior creatures. 30 years ago, during the Gebus Assault Squad's campaign to conquer Theus, the scene opens on a giant clad in armor. This was Colossus B, a 4-star danger-rated combat puppet. Oh, Sunga, a member of Team 9 from the Gebus Assault Squad, spoke up. Contact headquarters. Still no good? The man beside her replied, yeah, all the magical communication lines have stopped working. There must be some kind of interference blocking our signal. His name was Kim Young Mo, from Team 9 of the Gebus Assault Squad, serving as their support. At that same moment, another person rushed forward, shouting, it's coming. That was Park Dongman, the captain and tank of Team 9. Prepare for battle. As soon as he spoke, the battle began. The giant attacked, slamming a blow down that forced Park Dongman to block with his shield, his whole body trembling from the impact. Slash. Oh, Sunga, sword in hand, leaped up right behind the giant puppet. Her eyes flashed, and without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a decisive strike. Who would have thought that at that exact moment, the giant would turn its head? The color drained from Osunga's face. Her sword had only managed to scratch its mask, and its eyes remained fixed on her. And then, without warning, it retaliated, sending Osunga flying backward, slamming hard into a wall. Kim Young Mo witnessed his comrade get injured, and panic seized his heart. This is impossible. Everything was going against their plan. The Gebus Assault Squad was considered one of the best dungeon-clearing teams, but in the seething abyss, the dungeon of the Titans, they had utterly failed. We had to deal with 7 of them. Even when we managed to beat one, another one just kept appearing. What if the main team is in the same situation as us? The thought made Young Mo tremble even more as he spoke. We have to get out of here, Park Dongman said. What? You should know. He paused for a moment, then turned his head and continued. It's going to be difficult for all of us to make it out alive. As he spoke, the giant attacked again, but he immediately detected it. His eyes flashed with light as he raised his shield to block the sword, activating his fortitude skill and using all his remaining energy to boost his defense. Once the skill's duration ended, he would be completely drained of his strength. The shield skill. Mo, standing behind him, called out worriedly, Captain, if you use that fortitude skill, you'll be exhausted. I told you, not all of us are getting out. I can't beat him with what little strength I have left, but I can buy you some time to escape. He smiled. The 2 of us can't die here for nothing. If you get out, maybe I'll still have a chance. Suddenly, a new presence made Park Dongman pause. They both turned their heads as they heard a voice. What's this? The Theus of 30 years ago still has some rats that haven't been exterminated? Ah, they must instinctively know they can't survive. Sensing a new threat, both men trembled in fear. That was Park Dongman's voice shouting, run. He himself charged forward bravely with his shield, thinking that if he ran straight at the enemy, he might be able to stall for a little more time. The giant Theus swung its sword in a single motion. Flames followed wherever the blade went. Of course, Park Dongman couldn't avoid it, and his entire body was incinerated. The giant spoke with contempt. Pathetic, weakling. You call that trash you're holding equipment? What good is it if the user is worthless? You bring such inferior equipment to the battlefield? You weak humans are ruling this world? It seems this world is surely doomed. Then he noticed Kim Young Mo, who was trembling so hard he could barely stand, but still aimed his spear at him. The giant spoke again with disdain. You seem quite resilient, don't you? Seeing you like this, I have to say I'm impressed. But it's all meaningless. At that moment, not just one, but another giant appeared beside him. Young Mo was so terrified that tears streamed down his face, thinking to himself that he had no other choice. How could he possibly deal with a monster that even his captain couldn't defeat? Just then, another voice rang out. This is why I told you this place wasn't safe. The newcomer was panting as he spoke. If we had gathered better intel, we could have formed larger teams, which would have increased our chances of survival. Clearing dangerous dungeons is a lot harder than you think. Young Mo looked over in complete surprise, questioning, Who are you? We received your distress signal, so the association sent a rescue team. I'm one of the members of that team. This man, with a long scar on his face, was Seon, the father of Jarion, 32 years old at the time. He continued. Luckily, I got here right away. Otherwise, you would have ended up like your other team members. Don't tell me you came here alone, huh? I'm probably the only one who could make it here right now. As Seon spoke, he detected movement. A massive titan swung its blade down at the 2 of them. Looks like these titans are tough. I've encountered a few before. I'm not sure how many more are in this dungeon. At that time, Seon was still an unknown adventurer, not widely recognized. Although the achievements of the first-generation adventurers were spoken of, and he was mentioned among them, He focused on rescuing other adventurers, instead of pursuing wealth and fame. These deeds were rarely mentioned. As a result, he received little media attention. However, today's event was the beginning of everything. A battle between a small human and a giant titan. Seon swung his axe in a powerful upward slash. This must be one of your puppets, right? His voice caught Theus's attention. You look different from the others. A worthy opponent, indeed. The world was beginning to know who Seon was. Kim Young-mo looked at the scene before him, his face a mask of absolute shock. No way. Even our entire team couldn't beat that monster. And he did it in a single blow. Seon called out, "Hey, mage, you got any mana left?" "Not much, but I can definitely still give you a buff." But Seon replied, "I don't need a buff. Can you use the float spell? Use it to lift those two up. They're still breathing." Theus roared furiously. "Lift them up? What makes you so sure you'll be alive to do that?" Seon stated firmly. "Of course, I won't let you lay a finger on those kids." Hearing this, Theus officially exploded with rage, charging straight at Seon's position. The clash was more intense than ever, with incredibly powerful blows exchanged, and flashes of light erupting continuously and relentlessly. 10 years after the convergence, most adventurers had hit a plateau. This synergy allowed their potential to reach superhuman levels. Equipment manufacturing technology also developed rapidly to keep up with those heaven-defying stats. But unlike the rapid increase in their stats and equipment, their exploration skills were still lacking. The solution at the time was to improve the quality of humanity itself. And so, a new martial art that defied all logic was created. At that time, only a few people saw its necessity and began to research and develop it. Seon was one of those people. Kim Young-mo exclaimed in surprise. He won. Even Theus had to admit, "You truly are different from the rest of them. You know how to make the most of what you have. If the weapon you were holding had even half your durability, things would have been different." However, back then, Seon wasn't famous yet. This wasn't the first time, so he couldn't afford the best equipment. In a fierce battle like this, your attitude, skills, and the way you redirect attacks are the best I've ever seen among humans. But that axe of yours is just too terrible. No matter how well you redirect, that axe is bound to break. He even declared, "It's over." But then, Seon did something he never expected. He didn't redirect. He directly blocked Theus's attack. This was the origin of the skill Jarion would later learn. It's the origin of explosion, a technique that uses the power of an opponent's attack to counter, but it also demands a great deal of physical strength, experience, and technique from the user. This is truly a martial art worthy of a hero. Theus recounted these events to our protagonist in a nostalgic tone. "I'm sure this story is quite famous among humans. A hero defeats a monster. At that moment, facing the strike of the hero you call father, the monster inside me died. In that instant, my life was in your father's hands, but he chose not to kill me." The dungeon raid that the G-Buck squad was about to lose was completed by a single member of the rescue team. A rather boring ending, I know, but the most important part of the story comes after. The old titan who would rather die than bow to lesser beings changed his mind and accepted exile by humans. Hearing this, Jarion and Sarum had to pause and think. Ah, that was a huge deal, so I still remember it. The whole world was shocked. In the end, he was granted citizenship. Since he hadn't killed anyone, it was fairly easy. Although he injured many people, he paid for his crimes by accepting his punishment. He had to work here, in the equipment department. But the dungeon was cleared by just one person? That's completely different from what I learned. Theus told our protagonist. "I created that staff to honor him. Even though your father never asked for it, I felt he deserved such a weapon." Our protagonist was still astonished by the weapon's power. "I've never heard this before. I thought it didn't have any special abilities. Even the debt collectors left it behind." Theus scratched his head. "Well, you're not wrong. It can only be used to hit people." Both our protagonist and Jarion Sarum were curious. Theus continued. "It's simple, as you know, right? Your father probably wouldn't even bother using it as a weapon, huh? I was originally planning to forge an axe for him. If only your father had come to pick it up. Just give me the materials for the axe head, and it would have been complete. But I lost contact with him. Since I can't leave this place, I decided to send him what I'd finished. Although I don't know the specific reason, it seems I won't be able to finish it for your father. But that's all right. Give it to me. I'll finish it for you instead. Not for your father, but for you." Jarion Sarum looked at our protagonist and asked curiously, "How do you feel?" Jarion scratched his head and replied, It's fine. It seems like at the end, he assured me everything is progressing well." Theus had told our protagonist, "I don't know how long it will take to finish, but I will try to do it as quickly as possible. Just be patient and wait for me. You know that masterpieces are made with time and effort." As they walked, Jarion Sarum asked, "This Wednesday is a holiday. Are you busy then?" I was wondering, because if you're free, we could study together to prepare for the written exam. We might even have to study for the practical exam too. Although our protagonist was a bit shy, he still agreed. Yeah, that sounds good. Jarion also didn't forget to praise the protagonist's father. Oh, by the way, your father must be an amazing person. I never would have imagined that he was the one who cleared that dungeon. After he retired, is he recuperating in a hospital? At this question, Jarion froze for a moment, then brushed it off. I'm heading home first. Don't worry about me. I just need some time to think by myself. All right. With that, the two said their goodbyes on the road. The car drove off. Sitting in the car, Jarion read information about the incident from that year. Situation summary. On May 23, 2020, the G-Buck raid team cleared the Valley of 1,000 Degrees dungeon. Despite some minor issues with the investigation, with proper preparation, 5 individuals excellently completed the assigned mission to capture the dungeon's master, Theus. She nodded as she read. Yep. Just like what I read before. But if what Theus said is true, does that mean the 5 explorers from the G-Buck raid team, who are considered legends by today's standards, stole another explorer's achievement? Even though I can't believe it, there's no reason for Theus to lie. If you look closely at Jarion's skills, it wouldn't be strange to say he's extremely strong. There have been many cases like this before. After all, no one really knows what happens inside a dungeon. A famous case, huh? This really makes Jarion suspicious of the dark side of the explorer world. Dragonslayer Seon. Although he was highly skilled and recognized as one of South Korea's best explorers, there was evidence that all of his achievements were the result of manipulation and blackmail. Jarion seemed to have a shocking realization. Her eyes widened. It seems this incident reached its peak when Seon himself revealed the details after being injured. Wait a minute, she continued reading the news article. Seon was once considered the hero who resolved the Dragon Slayer incident. Although many believed that Seon had personally defeated Theus, this was later corrected as false by the G-Buck raid team. His sentence was reduced after a large number of opposing opinions were passed. Reading this line made Jarion even more suspicious. How is that possible? Then isn't he Jarion's father? Just then, she received a new message. The scores for your practical exam are now available. Please check and confirm. The scene shifts to the Warrior Academy's dungeon raid department. A voice rings out. Thank you for your hard work. Because of me, you haven't had any time to rest all week. Pardon me, Mr. Kang. This woman is Chusha, the homeroom teacher for Class 1-2 of the Warrior Academy, and a magic instructor. Mr. Kang was modest. Don't worry about it. This is your first year as a homeroom teacher. And besides, looking after the first years is pretty important to me too. The teacher tilted her head and sighed. Honestly, this is far beyond what I imagined. And it's not just the work of being a teacher. I have to be honest, the skill level these kids are showing just can't compare to when I was a student here. Are you expecting anything? The fact is, first place in the practical exam will go to that kid. Mr. Kang wasn't particularly interested in speculating. I don't think I'm the type who can easily predict the outcome. Jarion eyes widened in surprise as he read a message. Really? Right now, among the first years at the Warrior Academy, there are 3 students who are considered geniuses. Coincidentally, all 3 of them are of mixed heritage. First is Dia Choy. He inherited his swordsmanship talent from his father and is currently a silver-ranked adventurer. Along with that, he has magical power from his elf mother. He's a perfect magic swordsman. The second person is Anissa Asker Serum. Even though she's of mixed blood, she has an abundant amount of mana and a resistance to it that's even greater than other pure-blooded elves. She's expected to easily reach the level of an archmage. The third is the son of a human and a dwarf. The strength and stamina of a dwarf combined with the agility and reflexes of a human. He possesses a body with only the best traits of both races. This student's name is Cheon Kang. He has one of the best physiques not just in the Warrior Academy, but in the world, and he ranked first in the second midterm exam, the teacher said, holding a hot cup of coffee. It's not that I doubt the kid's talent, he has just as much potential as the other 2, but doesn't getting first place in the practical exam usually lead to cliques and factions forming? The teacher was also surprised. Even if the test was easier, the fact that he was able to get first place as a solo adventurer is, well, it's a bit hard to believe. Mr. Kang said calmly, I'm sure that taking the test alone earned him extra points. His physique isn't the only thing he has going for him. The teacher was still very worried. To be honest, that's exactly why I'm concerned. I hope he can do more. He has the talent and potential to be a great leader, but from what she'd observed, Cheon Kang seemed to have absolutely no interest in getting to know the other students. It's not just the kids in the dungeon raiding division. Students in other departments are also scared of getting close to him. You know that. In the future. No, as soon as they become second years, they won't be able to work alone for the most part. It would be great if he could find a friend who understands him. But, I'm not sure who could possibly become his friend. Mister, Kang reassured her, I don't think that's something you need to worry about. Huh? There's still plenty of time for things to happen when we're not looking. I understand you're a dedicated teacher, so you naturally worry about your students, but if you just trust him a little more, I think he'll do just fine on his own. The scene shifts to 4 days later. Wednesday, 11:30. Two students were laughing sarcastically. Did that witch really say that? Absorbed in gossiping, one of the guys wasn't paying attention and splashed his drink all over someone. What the hell? Before he could finish his curse, he realized the person in front of him was Cheon Kang. His incredibly muscular physique terrified the student. Even though it was Cheon Kang who said, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't see you. The student couldn't stop trembling. No, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Spare me. Cheon Kang watched him go, completely bewildered. He felt genuinely sad. Why am I so unlucky? The poor kid dazedly thought of his mother. He remembered a meal from his childhood. Is gukbap really that good, Mom? Of course it is. But Mommy doesn't know how to cook it, so I can't let you try it. Seo Yubin was famous for her achievements in Northern Europe. As a renowned Korean adventurer, she told her son many stories based on memories from her homeland. And as a result, Cheon Kang, as one would expect, grew up admiring Korean culture and its people. Thanks to those circumstances and his own innate talent, Cheon Kang was able to enroll in the academy after passing a special transfer exam. The only problem was, the kid was extremely introverted. He had low self-esteem and was always lost in a mess of his own thoughts. Even though I want to talk to them, I'm not confident in my Korean skills. What if they make fun of my pronunciation? The truth about introverts, even if they know how to communicate in a foreign language, speaking with a native is no easy task. I hate my personality so much. Just hearing him sigh was enough to scare the students nearby. Sorry for being loud. You were talking too loud. That idiot. What did I even do? And just like that, after the first semester passed, Cheon Kang unwittingly became a lone wolf. He walked down the street and looked into a shop with curiosity. Are there no seats left? How are all the rooms full this early in the morning? The reason he came to this place was because his mother once told him, I used to go to karaoke and PC bangs with my friends. We'd play games and order a ton of food. He went into the shop, but his cultural confusion kept bubbling up. How did you do it, Mom? A noisy voice rang out from inside. So when are you getting here? You ask someone to hang out and then you show up late? Cheon Kang curiously tried to press the member login button, but the login failed. He felt like the people behind him were getting annoyed. Yeah, I should hurry up. I'm holding up the line, right? I guess I'll just leave. There's no point being here alone anyway. Someone standing nearby explained it to Cheon Kang. You haven't registered for a membership card here. You have to charge your account at this kiosk. If you want to register, you need to go over there. Do you speak Korean? A friendly-looking young man offered to help. Follow me. I'll show you how to sign up. Jarion patiently guided Cheon Kang through the registration. You don't have to fill everything out, just the boxes with an asterisk next to them. After that, just hit the complete registration button and you're good. Once you're registered, you can add money at the machine up front, pick a seat, log in, and you're all set to play. Thank you. No problem. Jarion found Cheon Kang a bit strange. Is he a tourist? He speaks Korean, but he acts like he's never been to a PC bang before. But right now, he was more curious about Sarom's whereabouts. Where could she be? I'll be there at 2:30. I'm really sorry. I'm so ticked off right now. If he had known, the main character would have come later, or he would have gone to the black market first. Remember that one item he obtained when he got the royal jelly? What is this? It was in the suitcase with the royal jelly. I don't know what it is either. According to Jarion's observation, it's very smooth. Although I don't think this is edible, I'll probably take it to get appraised when I have time. For now, I should probably avoid selling anything related to the Bee Empire. But I should sell this if I can get some cash for it. Anyone remember NQ's blood? One of the 3 great disasters of the Iga Forest, the tyrant NQ, from 2 decades ago. Countless armies were sent to eliminate it, but not a single team managed to defeat it. The best they could do was collect a pair of dragon scales and a very small amount of its blood. So, after the government issued a ban on hunting NQ, items related to that monster became unimaginably valuable. The main character sat, lost in thought. I was planning to meet her for lunch and then go to the black market tonight, but now everything's a mess. The other guy scratched his head in confusion. There are no other seats. Truly, introverted people often worry about things that aren't their problem. Seeing this, the main character told his friend, It's the weekend afternoon. Just sit down and make yourself comfortable. I don't have any other friends coming. The friend logged into the system, but felt like there weren't any special games he could play here. The specs on my computer at home are better than this anyway. The main character seemed to notice something and asked, Are you playing League? Oh, yeah. Looks like you're the same rank as me. You can say no if you don't want to, but the friends I usually play with aren't here. If you're playing ranked, want to play with me? Some small, abandoned areas in Seoul are considered scars. During the chaotic war with the monsters, there were large areas where you could only say the entire city had been destroyed. While most of the city was restored over time, the remaining parts near the dungeons were isolated. The abandoned area between the walls surrounding both the dungeon and the city served a purpose. In case monsters tried to get past those walls, they could be considered a second line of defense. However, in the last 20 years, there haven't been many cases of monsters trying to break through those protective walls. A guard's voice rang out. Gate S11 requests permission to pass. It's been approved, everyone can enter. Because behind that wall, they would meet fierce resistance from humans. The MGX 877 vehicle is a special transport for medium-sized monsters. The driver sighed in frustration, constantly complaining. I always regret it whenever I'm here doing this job. All my friends are making a mountain of cash hunting hundreds of monsters, while I'm stuck here driving and doing this boring work. His colleague next to him heard this and exclaimed, "This again? If you hate this job so much, you can just quit and go out to the battlefield." These two drivers were Dia Choy, a special operator for the Adventurers Guild, and a gold rank adventurer. She retired after suffering an eye injury. The other person was Sun Chang-gu, also a special operator for the Adventurers Guild. He was an experienced bronze rank adventurer. Sun Chang-gu asked, "So what are you doing here? You barely qualified for the license, and you don't even have the skills to get into a decent party. Isn't that exactly why you're worried about not making enough money? Just because you're here doesn't mean you have to hit me with harsh truths like that. I was just complaining." "That's because you keep complaining right in my ear." As they were driving, they suddenly felt something wrong with the vehicle. "Don't tell me the monster in the back got out. No way. Tell headquarters we're stopping to check the vehicle." DNA got out of the vehicle to check, while Sun Changgu picked up the phone. "Yes. She ordered me to stop the vehicle for an inspection." Yes. He was extremely worried. What if it's for real? But forget it, she'll be fine. If she hadn't been injured, she would have easily become a hunter. "That was rough," the girl said quietly, as she got into the vehicle, her face covered in blood. It was nothing. Though her reflexes are pretty good for a government employee, she really does work for the government. I'm sure there's some reason she can't go out on the battlefield." "So, this is the list of your friends in the back, huh? Hey, what are you still doing here? Get going, if you don't want to die." The game finally ended. "Victory. That was awesome," the main character said to his friend. "Perfect timing for lunch, too. Delicious, right? They cook really well here. I didn't know you were the same age as me. I don't mean you look old. It's just that you're very tall and big. What school do you go to?" Just as Cheong Kang was about to answer, a loud crash echoed. Everyone was bewildered. What the hell was that? An earthquake? Did something just explode? The main character looked around, as if trying to find the cause of this tremor. Outside, the sound of murmuring grew louder and louder. "Are you crazy? Are you serious?" The driver must have been drunk. Who knows how he was driving? Two young men were filming and discussing it with each other. "Hey, we should call the authorities first. There are a lot of people here. Someone probably already called." "Yes? Unfortunately, I was hoping to do this in Gangnam, huh? You want me to go back?" "I haven't even seen anything yet," the girl said into her phone, her voice tense. "The adventurers will arrive to cordon off the scene when the alarm sounds. But I'm confident I won't get caught." "Okay, fine. Oh, and don't worry, I've already woken them up." Sure enough, right after that, everyone froze in front of a horned monster. The number of horns increases based on their growth. The danger level is assessed by the number of horns. The girl's voice boomed with a sinister tone. "Hey, anyone want to bet on 50 lives? Let me in on the action. I bet they'll kill at least 100 before the defense team arrives." As soon as they heard that, people scattered in chaos. They tried to escape from the beast. No. The rampaging beast charged, knocking people down wherever it went. Everything seemed to be in the grasp of this horned monster. But then, everyone's jaws dropped once again as a figure stepped forward to fight the one-horned beast. That person was none other than our main character. He didn't even forget to remind the people around him. "Run, now." Jarion also thought to himself, "I think I've seen these people a few times before. A horned monster. Even with just one horn, this is way too strong." The main character's eyes were filled with determination as he faced the beast. Against its attack, the main character launched a powerful kick, knocking it flat on its face. However, that wasn't the end. It furiously charged at the main character again, even more crazed. "You've got to be kidding me." But our hero was no ordinary person. The power of each kick grew more intense, forcing even the one-horned beast to back away to take the blows. The average lifespan of a horned monster is about 5 to 6 years. Most of them die before reaching adulthood and growing more horns. But in about 8% of individuals, a second horn will grow, increasing their reproductive recovery, lengthening their lifespan, and their strength will surpass the normal threshold for their species. However, the main character felt that although they were fast and strong, they weren't impossible for him to handle alone. If I had to fight, I could easily take them out. The difficult part is their durability. Compared to that old man, the toughest tank I've ever seen, these things are 3 or 4 times tougher. Aside from his weapon, all of the main character's equipment slots were empty: helmet, armor, accessories, even his shoes. The only gear he had was just his regular, everyday clothes. The battle became more and more intense. The beasts attacked relentlessly, and the main character needed to be more careful with every move. A dangerous 2-horned monster appeared. The main character noticed a warning sign. Danger. Do not enter. However, he stepped right on it, as if to show his determination to fight the beasts to the very end. Jarion also brought out his own weapon, gripping the staff in his hand. He was about to charge and confront the beast head-on, but the 2-horned creature leaped right over the main character's head. That made him exclaim, "What?" in complete surprise. It was jumping towards the children. His 2 friends, worried for their buddy, yelled out, "What are you still standing here for?" In front of them, the beast was getting incredibly close. When they're ranked based on their danger level, the 2- and 3-star ones are already considered very dangerous. If they were ranked by their destructive power, they would all be monsters with strength beyond human comprehension. A normal person would stand no chance of escaping them. But even for an experienced adventurer used to dealing with them, there's a limit to what they can do without any equipment or magical support. There is only one exception: their raw combat power. These are the people who have trained their unique physical abilities to the absolute peak. These are the best of the Yuang. Over on the other side, Chan Kang had sent a beast, flying with all his strength. But it was also difficult to damage this 3-star horned monster without any support gear. The battle between the adventurers and the beasts showed no signs of ending. Our main character was frantically attacking the beast. "That bastard is starting to piss me off. Where the hell are you looking, you bastard?" A single thrust from the main character's staff made the beast collapse on the spot. Chan Chang was a little surprised to see how the main character took down the beast. The main character was, too. The 2 of them looked at each other in confusion. Due to the urgent situation, with monsters rampaging and fires spreading, they both had to think fast. Jarion thought to himself, "They've destroyed so much, and they only just escaped a few minutes ago." Cheon Kang, and he intended to rest for a few minutes before continuing to rescue people, but a phone call forced him to change his plans. "People are in danger. We need to be faster." Right. Chan Kang knew how to use the taunt skill, a basic skill for all Yuang. They shout with a deafening roar, attracting the attention of all the surrounding monsters. As someone who dreams of becoming an adventurer, Chan Kang made his decision. He would draw the monsters' attention to himself until the rescue team arrived. He instructed the main character, "You need to get inside the towers now." But how could he ask someone he had just met to face this danger with him? All they did was play video games together for a few hours. The main character spoke up, "Go ahead and shout. You're in Wong, right? When you shout, you can draw the beast's attention with that roar." But Cheon Kang hesitated, worried because doing so would put the main character in danger. However, Jarion understood perfectly. "You were going to do it alone anyway. Don't act like you weren't. Just do it your way. I can take care of myself. You're pretty good in the game, especially at protecting others." At the same time, the main character didn't intend to shoulder this entire disaster, but he had no choice but to do his best. "It's not so bad. If I'm going to become someone like my father, I have to do the best I can." With that thought, he said to Cheon Kang, "We don't have time for small talk. Let's go." The scene was one of utter ruin. People were panicking, looking for a place to hide. A little boy was hiding under a table. Right next to him, a horned monster was lingering. At that moment, Cheon Kang began to let out a sky-shattering roar. The beast got closer and closer to the boy. Its eyes were bulging. Cheon Kang's scream grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the entire city. The monster's eyes stared at the boy as if it wanted to eat him alive. But then, it was drawn away by that strange sound. Even the bloodied woman was bewildered by the echoing scream. Humph. What was that? Cheon Kang was still giving it his all, pushing his voice to its peak to lure the beasts. More and more of them began to gather, their eyes fixed on him, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Cheon Kang was also completely focused, gathering his strength for the fight. He predicted which direction the beast would attack from and immediately dodged. A punch from a beast to his arm didn't even make him flinch. After dealing with this one, he immediately turned to face the other horned monsters. While they were focused on their opponent, Cheon Kang, the main character, slowly approached, his weapon in hand. Jarion leaped forward, landing skillfully. He also didn't forget to assess the situation. Two horned ones. What's going on? Are they piling the corpses into this truck? Finally, the main character understood why there weren't many bodies on the street. His appearance had been noticed by them. It attacked immediately, not giving the main character a chance to react. Jarion and Cheon Kang had discussed this battle thoroughly. According to Cheon Kang's analysis, Both of us are close-range fighters, and what's more, we don't have any gear. At this point, instead of helping each other, we might just drag each other down. So, we have to use every advantage we can get. I'll take on all the weaker ones since I'm the tank. Following that plan, Chon Kang's main job was to lure them, while the main character went on a rampage, fighting the beasts head-on. You're the main damage dealer, so you take care of the strong ones. According to that calculation, the main character targeted the strong ones, continuously unleashing attacks that left them stunned and weakened. Seeing the current situation, the main character couldn't help but make an assessment. This is much weaker than the golden needle technique. If I could use my old skills, they'd have been done for a long time ago. Compared to a proper weapon, what the main character was holding now was just cheap metal, a traffic signpost made from an iron-aluminum alloy. In this battle against a huge swarm of beasts, the main character utilized a great deal of his combat experience. It's not exactly the same, but Jarion was starting to understand. When I fought Sarom's uncle, he fought me bare-handed. Except for a few explosions, his attacks weren't fast, nor were they strong, but like a persistent rain, they gradually slowed the main character down. Applying that same principle, he attacked relentlessly, targeting the beast's every weak point. Even a single small mistake now could cost Jarion his life. The weapon in his hand wasn't state-of-the-art, but every strike he made sent the horned beast reeling. But just like before, Jarion saw this as an opportunity, a chance to slowly grow stronger. Each of his blows was slow but steady. Drawing on his combat experience from previous fights, the beast couldn't give him much trouble. After his father, this was the first time he'd met someone so strong. There was no telling how much more he would develop in the future. Fourth skill, Hapunren. This technique was so powerful that any beast hit by it was sent tumbling. Another horned beast snarled and closed in, crushing Jarion's leg, and his expression instantly changed. His body was nearly crushed flat against the ground, and blood slowly trickled from his mouth. As he got back up, the main character muttered, 2 against 1. Not exactly fair, but I guess I don't have a choice. It's not like I'm dueling a person, right? Just as the main character was being overwhelmed by the assault, he immediately received help from his teammate, Chon Kang. Seeing this, the main character could only exclaim, "Heh, I guess luck is a skill too, huh?" A voice filled with praise rang out. Incredible! Just 2 people with no equipment managed to take down over 10 horned beasts. I can't believe I managed to record such an amazing video. I guess being determined to die has its own rewards. The person holding the phone was Cho Dong-yun, a 23-year-old university student and the president of the Dungeon Research Club. The guy sitting next to him heard Dong-yun's words and couldn't help but butt in. What do you mean, determined to die? Weren't you just so scared, your legs froze up and you couldn't run? Kim Jong-hyun wondered. But who are those 2 anyway? They look younger than me, but just by looking at the number of stars and horns on those beasts, you can tell they're at least gold rank in power. They must be students from a warrior high school. If not, then they're elite warriors that nobody knows about yet. Dong-yun dismissed. Either way, it doesn't matter. Can you make a simple title for this on the tablet in my bag? Hearing this, Kim Jong-hyun was a bit surprised. Are you going to post it right now? If we wait until the news reports on it, it'll be too late. If we post it now, we'll get at least 1 million views. 100 million, you mean. Meanwhile, at the fight, Cheon Kang was deep in thought. I thought I'd just buy time until the rescue team arrived. But can the 2 of us really take down this whole horde? The main character, who had been sitting, suddenly spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. You're looking pretty cool right now, so this might be awkward for me to say, but can you give me a hand up? Hearing this, Cheon Kang quickly grabbed the main character's hand and asked, "Are you okay?" Well, not really. I think I've got a few fractured bones here and there, but other than that, everything's pretty much perfect. Cheon Kang seemed happy. That was seriously amazing. I can't believe I took down 2 of them by myself. The main character immediately shot back. What? I killed 9 of them, and you totally stole one of my kills, you know. No, I meant the 2-star one. Chon Kang then asked, "But Jarion, where are you going?" Rumors and reality really are different. In Korea, besides my school, the standard is just so-so, not very high. Realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly added, Sorry, I didn't mean anything about your school. That's just what I've heard." Hearing this, the main character thought, this Cheon Kang guy goes to a warrior middle school. Actually, considering the strength level there, this makes sense. Jarion then asked, "What level are you?" Faced with this question, Cheon Kang didn't know what to say. At your school, how many people your age are stronger than you? This question also left him flustered, and he answered hesitantly, I don't know. I'm not very close with anyone at my school. I've taken a few tests, but I don't think they're related to actual strength, so I didn't pay much attention. On average, I guess I'm around there. After hearing this, Jarion walked on, puzzled. The standard is a bit high, But wasn't it already abolished before I transferred? Anyway, why is it just standing there? This strange beast left the two of them a bit confused. According to Jarion's prediction, from the very beginning, it seemed to be the only one that wasn't provoked by Cheon Kang. How is that possible? Maybe it's different from the others. If it's special, there must be more than one. Jarion secretly guessed that there was probably something inside the truck. Cheon Kang followed his gaze and came up with a plan. Shouldn't we just maintain the current situation for now? After all, it only has one horn. We can easily subdue it before it has a chance to do anything. Before they could act on their plan, a loud noise rang out. A beast peeked its head out, its face all wrinkled. This left the two of them completely bewildered as they watched. It was as if it was being held captive and dragged back down into the truck's container. Jarion wondered, did it get eaten? Horned beasts live in a herd society. The ones with two horns are considered chieftains or pack leaders. About 10 of them form a herd. When multiple herds combine, their strength and reproductive capabilities double, but there's a limit to how large a herd can expand. In the dungeon ecosystem, horned beasts are creatures near the bottom of the food chain. High-level predators always maintain a certain population of horned beasts, but sometimes, cases that go against nature appear mutated. 3-horned beast emerges. This isn't just a common tribe, it's a king that leads hundreds, even thousands of others. That thing is a dangerous rank-horned beast with an estimated 5-star threat level. The beast stared daggers at the main character, both sides filled with hostility. The techniques they unleashed became increasingly lethal. The beast didn't give the main character and Cheon Kang a single second of rest, attacking relentlessly. The climax came when it rushed towards the main character, throwing a punch as fast as lightning. This punch carried an immense amount of force, sending Jarion flying into the air, with blood pouring non-stop from his mouth. Seeing this, Cheon Kang could no longer sit still, rushing forward to grab the beast and try to block its next kick. But of course, it was impossible. This time, the beast was so strong that every step it took could cause the ground to crack. Faced with the tall Cheon Kang, it only needed to use a little strength to lift him up effortlessly. In the end, both of our main characters were knocked to the ground. If they were lacking anything, it was time. These two talented teenagers would one day surely achieve the greatest power, but that day was not today. Determination, courage, willpower, even if they had all of those things right now, it couldn't fill the gap in experience and maturity. The main character took a few limping steps, slurring his words. But, you. The beast didn't let the main character say another word. He coldly unleashed an attack, swift as a blade. The red streak flashed by in an instant, too fast for anyone to see. After the attack, his eyes and expression remained cold. Until the day the young man lost himself, no one truly knew what kind of person he was. And in the entire world, no one knew exactly what had happened. Not a single soul. Going back 11 years, a man at a press conference made a public confession. Today, from this position, I confess the mistakes I have made. I hope everyone can forgive me. The entire world was shaken. 12 hours before Jarion and Cheon Kang's battle with the horned monster erupted, Saram was thrown into chaos. She was completely bewildered. How could the truth she had learned from last Sunday now be overwhelming her mind? IU, the main hero of the Dragon Slayer incident, was mistaken for the hero who had resolved this case. At that time, there was testimony claiming he had subjugated Theus without the help of the 5 members of the strike team. Afterward, the shocking relationship between the strike team and IU was revealed. Over 2 days, she reviewed past records. If Jarion's father was framed and fell victim to slander, as the first hero to lose his power after being poisoned, it's understandable that more than a few people coveted his position as a hero. But what she couldn't figure out was his response to being framed. It started with an accusation from an allegedly connected victim. The documents and witness testimonies were likely fabricated. It was shocking to read, but public opinion at the time was split 50-50. Even if the prosecution's evidence was fake, his public image wasn't tarnished. If it were me, even if I had no chance of winning the legal battle, I would have fought the accusations to the very end. But he admitted to all the charges without a single word of denial. After the press conference, he vanished completely. In the end, he was branded a fraud and an imposter, losing all his fame. Was that really it? It's possible he was being threatened. The incident was too difficult to investigate just from the remaining newspaper articles. Saram felt completely stuck in her investigation. Watching the press conference closely, Saram realized maybe it was just her mood, but his expression seemed resentful, like someone forced to accept something against their will. Something was definitely fishy. Looking closer, Saram discovered something else strange in the protagonist's father's biography. No family? Then could it be that Jarion isn't his biological son? She wasn't sure. It could just be that he didn't acknowledge his relatives on paper, but the two of them look so alike. Could the reason Seon accepted being framed have something to do with Jarion? Meanwhile, our protagonist felt a distinct change in his body. What's happening to my body? Jarion had no idea, but facing the ferocious monster charging at him like lightning, he didn't flinch or show any fear. He was certain of one thing: his body was growing stronger. A single punch had been enough to stop that ferocious beast just moments ago, and that was more than enough. After taking a punch, the monster was furious, unable to swallow its anger. No longer weak, Jarion grew as strong as a giant. A fiery passion flashed in his eyes. The two faced off savagely. The beast launched a kick from above, but our protagonist was no exception. He leaped, spun, and delivered a powerful kick. The blow sent the beast tumbling backward, crashing into a crumbling wall. It wasn't a perfect takedown, but just now, Jarion had clearly struck the beast's weak spot twice, with an uppercut to the chin. If he could maintain this state, he had more than enough power to win. But his celebration was short-lived. His body suddenly returned to its normal state. Huh? Wait, what's happening? Damn it, in an instant, my power vanished. Now, the real challenge began. Jarion faced the monster bare-handed as it charged, looking to end the fight as quickly as possible. The reason adventurers are divided into different classes is that each person has a role that suits their abilities. This applies to our protagonist and Cheon Kang. Each has their own capacity to endure and fight back. Even if your body is shattered, you must endure until the very end. That is the duty of a tank. And that dedication is the foundation that allows the main damage dealer of the party to land the best possible strike. That is the duty the main damage dealer must fulfill. And sure enough, with that teamwork, our protagonist and Cheon Kang completely defeated the beast. The vehicle transporting the captured monster was ambushed, resulting in many casualties. Perfect timing, huh? Heh. This shocking news took less than an hour to spread across the world. And with it, the two young heroes made a significant impact on the world. An old broker watched the glorious footage. He had just one question. Who is this bastard now? We return to a very familiar scene. The protagonist's childhood home. Ah, that should do it. You don't have to. It'll heal on its own. I get worried when I see you hurt. Even a small wound needs to be disinfected carefully. If you just leave it, it'll hurt a lot more later. The innocent Jarion asked again. Dad, doesn't it hurt? When you fight monsters and get injured. Even if you bleed a lot. Are you okay? At his son's question, Seon affectionately explained, Of course not. I get scared too. If I get hurt, it's painful. If I bleed a lot, I get scared. But I endure it. Because if I'm the one getting hurt and bleeding to defeat the monsters, then other people won't have to. It was because of these caring actions and loving words that, since childhood, our protagonist always thought the same thing. My dad is an amazing person. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad. I want to be like you. But I learned something. That's not it. For some reason, my father didn't want me to be like him. He objected every single time. He always felt sorry and guilty about it. I think that was it. Why couldn't I become an adventurer? I never asked him about it. I thought that when I was old enough, he would tell me the reason. But now, I can't. Jarion's eyes fluttered open after being unconscious for several days. The place felt strangely familiar. It seemed just like a few days ago. He turned his head and saw a knife. Is that aimed at me? The thought sent him into a panic. Opening his eyes wide to get a clearer look, he saw Saram's uncle, Han Seong-gu. Saram, casually peeling a piece of fruit, said, Let me make this clear. You reached out on your own back then. It had nothing to do with me. Surprised, our protagonist shot up and asked, Why are you here? But a sharp, piercing pain shot through his body. The battle with the beast had left his muscles and tendons in a terrible state. Han Seong-gu advised, It's best if you don't move. The treatment was quite successful, but it's not surprising that you can't stand up right now. It'll be about a month before your leg can walk normally again. From now until then, just focus on getting proper rest. You still have a lot of work to do. Jarion ignored that and voiced the questions on his mind. I should thank you for what happened, but before that, I want to ask you something. Just from hearing that, Han Seong-gu knew what he was going to ask. You want to ask if I knew your father, don't you? Am I right? We used to work together. Right after he said that, in a flash, Jarion snatched the apple from Han Seong-gu's hand, surprising him a little. This apple is pretty good. Looking at the expression on the other man's face, he asked curiously, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you think I was going to hit you? Honestly, your reaction isn't what I was expecting. Jarion continued speaking as he chewed. I really don't know what kind of reaction you were hoping for. I just asked if you knew my father. All right. At this point, Jarion's voice officially dropped to a growl, and his eyes changed. Get out. Otherwise, this won't be an apple in my hand. It'll be your neck. Think carefully before you speak. I'm not in a great mood, so I apologize. Han Seong-gu just shook his head. No, it's not that strange for you to react this way. I was even prepared for a much more extreme reaction from you. Jarion stood up and said, "An extreme reaction? That's right. If you had met me 2 years earlier, my reaction would have been exactly what you expected. Because back then, my mind was filled with thoughts about the people who did this to my father. The people who just stood by with their arms crossed and watched it happen. I was going to make every single one of them pay. So, have you had a change of heart now? For me, it's less a change of heart and more a change in priorities. If that's the case, just killing them won't be enough to satisfy me, because I'm still trying to figure out how to make them pay for everything. I have to make them pay for other medical bills until my father is saved. That is my ultimate goal. I don't know when it will happen, but I will do everything to make it a reality, and if anyone gets in my way, I'll do everything in my power to stop them. That is my purpose now." Han Seong-gu also explained, "I don't intend to do that either. Let me be clear. I only came here to ask you a few questions. How is it that your registration information contains no record of you being Yu Seon's biological son? And after Yu Seon fell into a vegetative state, who took care of you?" He could only laugh. "Ah, wasn't I raised by my father as an unmarried man? So who would dare to question my identity? And as for living alone, well, that's just how it was." Han Seong-gu spoke again. "Do you know the name Duganawi?" "I don't get it." He asked back, "What country is that person from?" "I don't know." Han Seong-gu explained, "That's not a person's name. Its official title is the World Ender Dragon. It's the creature that created the poison your father was infected with. It's still alive and wreaking havoc in this world, and it's especially dangerous to the elderly. 10 years ago, that was a name that struck fear into all of humanity. A few years after it appeared, various races joined hands and erected a wall. With the development of adventurers' abilities, monsters and dungeons no longer threatened the lives of the races. But there were still exceptions. They are beings so powerful they can destroy the wall. They are the dragons. They are stronger, more intelligent, and more cunning than any other creature on Earth. While cases of high-ranking races being hostile to humans aren't rare, the threat from the dragon race is the greatest. They don't just simply ignore or hate humans, they perceive humans as subjects they can exploit and rule over. However, their mistake was underestimating us and this world too much. They didn't move to destroy humanity because they believed humans could never overcome the dungeons and monsters. Therefore, they assumed we would self-destruct. If social systems and nations collapsed that way, humanity would have to worship them as gods in exchange for safety. That was their scheme. Hearing this, Jarion exclaimed, "Then I guess we should be thankful for their foolish thinking." "That's right, because in the end, we did it. Adventurers appeared and got the dungeons under control. When things didn't go as planned, they finally decided to take matters into their own hands. They flaunted their power and threatened humanity. It was at that moment that your father appeared and proved that with the right combat strength and determination, adventurers could also fight back against dragons. When news of the successful dragon hunt spread, the entire world was thrilled, and from then on, the tide began to turn. You were taught that from that point on, the dragons began to hide deep within the dungeons, but Han Seong-gu dismissed that idea. No, the truth is, they changed their strategy. They are incredibly cunning, and what's more, they can shapeshift into any race. They knew they couldn't defeat humans with brute force, so they changed their forms and infiltrated human society. This is top-secret information I'm telling you, because you are Yu Seon's son, and because you want to become an adventurer. Duganawi is one of their leaders, and the one who hunted Yu Seon until he fell. If you want to hunt him, you must find a way to treat Yu Seon and help him recover. If you have that thought in mind, then become stronger, like a truly powerful adventurer. I will give you the chance to eliminate Duganawi." By the hospital bed, where a warm light shone in, he was leaning against the wall, holding a piece of paper. He thought to himself, "If I don't believe it or I'm not interested, I can just go on living, and pretend I never heard any of this." Then he let out a sigh. A few days ago he had met someone. Looking up at the person in front of him, he spoke, "What if I'm not interested? If this story is true, I'd have to back out of this, even if it kills me." Across from him was Han Seong-gu. Han Seong-gu spoke slowly. "You're not the one who gets to make that decision. I told you. If you want that right, you have to earn it yourself. The dragons are cunning and have infiltrated deep into this world. They hide under various identities, waiting for their chance. Even if you have proof and expose their identities, it's meaningless if you can't capture them directly, because if their identity is exposed, they will just take on another one and hide somewhere else in this world. All that remains is anxiety and fear. That's why you must use a very sharp knife to eliminate them quickly and secretly, without letting them escape or retaliate. To hunt a Duganawi, you have to strike its weak points and take it down on the first try. A few years ago, we formed a team. After saying that, he pulled out a small piece of paper and handed it to our protagonist. They're all trustworthy and are adventurers skilled enough to hunt dragons. If you don't have the skills to stand beside them, then no matter how much you want it, you don't stand a chance. In a dragon hunting operation, if one member becomes a weak link, the plan will naturally fail, and the lives of all the remaining members will be put in danger. After listening for a moment, our protagonist instinctively asked, "What's the time limit? If you're saying all this, you're probably not going to wait until I feel like it, are you?" Z turned to leave but still answered him, "I still can't fully confirm your identity. The estimate is about 2 years, but it could be sooner. As you said, once you're ready, I won't question your identity or circumstances any longer." And then Z casually walked away, not forgetting to add, "I don't care what you think. If you don't believe me, then we don't need to see each other again. Even so, I'll make you a promise, whether you join us or not." Z left, leaving our protagonist alone in the room, firm in his resolve to capture the Duganawi. Back in the present, he hurried to wash his face to wake himself up. Cupping his hands in the water, he thought to himself, "Is there really a cure for my father?" The young man was shaken, but not from shock over the events and the truth, nor from fear that he couldn't get his revenge or from worry. It wasn't any of that. Our protagonist looked at himself in the mirror, affirming to himself that no matter what happened, he had to join. Instead of fear, there was joy. He had hoped for so long before but couldn't find a single clue. Now that he had a chance, he had to grab hold of it. Perhaps this was the first time in his life that the fire in Jarion's heart had burned so fiercely. Suddenly, there was a strange noise, and a woman with short hair walked in. "Oh, you're awake." She approached and asked our protagonist, "Your arm, or anywhere else on your body, does it hurt?" He answered blankly, "I have some muscle pain." The short-haired woman continued, "You should really see the doctor in charge and explain it in more detail, but for now, I'll give you a light massage." After all, one of your arms was reconstructed. Those words went right through him, making him freeze. "Reconstructed? What do you mean?" the woman across from him explained. "When the rescue team arrived, one of your arms was critically injured, so severe that it should have been amputated. But someone named Lencier Heller, personally, participated in the surgery and reconstructed the arm for you." Our protagonist stared silently at his bandaged arm. Anxiously, he asked, "Can I ask you something? Was anyone else rescued along with me back then?" The woman suddenly realized. "Oh, that person. I heard he was discharged that very same day." His body recovered incredibly fast. Mulling over her words, our protagonist thought, "Wait, discharged immediately?" he asked. "So, how long have I been here, miss?" The girl in front of him looked at him with sparkling eyes. She spoke shyly. "If it's okay, could I take a picture with you?" Our protagonist leaned down, and the girl raised her phone and snapped a photo. She happily saved the picture, while our protagonist scratched his head in confusion. "So, can I be discharged now?" The girl quickly replied. "Oh, yes, but you shouldn't use the main entrance. It's pretty chaotic out there. Reporters are swarming the hospital, waiting for patients to be discharged to get a story." Our protagonist was puzzled. "Reporters? Why would they be here?" The short-haired woman pulled up some information on her phone. "You don't know? The patient is you. It was a horrific incident, one that nobody wants to see happen a second time. But if it weren't for the two of you, hundreds of people would have died. Everyone's curious about who you are and where you're from. For the past few days, everyone's been hunting for news about you." She handed our protagonist the bag she was wearing. "This is from your friend." Holding the bag, he remembered a message. "If you don't want to reveal your identity when you go out, use this, and remember to take the back door." He broke out in a sweat. "You Jarion Sarum. Could this be magically enchanted gear that hinders recognition?" He thought, "Of course it's Sarum." Our protagonist checked the bag and found a climbing rope, sighed, and looked silently out the window. He immediately dropped the rope down and climbed outside. Once his feet touched the ground, our protagonist was panting heavily. The girl called down to him, "Don't worry about the picture. When you go from being a patient back to being a super famous adventurer, can I post it on Instagram then?" Our protagonist nodded and waved goodbye to her. By the side of the road, a black car was waiting for him. Inside, Sarum was sitting. Our protagonist got into the car and wearily questioned her. Was there no other option besides a rope? Sarum replied nonchalantly, "Should I have sent you a brand new, unused one?" Our protagonist shook his head. "What? That's not what I meant. What's all this? Did you just go shopping?" Sarum didn't even glance at him once. "Your clothes and shoes. I just guessed the size. Your phone was smashed to pieces, so I bought a new one." Our protagonist held the gifts dearly, his eyes shimmering. Sarum snapped in annoyance. "Don't make that face. In any case, this is all just unbelievable. I don't even know where to start or what to ask. Why are you so surprised about it? Do I look like a monster to you?" Our protagonist turned away, thinking to himself, "By monster, she means the one-horned monster." He said aloud, "These kinds of incidents happen all the time in life. But where are we going now? If possible, I'd just like to rest today." Sarum rubbed her forehead and frowned in response. "I'd like that too, but there's no other way. We don't have any time except for today. If you want to buy gear that fits properly, I at least need to get your height measured today." Our protagonist was reluctant. "But the clothes are right here." Sarum paused, then replied in a low voice, Not those clothes. I'm talking about the clothes you'll wear as an adventurer. Luckily, I have connections. The world's top tailor has decided to make you a set of protective gear. Defensive equipment is divided into 3 types. First, as mentioned, is cloth armor. It has the lowest physical damage defense, but it comes in many styles, and its durability can be reinforced with magic. It's mainly used by healers. Second is metal. This type offers the best defense, but it's very heavy. Metals from dungeons are especially heavy, and the heavier they are, the higher the defense. Without superior physical strength, it's impossible to bear its weight. The last type is leather armor, which is both sturdy and of a moderate weight. It's the type of armor suitable for close-range fighters like you. Our protagonist sighed. Yeah, you're right. This time, I truly felt the pain of having no armor at all. Saram wondered. But how did you manage to kill them? The one-horned monsters. Oh, no. How did you two manage to kill all of them? The main character spoke slowly. It looks like someone recorded a video. You can just tell. She broke out in a sweat. The video only caught the first half. The entire scene of you two taking down the one-horned and two-horned monsters was recorded, but the fight against the three-horned monster wasn't. The main character was surprised. The last part wasn't recorded, he thought to himself. They were unbelievably strong. Even though Chongkang and I prepared thoroughly, we never even stood a chance from the start. What about that power you used? Saram repeated her question. Why aren't you saying anything? How did you take them down? The main character thought for a long moment before answering, Let's see. I don't really know. I'm not sure how to explain it. Saram stared blankly. Is that really all he's going to say? Even professional adventurers have to form an official strike team to capture monsters of that danger level, but it's not like what I said was a lie. Could the two of them really have defeated them all? She then turned towards the window. Geniuses are terrifying. Anyway, you should be careful. You're probably going to be exhausted for a while. The main character replied. Huh? Well, looking at that crowd of reporters. I guess so. Jarion Saram said immediately. It's not just the reporters. It seems you haven't realized it yet, but the situation you two are in is no joke. They've already dug up everything about his background. He's had tons of interview requests over the past 3 days, and entertainment shows are constantly trying to book him, but he hasn't said a single word about you. Just tell me his name. There were a lot of requests like that, but he said he couldn't reveal any information about you without your consent. The main character vividly remembered a moment from the battle. Cheon Kong was supporting him as he struggled to speak. I need to ask you a favor. About what happened here today. About what I did. If anyone asks for details about it, don't say anything. Not my face, my name, my equipment, anything. Cheon Kang promised the main character. Yeah, I'll do exactly as you say. Saram crossed her arms in front of her chest, questioning the main character. Did you two get closer after that? The main character replied cheerfully. I guess so. Anyway, no matter what happens, don't let anything slip. A message from the department head lit up his phone screen. I saw the news. You're alive, right? Contact me as soon as you wake up and see this. I'll drop by the hospital occasionally to check on your father's condition. While texting the department head back, he mused aloud. Is there a specific reason we have to do this before the trip? Saram leaned back, exhausted. Have you looked into the school transfer process at all? Contrary to what you might think, it's no joke. For the last 5 years, the acceptance rate has been 1 in 1,100. And that's not even counting special admission cases. The main character frowned. What? Is it really that hard to pass? You got in, and so did a bunch of kids who are worse than you. Hey, my skills aren't that bad. Saram snapped in frustration. That's enough. The more you talk, the more annoyed I get. As they both descended to a strange new place, the girl was still fuming. Okay, fine. To be serious, you're not wrong. If we're only talking about pure skill, you're undoubtedly the strongest. But think about it from the other side. For those with less skill, how do they get into the academy? The main character looked confused. Obviously by passing the test with their abilities. Oh, wait, do you mean people team up to pass the exam? In recent years, all the applicants to our academy have been adventurers. Second generation, where one or both parents are adventurers. The two of them walked toward a tailor shop. Saram explained the exam as they went. Naturally, the parents all have close relationships with each other. They form teams for their kids ahead of time. Nowadays, most of the students who get accepted are from these groups. In fact, for the last 5 years, the rate has been 100%. Right now, you're a person of great interest. You'll become a target of attention and attacks. The school's policy is to prevent that from happening, but it would be best if you could get in through the special admissions track this time. The main character said calmly, No need. Most people form teams, so if I'm alone, my chances of passing are lower, right? That's good enough for me. I will defeat everyone and pass the exam on my own. Saram's eyes widened. What? It's good to be determined, but that's a bit. The main character looked around. Is there a restroom here? I want to change my clothes. The girl was also getting ready to leave for her own business. I'll go on ahead then. You change and then come over. With that, she walked to the reception desk of the atelier. I have an appointment with the director. The staff member quickly spoke up. Ah, Miss Jarion Sarum. Please wait just a moment. The employee made a call to inform the director. The director today. Ah, I'm sorry. I thought the director had accepted. Yes. I'll pass on the message. The employee looked up and spoke to Sarum again. I am so sorry about this, but the director had an urgent matter come up today. Sarum was stunned and took off her glasses, quickly replying, That's impossible. I was told the director's schedule was completely booked, except for today. The employee looked troubled. In that case, I'll speak to the director about compensation. Sarum slammed her hand on the desk. Compensation isn't the issue right now. The Warrior Academy entrance exam is in 2 months, to cancel without any prior notice. Suddenly, a figure approached them. Huh? I think I've seen you before. You're definitely her. I don't remember. There's a saying going around among adventurers lately. These new kids are different from us. This isn't a recent development. The next generation of adventurers always inherits better traits from their parents. The first generation adventurers figured out how to kill monsters by sacrificing their own lives, along with the development of equipment and techniques. But these new kids refers to those born with innate talent. The first generation adventurers who survived got married. Their children inherited everything. They inherited their parents' talents and received special training from the moment they could walk. And if you were to ask, who stands at the pinnacle of this blessed generation? Sarum gasped. A voice continued. Your name doesn't really matter. What matters is that you're a first year at our academy. That voice belonged to Han Gayun, age 18. More than a few adventurers would point to this very girl. The current student council president of the Warrior Academy. Sarum stammered, as senior. Gayun glanced at her. Yeah. In that case, I'll make this quick. The director here is my uncle. He tried his best, but something urgent came up. I understand you're angry about the cancellation without notice, so I've thought of a great solution. The appointment wasn't cancelled because of me, but please, let this go for my sake. Of course, it made no sense at all. But Han Gayun wasn't finished. You make a concession. I say thank you. And we both benefit. See? It's a great idea, right? Sarum understood these words all too well. The status of the student council president at the Warrior Academy, and the infamous reputation of Han Gayun. The main character's voice echoed from a distance. What am I supposed to do now? My senior already said so, and if it's an emergency, I guess I have no other choice. Glancing at him, Gayun reluctantly replied, Thanks. In moments like these, that's all you can say. He lowered his voice and spoke directly to Han Gayun. Stop playing games and get out of here. His voice rang out. Gayun was thrilled to meet him. He's so strong. So, who are you? Sarum quickly started the introduction. Senior, this is. Suddenly, a strange sound whizzed past her, and blood sprayed out. Han Gayun looked on with a frown. How odd. Why did she even open her mouth? Sarum clutched her wound in pain. It can't be. Han Gayun spoke with contempt. I don't recall asking you. A low-ranking student shouldn't get so cocky. Shut your mouth. The main character stepped closer and slowly began to speak. I'm Jarion, 17 years old, blood type O, and I live in the Bongchon neighborhood of Gwanak District, in Seoul. I'm 180 centimeters tall, and I haven't checked my weight in a while, so I'm not sure. Oh, I forgot the most important part. My favorite food is probably sausage and veggie stir-fry. That should be enough, right? I'm currently preparing to transfer to the Warrior Academy. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed right now. So, at the Warrior Academy, does every senior spout a bunch of crap every time they open their mouth? Gayun froze. Ah, and just like that, our main character was instantly attacked. Gayun said to the person in front of her, What a shame. I don't dislike loudmouths, but only those with real power are allowed to act that way. Preparing to transfer, are you? He propped his head up with his hand. Han Gayun reminded him, You're just defective. After all, don't get so arrogant. He smirked and then launched an attack straight at Gayun's right eye. So that's how it is. What should I do? I guess I'll try using what I've learned. I wonder if you'll be satisfied with that. Han Gayun glared at him, when suddenly a voice called out, Han Gayun, you brat, what do you think you're doing? The voice belonged to Han Song-gu, 42 years old, a former adventurer who now designed defensive equipment. I'm busy. If someone comes looking for me, you tell me. Don't go out of your way to cause trouble for them. You even answered my phone without asking. That last incident was only a week ago. Do you want to see your father taken down? The man then turned to our heroes group and said, My apologies for that. My niece can be quite reckless. Jarion Sarum reluctantly waved her hand. It's nothing, sir, just a small misunderstanding. She thought to herself. What a relief. If this is all just because she's stubborn, then it's fine if it gets resolved like this. But the rumors are true. No, wait. This is really weird. Unless you're someone special, that senior would never remember anyone unless they had the skills of a core student council member. The main character then turned to Han Gayun. Come here a second. Is she really a student at this school? She doesn't look like a senior at all, Han Gayun whispered. That's the student council president. In other words, she's the strongest person at the Warrior Academy. Any student from a specialized high school is issued a provisional license. A class-level card appeared. This license allows students to enter dungeons, as long as they have permission from the association, and are accompanied by a professional adventurer. With this license, outside of school days, students can use their days off and holidays to accompany professional adventurers and participate in low-difficulty expeditions to gain real combat experience. But there are a few exceptions. The Warrior Academy's Student Council is officially recognized as a semi-professional attack team. Members of the council with outstanding achievements are guaranteed a certain degree of autonomy and a voice before the board. They can team up with official attack teams and participate in large-scale raids to defeat 5-star monsters. As such, the Warrior Academy's Student Council is treated like a group of semi-professional adventurers and top-tier reserve rankers. Our hero replied, "So, a third year would only be about 2 years older than us, right? And the Student Council president too then?" Sarum spoke up. "That's how it should be, but that senior is only a second year." He was puzzled. What? Did she get held back a year? Sarum put a finger to her lips as a signal. Not exactly. Shh, keep your voice down. She stole the president's position from the previous one. He was surprised. Stole it? How? Jarion Sarum looked him straight in the eye and explained. Like I said, this school is a meritocracy. You can only join the student council in the first semester of your second year. Senior Han Gayun joined the student council as soon as she became a second year. Right after that, she drew her sword and issued a challenge. It was one of the biggest events in the school's history. The senior challenged every single member of the council. As a result, before the first semester was even over, she had defeated all of them, including the president. Just like that, she became the youngest president in history. Han Gayun turned, waved, and said, "That's enough nonsense. I'm leaving." Sarum bowed to her, thinking to herself, nothing bad happened. What a relief. He stared straight ahead and said, without thinking, "Let's make a bet. You don't have anywhere urgent to be, right? Let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll let what just happened slide." "Okay." Sarum frantically turned to him. "Are you crazy?" Then she turned back to Han Gayun. Senior." Before Sarum could finish, Gayun cut her off. "If it's a bet, that means I also lose something if I'm defeated, right?" He replied casually. "You catch on quick. I heard you've done sword drawing before." Sword drawing. It's a traditional martial arts training method, a basic form of personal training. Every adventurer has to go through it. The first person to be touched by their opponent, or who is unable to dodge an attack, loses. He continued. "If I lose, I'll drop everything that happened today. They can test each other's skill, agility, or senses, but they're not allowed to inflict any injuries. It's one of the most common training methods." His voice rang out again. "If you lose, then when I enroll this year, you'll hand over the student council president position to me." Sarum was stunned by the scene before her. He's completely insane. Since when does he know about sword drawing? The student council president isn't irrational enough to accept a deal like this. Han Gayun cheerfully accepted. "Interesting. All right, I accept this bet, Jarion." That afternoon, at Atelier H, Gayun and he were facing off in the durability testing room. Han Gayun was exuding a terrifying power, but he wasn't backing down an inch. Outside the arena, Sarum was worried. Is he really in his right mind? Just moments before, she had tried to reason with him. It's not too late. The director here is a pretty understanding person. As long as we can put a stop to this, I don't care how many times I have to apologize. Normally, who knows? But how can you possibly win when one of your arms is injured? And even if you could win, what makes you think the president would actually give up her position as student council president? The main character slowly said, "I can't win." Sarum blurted out in surprise. "What?" The main character explained, "Even if I were in my best condition, I couldn't win. She's that strong." Sarum broke out in a sweat. "If you know you're going to lose, why did you even make this bet? We're only wasting a bit of our time today." The main character immediately refuted her. "What? That's not it. I understand you're very confused, but please, trust me this once. This isn't a bad deal for us." Sarum was now looking down, thinking, even if he says that, what can the loser possibly gain from a match where the outcome is already decided? Could it be? He's planning to lose on purpose? No, he's definitely not that kind of despicable person. I can feel it. Next to her was Gayun's uncle. After all, that girl is the one leading the student council. But instead of being magnanimous, She's always spouting vulgarities everywhere at the drop of a hat. Saram, once again, I apologize. You spent your precious time coming all the way here, Saram replied awkwardly. Not at all. You don't need to apologize for how things turned out. Han Seong-gu continued wearily. It's because my niece is so stubborn that things ended up like this. She's unreasonably stubborn, but it's not entirely her fault. Of course, I don't know anything about the person who came with you, but he clearly has a purpose. Back inside the durability testing room's arena, Gayun spoke up. Ah, of course, but I won't use both hands either. That would make it fair, wouldn't it? The main character got into his fighting stance. Whatever. Just in case you lose, we can treat this as a practice round. Gayun moved forward and unleashed her power. A straight kick flew towards the main character, catching him by surprise. Outside, the two of them were surprised for completely different reasons. Saram's eyes remained glued to the fight. She strikes so fast without wasting much energy. You can't even see her moving forward. Saram was amazed by her speed and attack. In truth, extreme defensive training is all about footwork. To land a hit on an opponent, you have to accept the risk of being hit yourself. But Han Gayun didn't show the slightest hint of fear or hesitation. She just attacks, and her speed is what backs up that arrogance. So fast. From that stance, it looks like there's no connection between her movements. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to block even the first attack. Sarum was in shock at what she had just witnessed. Han Seong-gu called out, Sarum, I don't know if this is the first time in my life I've asked this question, but is that student really planning to transfer to the Warrior High School? Han Seong-gu of Atelier H, designer and director, a former ranker adventurer, highest achievement, green, rank 31. The uncle thought to himself. Just looking at the data Saram sent me earlier, there was no doubt he was an exceptional person, but he's even more than I imagined. As expected, he's strong enough to make a 10-year veteran adventurer's blood boil. Thanks to that, I now understand Jarion's purpose. It's not because of pride or courtesy, and it's certainly not because he's underestimating Han Gayun. He just wants to gauge Gayun's strength. She hasn't accumulated 10 years of experience yet. With enough experience and effort, even a low-level ranker isn't someone you can't deal with. He clearly wants to feel that out for himself, to see if it's a gap that can be closed. The main character quickly dodged the kick. Han Gayun said excitedly to the main character, It's been a while. Since I started high school, there's no one I haven't been able to catch except for you. You're really good. To last this long in that condition, it's not just your arm that's injured, is it? Your movement, your stamina. It's probably only at half of what it normally is. The main character was covered in sweat. Is that so? Have you seen me when I'm at my best? Han Gayun smiled gently. I have. You were much faster when you fought that horned monster, weren't you? For the past 4 days, I've watched that video over and over, hundreds of times. I'm a fan of yours, the people's hero, the nameless teenager. So, what do you say? Let's not decide a winner today. Let's save it for later. After you transfer here and have fully recovered, we'll fight again. It'd be a shame to end it like this. For now, go up to the counseling room and meet my uncle as planned. The main character struggled to his feet. You're really good. And very perceptive. And that baseless confidence of yours, too. It's not confidence. It's a failure to grasp the situation, isn't it? I have no intention of accepting a draw. Did you forget about the student council president position? I'm not going to give up. Stop dragging this out. Let's continue what we started. I've completely gotten a feel for it now. Now Jarion is just showing off. All three of them thought the same thing about him. Even if he continues, Jarion has nothing to gain. The opportunity he just threw away was the best possible outcome he could have gotten. Gayun responded to the provocation. What a shame. I like people with spirit, but that wasn't spirit. That was just an ignorant fool. It's a little disappointing. The main character moved towards her. Outside, Sarum was surprised that he moved first. Han Gayun didn't hesitate to advance either, when suddenly there was a strange sound. Outside, the uncle was also gaping in astonishment. The main character had launched a counterattack against Gayun. Sarum was stunned. What? He's putting in more power than I thought. The uncle immediately disagreed. No, it's not simply a matter of conserving energy. My earlier speculation was completely wrong. He wasn't just measuring the distance between himself and Han Gayun. At most, they've exchanged a little over 30 blows. In that short time, he has learned all of Gayun's attack patterns. Winning or losing didn't matter from the start. From the very beginning, his purpose was singular, to steal Han Gayun's techniques. Gayun was continuously dodging the main character's attacks. A technique isn't just a powerful finishing blow meant to bring out the body's maximum efficiency. To suit its purpose, the stance and movements must be optimized. Even your breathing needs to be adjusted, and you have to pay attention to every small step. The one thing that creates all these details is none other than time. One must spend time and energy to accumulate experience, to succeed and fail continuously. Only then can they obtain that secret knowledge and pass it down to the next generation. It's passed down and constantly developed. Even if you're a genius, no matter how brightly your talent shines, you can't overcome all of that on your own in just a few short years. Although thanks to his outstanding aptitude, Jarion could still grow on his own. But upon reaching the age of 17, when his body stops developing, he would eventually have to face a wall hindering his own growth, a wall he must overcome if he wants to reach new heights. The match between the main character and Gayun continued. He rolled his shoulder provocatively. Why are you hesitating? You definitely heard me just now. I'll definitely get into the Warrior Academy. So what are you going to do if we meet again? If it were me, I'd be happy to guide a prospective junior. You have to risk everything, which is pretty scary. I feel for you, senior. Gayun was surprised by his words and then suddenly spoke to her uncle. Uncle, you said before that you had a favor to ask of me, right? Several raid teams want to meet to discuss signing me to a preliminary contract. I feel like people in the industry will hate me if I don't meet them, so I think it's fine to meet them just once. I'm okay with it, so I'm going to meet them. Don't you dare try to stop me. Han Song-gu was bewildered. Gayun, what are you talking about? Han Gayun ignored everyone else and stared straight at the main character. You wanted to see my evasive moves, right? Fine. Then try and make it so I can't dodge. Immediately, Gayun lunged forward, attacking him head-on. The main character kept his focus on the right. No, it was this side. There's a certain continuity to human movements. Every action in each moment is linked to the one before and after it. Therefore, just by watching, you can unconsciously predict the next step. The body arts, the art of using the body in combat that Han Gayun just used, delves deep into that very point. It skips the middle part of a movement, tricking the viewer's perception. This naturally makes her movements unpredictable and causes the opponent to feel she's faster than her actual speed. This was the very technique that Han Gayun's father invented and brought to life 20 years ago, making it famous. This is a rather advanced technique, flashfire. After only a brief moment of analysis, the main character was able to block it instantly. Han Song-gu stared intently at the fight. He used flashfire twice in a row, and even applied it to a move Han Gayun herself doesn't use. It wasn't just about grasping the principle of flashfire in such a short time. Flashfire isn't something you can use just by knowing the principle. It requires flexibility, explosive power, and above all, perfect timing. If you're missing even one of those things, you can't execute the move. My brother taught me flashfire when I was just 20. That was clearly my prime. But even then, it took me a whole 3 months just to get a feel for flashfire. And yet, that kid, while sparring with Gayun, and even in his unstable physical condition, he managed to do it? Just as Han Song-gu said, Jarion's condition was abysmal, considering what he was showing. By now, his stamina should have been completely drained. But even so, Jarion's state of mind at that moment was at its peak. As he attacked, the main character thought with determination, I can still do this. I can become much stronger than I am now. The joy of learning, something he had never felt before. Even if this method of learning was a bit unusual, but he had found a motivation to become stronger, a goal to achieve, and the means to reach it. It wasn't just a necessity anymore, but a joy in the process of building himself up. For the first time, realizing the method, the possibility, and the joy, Jarion forgot all his pain and fatigue. Gayun jumped back to dodge the main character's attack. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, staring forward. The main character relentlessly unleashed his terrifying power, rushing towards Han Gayun. Han Gayun carefully dodged each deadly blow, and then, gathering all her strength, threw a punch forward. A loud sound echoed throughout the room. Han Song-gu rushed over in a hurry. Han Gayun reminded him, Geez, I told you not to interfere. Good thing it was over before you got here, but it's still a shame. Both of them shouted in unison. I lost. Hearing the other's words, they both froze in confusion. Han Gayun spoke up. What are you talking about? I clearly said I wouldn't use my hands. The main character quickly replied, That's just something you decided on your own. I wasn't expecting that from the start. Whether you use your hands or not, when I get hit, I get hit. And I understand you might feel awkward and embarrassed because of what you said. But we don't need to be so forced about it, since you're not that strong anyway. I don't think this is a match where we need to determine a winner or loser. Her uncle stepped forward to mediate. As an elder who failed to stop you too, I also bear some responsibility. Looking at Mr. Jarion's condition, it would be difficult to declare a winner. So let's call today's match a draw. How about we treat it as a probing match? We'll save the victory for next time. Later, when Mr. Jarion has fully recovered his strength, whenever and wherever, you two will have an official match, with no regrets. The main character spoke up, then glanced over at Han Gayun. Han Gayun, her face filled with killing intent, growled at the main character. Listen carefully. The next time we meet will be at the academy. If you don't pass the entrance exam, or if you get taken out by some random nobody, I won't let you off the hook. After saying her piece, she left. and the main character replied with a single sound. Humph. To you, Jarion, today's match, regardless of winning or losing, was a valuable and exciting experience. A peer whose skills surpassed his own. Gayun walked over to Sarom and asked her name. Sarom quickly answered, Me? I'm Yu Jarion Sarom. The main character had met an adversary he needed to overcome. Gayun continued her questioning. All right, Yu Jarion Sarom, you're his backer, aren't you? Sarom reluctantly replied, Well, yes, I suppose so. Before she could finish, Gayun cut in. First of all, I have to apologize. I don't know what his skills as an adventurer are like, but he's definitely not useless. However, Jarion wasn't the only one experiencing this joy for the first time. Gayun complimented Sarom, saying she had a good eye for people. In Seonggu's reception room, the main character and Sarom were leaning back exhaustedly in their chairs. He spoke up, I'm gonna die. Sarom frowned. You're lucky I don't have to take you straight back to the hospital. Who forced you to do that anyway? The main character continued. Save the nagging for later. For later. I'm feeling nauseous and dizzy, Sarom remarked. Still, I was very surprised. The outcome of the fight was quite unexpected. I never thought she would say the words I lost. To be honest, I think you won. Even if she only used one hand, that was a rule she set for herself. The main character thought for a moment, then replied, That's true. But if we're talking about rules, I was the one who broke them first. The moment I took off the armband and fought back. At that point, it wasn't just about us simply touching each other anymore, but the one who crossed the line first was probably me. Sarom thought to herself. So that's it. My feeling that something was different from that moment on wasn't just my imagination. The main character explained further. On that last blow, I put everything I had into it. If it had landed, it probably would have done more than just hurt. I was thinking it wouldn't hit. But if I were in that situation, I would have used my hand too. At that point, there was no other choice, so I think using her hand was justified. Sarom was puzzled. So, does that mean if you and the chairman fought when you were both in perfect condition? The main character turned with a satisfied look and answered. What? When? Why would we fight? We were both completely absorbed and enjoying ourselves. Suddenly, the main character shot up, glancing towards the door. What is it? They're here. Two large figures approached. Sarom also turned to look. It was Han Seong-gu. Sorry to keep you two waiting. He had brought a ton of pizza and soda. A few minutes later, after the three of them had eaten their fill, the older man spoke first. I apologize. My niece has caused you some trouble. I wanted to treat you to a proper meal, but it's a bit difficult. The main character, his mouth still full of food, said, Thanks for buying me food. Anyway, I'm not a picky eater, so as long as there's a lot of it, I'm good. Sarom was shocked by the main character's appetite. He had devoured a large pizza in 2 minutes. Adventurers, especially those who specialize in close-quarters combat, need at least 5 times the calories of a normal person. Sarom looked at the main character with concern. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? He hasn't eaten anything for the 3 days he was in a coma, Han Seong-gu continued. Now, let's get down to business. Feel free to keep eating while you listen. My niece Sarom here probably already knows this. The type of leather we use to craft our armor isn't your ordinary kind. Most people use leather armor made from plant fibers, but our armor is crafted primarily from threads sourced from dangerous monsters, like the 4-star mountain spider. They're made using our special techniques. We use different blend ratios to suit each individual user. Another is the 6-star danger level wing monster. If we complete the final coating process, it creates a fiber that's more durable and lighter than leather. First off, in Yu Jarion's case, we've actually already finalized the concept for what kind of armor to make and at what ratio. This is the basic data I received from the Yu Jarion Corporation's research department. On top of that, I was able to confirm the client's information with my own eyes today, but there are still a few problems. Sarom immediately asked, What kind of problems? Han Seong-gu replied, As I said, the final step in crafting the armor is the coating. This is the process that enhances durability and resistance by soaking the fabric in oil. Yu Jarion Sarom spoke slowly. Yes, you mentioned this before, uncle. I don't care about the cost, so I asked you to use the best there is. Han Seong-gu looked troubled. In the current situation, finding the best oil is impossible. We were originally supposed to use oil from deep-sea killer whales. Because the supply is so scarce, we signed an exclusive supply contract, but due to an unusual phenomenon, the recent harvest has been 0. Of course, there is a substitute material, and if we use it for the coating, we guarantee it will perform just as well as the killer whale oil. But even so, we've still breached the contract. This is my mistake. Sarom, if Mr. Yu Jarion doesn't agree, I won't argue with his decision. Sarom didn't know what to do. Han Seong-gu explained further, if you two decide against it, then through my personal connections, I will introduce you both to another artisan, someone even more skilled than I am. He will craft the defensive armor as we previously agreed. Of course, I will take full responsibility for any issues regarding the schedule and costs. Sarum was silent for a moment, thinking, before she spoke. Well then. Before she could finish, the main character casually cut in. I don't care. If the performance is no different, that's fine. I'm not the type to use expensive equipment anyway. More importantly, I want to wear armor made by you, director. What do you think? The man who taught his own niece his techniques. I don't know much about equipment, but at the very least, I want to wear gear made by someone strong. Sarum happily agreed with the main character. If Jarion says so, then I have no objections. She thought to herself, he really is acting strange today. After hearing this, the old man stood up. Someone strong. A designer who's been retired for over 10 years. It's embarrassing to hear those words, but hearing them once in a while isn't so bad. I understand. Since you've placed your trust in me, I'll repay you by creating the best armor possible. Thinking about this makes me regret last week's events even more. That was a big hunt to look forward to. I also wish that dream material would appear, so I could use it just once. But, have you ever heard of the hornet wasp? Sarum was confused by Han Seong-gu's question. I heard its royal jelly is incredibly valuable. Seong-gu smiled. That's right, it's the most famous part. But there's something else you can get from it, that defensive gear crafters call the dream material. Black wax. It's a black wax made by the worker wasps. If royal jelly is the substance that nurtures the queen, then black wax is the substance that protects the adult queen. Among the worker wasps, only a small number can produce this black wax and apply it to the queen's body. If you could coat armor with that, you could create a perfect set, but I've never seen it myself. The main character took out his phone to show the old man what he'd been doodling. Does it look like this? I actually had a picture of it, but my old phone broke, so I could only redraw it. On the screen was a drawing of a thick, glossy, hexagonal shape. The old man was stunned. How? Wait a minute. If you had a picture, does that mean you've seen this in real life? He remembered bringing it as compensation for a smuggling deal in the past. Thinking fast, the main character immediately shifted the attention to Sarum. I saw it when I visited her house, as expected of someone born with a silver spoon. She has everything. Sarum was now completely bewildered. At the hospital, the sound of a phone conversation continued. That's right, I'm at the hospital. What? I don't think there's anything on the schedule today. Right before you arrived, he had an appointment to meet someone here, so that's another hour gone. Good. I was thinking it would end around then anyway. Have you eaten? On the other end of the line was the main character. I have, but if you're treating, Chief, I can still eat. I'm not full yet. Let's go halves. The chief quickly exclaimed. Ah, why does my stomach suddenly hurt? The main character replied. Oh, is that so? The chief was helpless. All right, fine. Just call me when you get here. I'm hanging up. Looks like I have a visitor. It's been a while. The person the chief was talking about was Han Song-gu. The chief looked up at Han Song-gu. Let's take this outside first, he replied nonchalantly. Before leaving, the chief didn't forget to glance behind him. He just took a sedative and hasn't been asleep for long. Besides, this is a hospital. If you make a scene, you'll disturb the other patients. 11 years ago, the man who led the legendary raid team was disbanded. Han Seong-gu frowned. It'll be fine, as long as I'm not loud. I'm Juan smirked and replied, Hey, you're still the same. It's been 10 years, and you still talk in that infuriating way. Z moved closer. I'm not wrong, but I don't think you can do it. The two men, who once called each other comrades, now stood face to face. The chief provoked him. Seeing your memorable face after 10 years is driving me crazy with joy. You've been doing well over there? And so, the chief, named Im Jawan, was a former adventurer, who, before retiring, was the 5th-ranked ranker in South Korea. He used to be the main damage dealer for the Silver Corps assault team. Han Seong-gu growled, Shut your mouth and get out of here now. You venomous snake. Sarum was talking non-stop. Are you seriously trying to give me a heart attack? That black wax? That was the thing in the box when we first met, wasn't it? If you had it, you should have at least told me beforehand. You just suddenly do something like that without a word. What was I supposed to do? Our protagonist had no idea. He scratched his head and said, I didn't expect to have that either. Thanks for playing along with me. You Jarion Sarum sighed. It was the same with the weapon last time. I knew absolutely nothing about you either. So, don't we have more time today? Jarion stared intently at his phone. Yeah, I was planning to meet someone. If it's not too far, let me take you. But then Sarum also received a call from her uncle. Hold on, I need to take this call. Our protagonist started to say, let's go, but another man's voice echoed back. It's gotten chilly already. It's only September, and it's already like this. This year is probably going to be very cold. Did Sarum leave already? She left after taking a call from someone. It's probably been a while. Hearing this, the old man just laughed it off. I didn't come here for any special reason. I just stepped out for a smoke. That move you learned today, you Jarion, was flashfire. Han Gayun, my retired older brother, created it. I've also improved it a little, though just a bit. Hearing this, our protagonist closed his eyes and bowed his head. I apologize to the one who created this technique with their blood and sweat. Of course, I should have thought about it, but I'm sorry for using it without permission. I won't use it again. The old man waved it off as if there was nothing to blame him for. No, that's not what I meant. It seems Jarion has misunderstood something. For adventurers' techniques, there's no such thing as ownership. He rarely taught others the techniques he created and developed. But if someone learns it on their own, that's not wrong either. If it's a technique that can be easily learned just by watching, then that's the standard it was set at from the beginning. Mind if I vape? Our protagonist still felt guilty. Even so, that's absolutely not that kind of technique. Haha, what are you talking about? Jarion, you've never formally learned techniques, have you? At first, I misunderstood and thought you had learned the basic techniques sloppily. But seeing your actions and expressions in battle, I thought a passionate young man like you could never be sloppy when learning basic skills. So why is that? Of course, that's not something I'm going to ask, but I just want to offer some advice that might help you. Your talent is the real deal. If you put in the time and effort to train, you will definitely shine. Moving to a warrior academy or becoming a top adventurer wouldn't be difficult. Haha. No matter where you are in this world, given your abilities, the world of adventurers especially, is not a place where you should be admiring anyone else's halo. Of course, there are many people who admire and recognize your talent, you Jarion, but on the other hand, there will be no shortage of people who are jealous of you. If they can't get you on their side, they'll destroy you. Actually, you've probably already vaguely realized this. Our protagonist wondered, so, you're saying I should hide my true strength, so that dangerous people won't notice me? The old man dismissed the idea. No, on the contrary, you're misunderstanding me. Why would you hide your talent? Being clumsy with your humility will just make them look down on you. Instead, put all your effort into showing the true you Jarion. The air of a genius who can't be approached carelessly, different from everyone else. As long as your abilities allow it, do whatever you want. Steal any skill you set your eyes on. No matter what anyone says to you, you must not bow your head like you did just now. On the contrary, you must loudly declare that it's not that you did something wrong, but that their technique was seen through by you. That's two. You are the one who decides what's right or wrong. To be precise, it's the right of the strong. Even if it's a stolen technique, you must use it properly. And if you can, elevate it to a new level, and then it will become your own technique. I understand how you feel. That's not the kind of advice an adult should give a teenager. But this is the world of adventurers, where the big fish eats the small fish. Z's personality is so extreme because of what he's been through. I thought that as an adult, I should correct him, but I have absolutely no intention of forcing the issue. A violent and difficult genius. Not everyone was afraid of Han Gayun, but no one dared to look down on or harm him. You're the same, you Jarion. Before he could finish, the old man was interrupted by Seon. She called out, You Jarion, you need to take this call. Ah, you're here too, uncle. Our protagonist asked back, Why do I have to take your call? It's my uncle. He knew I was bringing you here. He asked if you were with me and told me to hand you the phone. Our protagonist took the call. Hello? If you're in the middle of something, my apologies. I was thinking of not contacting you for a while, but this is an unforeseen situation. Can you get here as fast as possible? What? I understand. I'll be right there. As they entered the designated location, our protagonist and Seon wondered, Is there really a secret passage to a dungeon here? That's right. It's not just here. There are unofficial passages to the dungeon all over this closed-down train station. Each path has its own owner. This passage is our lifeline. Inside, Han Seong-gu and a muscular guy were already waiting. He got here earlier than I thought. Han Seong-gu spoke with a grimace. I didn't even want to call you. If I have to get help with both healing and support, I'd rather just die. Seeing them, our protagonist made a small observation. I don't know what their relationship is, but it seems like they don't get along very well. Are you two planning to fight, Chief? And this muscular guy started looking towards our protagonist, walking over while muttering, If I'd known I was being called this early, I would have found a t-shirt to wear so I wouldn't look so bad. So, you're the one with those intense eyes? The kid who punched Senior Han Song-gu in the face at the assault team. You're pretty famous. Even if they don't know your name, people say that teenagers are scarier than dangerous monsters. You know how it is. If the captain wanted to see you, he'd have to be a lot more careful. Han Seong-gu cut in. Enough with the nonsense. This is as far as we go. We'll finish our business and get out of here. This isn't a place to stick around. Seon left, not forgetting to give our hero a wink. See you around. The door began to open. Our hero stepped inside slowly. He spoke up. I thought he was in really bad shape. That's why you called me for backup or something. The section chief spoke. Oh, it's serious enough. His body and his pride are both completely shattered. That coward. Anyway, I told him to come quietly, But of course, he couldn't just come alone. I'm only asking for the hell of it. You got a light? What if I do? For the section chief, the sun had set. It's already getting dark. Take this lighter over there for me, because I'm too exhausted to even move. Jarion wondered. What on earth did you do to get into a fight, anyway? A fight? Whether I lost my temper or not, I was genuinely furious and was about to kill him for real. The kid he had with him was pretty decent too. Even if he wasn't one of the Wong, his defensive skills were solid. If you worked hard for 10 years, you think you could become someone important, half as good as your father? Jarion started to hesitate. Section chief, there's something I absolutely have to tell you. Without him saying a word, the chief already seemed to know. I know. If you want to, you can quit being a smuggler whenever you like. But, if you want to become an adventurer, there's a condition. What kind of condition? You have to perfectly master everything I'm going to teach you over the next month. If you can't, then you can forget about becoming an adventurer or anything else. It's not going to be easy, because what I'm going to teach you, and the talent you possess, are in two completely different realms. Wait a minute, Section Chief, don't tell me. That's right, I'm going to teach you magic. Chief Im dropped his cigarette. Hearing his words, Jarion asked in confusion, Magic? What? What the hell are you even talking about? But he couldn't finish. He saw the section chief's body waver. Hey, rushing over to support him, Jarion asked, Are you okay? You look like you can barely stand. Here, sit down first. Juan took a few weak breaths. Ha. Our hero could feel his body and thought to himself, He's freezing. This definitely isn't just simple exhaustion. Thinking this, he spoke up. This is no good. Get on my back. On the table, there was a bag of coffee and a grinder. A voice rang out. Grinding the beans yourself to brew coffee might seem difficult at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's not that hard. Even if you make a few mistakes here and there, it's quite enjoyable. If I'd known, I would have started a little sooner. It turned out, the person speaking was Jarion's father. As he poured coffee into cups, he continued, It's enough to be considered a hobby while I'm still active. A man sitting nearby spoke while biting his nails. Stop saying things like, while I'm still active. It makes it sound like you're actually going to retire. This was Juan at 26 years old. It's not just a feeling, kid. It's happening. If you want to fix this. Juan didn't wait for Seon to finish, cutting in immediately. Then we just have to catch him. That guy, Duganawi. You don't have to do this. What if you just announce the target and your goal, and then assemble a raid party? Seon replied calmly. Even if we did that, we couldn't go through with the hunt. I know my condition, and I know his, and I know that all he has to do is hide to win. At this point, Section Chief Im couldn't take it anymore and shot up to his feet to argue. That's what I'm trying to say. Are you just going to sit there and watch that bastard win? He paused for a moment, his body trembling as tears welled up in his eyes, and continued, And it's not just about him. Those ridiculous rumors, and all those guys who are long dead. But if it weren't for you, just get back on your feet, and I'll take care of everything. I'll form a raid party. I'll find a way by any means necessary, and I'll drag every last one of those ungrateful bastards to kneel at your feet. Right at that moment, the door to their room opened, and a pair of small feet slowly walked in. Seon saw the boy and looked at him with loving eyes, asking gently, You're awake? Are you trying to stay up late again? Meanwhile, Juan's jaw dropped in surprise. Hey, son, say hello. This is Uncle Juan. Juan, say hello to him too. His name is Jarion. The little boy bowed politely and said, It's nice to meet you, Uncle. That's my son. Hearing this, Juan, who was already full of questions, became even more astonished. Seon spoke gently to his son again. Jarion, can you go play by yourself for a little while? Your dad and your uncle have a bit more to talk about. Then I'll be right out. Oh, and we're going to have dinner with your uncle tonight. Jarion obediently left. Section Chief Im looked from the father to the son and back again, still unable to close his mouth in shock. A voice echoed from the room again. I can't hold on like this for much longer. Z gave me the formula for a painkiller, but it's just a futile effort. Eventually, I'll get used to the medicine. And after that, the pain will be twice as bad. My judgment, memory, and even my perception will slowly fade. Even if I manage to stretch it out, in another 3 or 4 years, I won't even be able to recognize the person standing in front of me. So, that's why you have to stop this. I'm counting on you. I'm Juan. That was probably the first time, Jarion's father continued. If something happens to me, and I can't fulfill my duty as a father to that child, the voice of Section Chief Im's thoughts. I saw the man named Seon, a man who had never once shown a hint of weakness. Seon entrusted him with a request. When that time comes, you have to protect him in my place. Ask someone else to help him, so he can live a life different from mine, somewhere far from the path of an adventurer, so he can pursue the happiness he truly desires. Will you do that for me? That request. How could I possibly refuse? Juan was reluctant, but in the end, he still agreed. I understand. Back in the present, Section Chief Im had finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the first thing that hit them was the bright ceiling. He let out a sigh, and asked, "What time is it?" Jarion, who was busy writing nearby, replied, "It hasn't been that long. It's probably around 10:30. Juan slowly sat up and spoke. "Not even 3 hours? You didn't let that guy touch me, did you?" "Of course not, so you don't have to worry. I was originally going to take you to a hospital, but I felt it would be difficult to explain your condition, so I just injected you with this instead." Hearing that, the section chief thought of something and asked, "Hey, don't tell me. Was it that?" Flashing back to the past, the scene shows a box containing a blue-colored vial, accompanied by a voice. "Take this. Think of it as a gift from me for starting your job." "An injector? Is it for stabbing monsters?" At this time, Jarion was only 14 years old. "It's medicine to be used in an emergency." "What are you talking about? Monsters?" "While it's not considered exceptionally powerful, they say it's effective in a variety of situations. It even has detoxification properties. As long as the wound isn't fatal, you should be able to recover to your original state within 1 or 2 hours. This is a luxury item for adventurers who value their lives, but just this once is fine. Next time, use your own money to buy it." The main character took the gift and said his goodbyes. "Thank you, sir. I'll be back." The manager watched him leave and then spoke. "If you change your mind but don't want to say it, I can pretend I never heard anything. It's not like it's an expensive commission, but once you start, you won't be able to stop on your own terms." He took a cigarette from the pack, put it to his lips, and continued speaking as he smoked. "If it were me, I don't think you need to pay your father's hospital bills, so don't feel too pressured. I'm also a bit frustrated, pushing a kid who wants to take responsibility into smuggling." At that moment, Jarion interrupted. "It's fine. It's not like my dad left you money. No one knows what the future holds. Do you really not trust me that much? It's not like that. I've always believed I needed the ability, the strength, to protect my father on my own. No matter what happens." As his final words, the main character said, "Thank you for the medicine. I'll keep it and use it for something important." The memory faded, and the manager's present-day voice cut through. "I thought you would use it as sparingly as possible, but I never imagined you'd endure without using any of it until now. Are you that tough, kid, or should I praise you for not selling it on the black market? You know me well." After a pause, Juan spoke thoughtfully. "I know you might not believe this, but whether you start smuggling or not, or even if you're doing it now and quit, I'll pay for your father's hospital bills no matter what." Jarion still feigned indifference as he replied, "I know. Even if I'm not 100% sure, I know that no matter what happens to me, you wouldn't abandon my father. That's why I can work without hesitation. From the moment I pushed your 14-year-old self into smuggling, I feel like I'd already abandoned him back then. You didn't push me. It was my choice. Even if you hadn't helped, I would have found another way." The document he'd been looking at was a school transfer guide. Jarion continued, "But there's something I'm a bit curious about. Even though I'm a bit reckless in my work, why do you help me so much?" As I was thinking, I saw the manager stand up, walk over, and say, "Don't let him become an adventurer. That's what your father told me. But it's not just because of that. Back when your father was still active, I didn't listen to him much either. I couldn't just stand by and watch the talent of Seon's son die in a mediocre life. To be honest with you, this damn world. I hate it so much it drives me crazy." As Juan said this, his entire being filled with a dangerous, hateful aura. "The ones who dragged your father down. And all the fools who believed their words and forgot about your father. And those who knew everything but stayed silent out of fear of public opinion. I want to bring them all down. But no matter what, people like him can never catch Duganawi. Because he uses methods that are so naive, they're pathetic. It's not just adventurers who can catch a dragon that's still in hiding. Dragons aren't that stupid. Even if you know their identity, it's difficult to even touch them. They're certainly set up to inflict heavy damage on society. The ZCK's assault team probably has a few people who know that, but besides them, the rest are just the same trash that abandoned your father. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, they wouldn't take a loss and would only believe what they want to believe." He picked up a pen and wrote something in a notebook on the table before continuing. "As long as the ZCK is bound by society and the law, those people will keep helping the dragons and holding the ZCK back. And they will pay the price. 20 years ago, the nightmare that your father erased will rise once again. The fakes and the things they built, as well as the fools who once praised those things. It will all come crumbling down. That's why I don't recommend you become an adventurer." Juan handed the paper he'd just written on to Jarion. "Take it. It's an account in your name. I've put your share from the first mission until now in there." The main character was a bit surprised and asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" "I plan to do this from the very beginning. I'm borrowing this jacket to go out," It's for you to open your own company after you become an adult, the manager said as he put on the jacket. I thought that at that time, I would teach you the knowledge and techniques for things related to real combat, things more dangerous than the knowledge needed to become an adventurer. With that, he waved and left, but didn't forget to add a final message. Contact me when you get your cast off. A month from then, I'll teach you about magic. Study hard for now, but I feel like all they teach there is useless stuff. I don't think you needed to give me a chance. You could have just kept opposing me. Are you really not going to stop me from becoming an adventurer? That may be so, but that's my opinion. What does it matter? It was the same 3 years ago. What you want to do is what's important. Then, and now, a woman walked with a sinister gait, speaking as she moved. Every time we meet, I think about this. Should we buy a base? It's not like we don't have the money. The other guy sneered. It's funny hearing that come from your mouth, when not even half the members show up for our regular meetings. Really, if there's hot water, you should at least take a shower. She wondered again. Nothing special. Those two stick together as if they'd die if they were separated. But there are times he goes alone. According to this guy in the black mask, he's currently carrying out a special order. The woman continued her taunts. I know. That's why I'm complimenting you. I was just thinking that without your guardian by your side, you'd be like a panicked little puppy, whimpering nonstop. Either that, or you desperately want to cry, but are trying to act tough. He started getting angry at her words. If you want to die, say one more word. She still hadn't stopped provoking her colleague. What was that? You affection-starved coward. Scared and barking wildly because your master isn't around? Making a scene won't do any good, but you still look pretty cute. He glared at her, his voice low, like she was a soulless enemy. I suppose there's no rule against members being disciplined for fighting, right? Just so you know, what I'm doing is letting you commit suicide. What suicide? Just say you're going to kill me. Why try to hide it? An outsider finally spoke up. That's enough, Heron Wise. Although I don't intend to interfere in your fight, remember that we've gathered here because we have a job to do together. If you two end up adding to my workload, I won't be happy about it. The old man replied. I couldn't care less about your connections. And of course, there's no need to talk about what happened 3 days ago. I'll go back and wipe out the rescue team. Why should I listen to more of this nonsense? How is it nonsense? The operation was a success, after all. We don't need to take any more risks. However, W's perspective was a bit different. A success? Isn't that a bit of an overstatement? Only 12 people died, and we even had our spotlight stolen. For the past 3 days, all the news has been about those two. The number of civilian casualties was about the same. They barely mentioned the hijacked vehicle. The masked old man bowed his head in agreement. That seems to be the case. If it weren't for those two, the Adventurers Federation would have been facing a major crisis. The security on the transport vehicle, carrying a 5-star beast, was unusually lax. As a result, it was hijacked, and civilians died because of it. But they colluded with the government and the media to spin the narrative, making people focus on those two guys instead of their own mistake. Hearing this, the woman aggressively declared, In that case, I'll just go and kill them all. The masked man immediately shot her down. Even if we killed 1,000 people, they would just label us as terrorists, and then they'd focus all their efforts on hunting us down, not on the Federation's mistake. In any case, the Federation won't collapse because of this one incident. But if another opening, like this one appears, the Federation will definitely fall someday. Wise suddenly had an idea. The important thing is to let them keep creating incidents on their own. The old man agreed, That's right, today, what we have to do. Before he could finish, a fourth person appeared. He walked in, saying, What's this? Is everyone already here? If you were coming, you could have at least told me. Have you all been waiting long? The old man replied, Because I don't like to interrupt you during your favorite activity. Woong Eon, long time no see. Favorite activity? I was working very seriously. What's this? Honestly, this makes me very happy, Wise remarked. His physique is pretty good. Must have trained a lot of adventurers, huh? The old man replied, That's right. Even though he's at the bottom, he's still a ranked adventurer. He was secretly stealing from his own team members. I disguised myself as a smuggler last night to approach and capture him. The captured man was Cheon Kang-hee-hyuk, the tanker of a raid team. The young man who just arrived explained the ridiculous reason for his actions. I heard that Cheon Kang-hee-hyuk was a very formidable guy, the youngest member of his raid team, and had gotten a lot stronger. So I knocked him out, stole the money from his shelter, and dragged him here. A shelter? The old man continued to explain. Adventurers use them as secret hideouts, a kind of base near dungeon areas. It's a space that monsters can't enter. It has rest areas, treatment facilities, and various supplies. That's the general definition, but not many raid teams use them for their intended purpose. Besides the people involved, no one knows what illegal activities those spaces are used for. The young man began his interrogation. Cheon Kang-hee-hyuk, Could you repeat what you just told me? I mean, the part that everyone likes. The victim spoke weakly. Tonight, a party is coming to the shelter with my team members. The leader is bringing civilians. Hearing this, Wise found it a bit strange. Civilians? Those raid team guys. Are they planning to party with smugglers? What's wrong? Why are you being so boring? Keep talking. Don't speak with that trembling voice. It's pissing me off so much I want to kill you. The victim continued. Our leader and his close associates. The group is different each time. Pampered daughters. Hanseonggu kids, with silver spoons. Businessmen. Celebrities. They gather to drink or do something with ingredients like sedatives or painkillers. It's like some kind of pollen or herb. How wonderful. The old man found this quite interesting. I think I have a good idea of what that is. An addict can't be satisfied with normal drugs. Perhaps they find the ultimate thrill by entering a dungeon? It makes sense. For junkies, there's no place safer than a dungeon, under the protection of adventurers. They can freely seek their pleasure without worrying about the outside world finding out. Chan Kang-hee-hyuk continued his confession. No, there was no other way. It's been like this since I first joined. Our raid team is just... The young man continued to caress and threaten Chan Kang-hee-hyuk. What are you afraid of? It took you a while, but you finally found the courage to say everything. Do you really think I would hurt you? Well, it's a shame, but I have to let you go now. Farewell. After saying that, he ended Chan Kang-hee-hyuk's life. The old man began to speak. Tonight, no one in that shelter is to be left alive. The adventurers and the drug-abusing civilians all died due to a monster invasion. That is all the world will know. Wise and Heron were also a little excited by this new development, hunting a raid team. This should be interesting. So, what will I be doing? There are no other members, just the four of us. I think this is the first time we haven't mentioned the word leader, right? Isn't that because we don't need him around to control us? It's not complicated. We just have to kill them all, right? If we're talking purely about killing ability, then it's clear the four of us here are the strongest. According to the old man, that wasn't a problem at all. That's right. This is the unlimited battle you all wanted, and the opponent is a very famous raid team. It's also a reminder, one that the whole lot of them have been ignoring. Among them are 2 adventurers and 6 partygoers. They are definitely not the type who are lacking and can't satisfy their personal needs. Let them have their fun, then kill them all. When their bodies are discovered, the stench of their rotting corpses will awaken the world. Their time will come soon. The scene changes to 1 month later, and a voice is heard. Yeah, we're almost there. Arrival time is 6:13, 2 minutes left. The main character was on the phone in his car. That's right, I got my cast off this morning. My hand is still a bit weak, but they said it'll take another 1 or 2 weeks of physical therapy. The person on the other end of the line said cheerfully, 1 or 2 weeks? That's a relief. In that case, we still have plenty of time. The equipment is almost ready, too. Suddenly, I forgot what I was going to say. Jarion Sarum saw the main character's car and called out cheerfully, "Ah, I see the car. Over here. Can you see me waving?" The main character got out of the car and asked curiously, "What's so important that you took an expensive, hour-long taxi ride all the way out here? Is it just the 2 of us?" According to the girl, they only had the weekend left to prepare for the selection test. "I heard that for the past month, you've been training and getting tested by the department head, huh? I also have to give it my all to prepare for the final exams." Just then, our protagonist remembers. "I remember what I was about to say earlier." Another character appears, speaking gently. "I saw you on the way to the academy this morning, and everyone was gathering for a study group, so I came to help. We can share what we know with each other. I'd like to be your classmate too, is that okay?" Cheon Kang appeared with a stern expression and stepped inside. It must be said, the facilities were top class, including a swimming pool, basic physical training facilities, and a lounge. Oh, you can grab any food or drinks you like. It focuses more on nutritional content than taste. And this is the fitness center. All the equipment here is specialized for adventurers. Nam's lodging is on the 5th floor, and each room has a private bathroom, but if you want, you can use the spa and bathing facilities on the 4th floor. The main character was amazed when he saw this massive estate. "Is all of this personally owned by your uncle?" Sarum replied, "What's so surprising? Among the high rankers, there are even people who buy a few mountains to use as training grounds. My uncle sometimes brings his colleagues here. The rest of the time, we can use it freely. That includes us, and that thing, over there. What on earth is that thing?" The main character looked at her with a scowl. "How could you say that? We're classmates, so why would you call him that thing?" Sarum thought with embarrassment. "If he heard me, I'm dead." "Now, I don't know what you said to get Cheongkang to come here, but do you really think he's like a normal classmate?" Our protagonist asked, puzzled. "Have you ever even had a proper conversation with him? What are you talking about?" "It's not just me. I'm pretty sure no one in our class, maybe even the whole department, has ever spoken to him. He's famous for being incredibly stuck-up and elegant. But it seemed like all the students in the department looked down on Jarion, ignoring the one-sided remarks. He immediately walked over to Chun Kong and called out, "What are you doing over there by yourself? We didn't come here to play around. Hurry up and come over here." "Ah, right. We can tour the place later." Kang scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry. That's a brand of equipment I've always wanted to try." The three of them then moved on together. Our protagonist didn't forget to introduce his friend to their sponsor. Hearing this, Cheon Kang thought, "So you Jarion Sarum, the person who'll be backing me, is her." Hearing his tone, Jarion asked, "What's wrong? Are you two not on good terms? If it's inconvenient, then it's not like that. In the first place, there's no one at school I'm on any kind of terms with. But Sarum, she's a little scary, but she's actually really amazing." Still looking confused, the protagonist denied it. "Are there two people named Sarum at the Warrior Academy or something? I'm sure she's not the Sarum you're thinking of." But Cheon Kang confirmed it. "No, she really is amazing. Even though I'm not the most observant person, I saw a lot of people who hated her from the very beginning of the first semester. But despite that, I've never once seen her looking down. She always holds her head high with a very confident look. I don't know what her grades are like, but I think she's a very tough and strong person on the inside." The main character began to lay out his plan for the near future. "Like I said earlier, how about the three of us train together this weekend?" Sarum was puzzled. "Why train all of a sudden? Train for what? I have to prepare for the practical exam. It's only a week away." According to the main character's explanation, "Well, I don't think this training is for any one person's benefit. Even for the practical exam, wouldn't it be better to get actual physical training rather than just analyzing and memorizing things? Where will the exam be held, and in what format? I've already analyzed it based on precedent, and figured out how to deal with it. Of course, that's important too. But since the three of us have gathered in a place with equipment like this anyway, I think it would be better for us to train together. Over the past month, I've improved faster than ever before. I've directly confronted very strong people. Because of that, I learned things that I absolutely could never have learned on my own. I want to try that method with you two. We'll share the techniques and secrets we have with each other, and then evaluate one another. Of course, it also depends on what each of you thinks. But of course, this won't just help me. It will be beneficial for both of you as well." The main character didn't forget to deliver a critical blow, a sentence that made both Cheon Kang and Sarom's hearts ache. "This might sound a bit weird, but you're both outcasts at school, right? If I went to the Warrior Academy, I'm confident I could make more friends than both of you. So, I was thinking of sharing how it's done. I'm not sure. But in reality, everyone wants to do that except for you two." Sarum lowered her head sadly. "To be honest, it's not like I haven't had similar thoughts," the protagonist continued. "And especially you, Sarum, who is rushing to prepare for the practical exam. Yeah. Hey, you both feel that the Warrior Academy isn't an easy place, right? Like I said just now, you have to prepare thoroughly for the practical exam. But if I just transferred, and you get held back or expelled, wouldn't that be a total disaster?" Sarum replied hesitantly and flustered. "That's true. I understand what you're saying. With you two, I don't know, but there's no way I have anything to teach you." Jarion immediately denied it. "Why not? You know how to use magic, don't you?" Chon Kang also chimed in to support him. "For now, our classes are all theory, and she's very good at using magic, even though her magical skills aren't that great." Sarum continuously shook her head in denial. "That's not it. Even though I'm a magic archer, I'm definitely not a magic user who's that skilled." Chon Kang knew that, but was still determined. "If you say so, then I'll learn too. I was thinking of learning it at some point anyway." Chon Kang's intense gaze made the girl a little scared. While the main character was asking, "Are you leaving now?" On the other side, Cheon Kang was questioning himself. Was that natural enough just now? The scene changes to 15 minutes after the sparring match. The main character says, "Let me take a call from my parents for a moment. I'll be right back. There are over 20 sets prepared here in my size. Can I take a set home?" Sarum said nonchalantly, "Go right ahead." She didn't forget to ask Jarion in return, "Are you intentionally trying to be considerate of me?" Our protagonist replied, "Cheon Kang and I mean, all of us are students." Hearing this, Sarum didn't forget to thank him. "When I came to this school, besides you, I never imagined I could get to know and hang out with another person. And now there's Cheon Kang too. You've probably realized it too, but Cheon Kang isn't that scary of a person. And now I'll tell you exactly why." But before I could finish, another person appeared, making the main character and Sarum turn around. This girl was none other than Anissa. She showed up with a condescending attitude. No wonder I felt so uncomfortable. "So, you were here first, huh? You should have at least said something if you were going to use it. I guess you're not as considerate as I thought." Sarum was surprised. "Anissa, what are you doing here?" That girl continued. "Is it because Uncle isn't here today? You heard him last time, didn't you?" He said, when he's not using this place, I'm free to use it too. Did Uncle say something I don't know about? If not, did you really think he reserved this place just for you? Sarum politely introduced her to the main character. Let me introduce you. That's Anissa Esker Sarum, my cousin. She calls me older sister, but we're actually the same age. That fake girl raised her hand and waved. Nice to meet you. I brought a friend here too, just like Sarum. I'm so happy. This is Senior Chon Kong Sung. Young, a second year at our school. You've probably seen him around, right? Actually, I was planning to invite my friends and some second-year seniors here this weekend to hang out and train together. Those who were free were going to show up early today. I didn't expect to see you here. I don't really mind, but you're not planning on staying, are you? Since you don't like crowded places. Tomorrow, when all my friends get here, they might mistake you for a stranger and kick you out. Just as Sarum was about to protest. Why would I? The main character cut in. Hey now, let's just let them join us. This is a good opportunity, after all. We came here to train together too. We have one more person with us. He just stepped out to take a call. Can we join you guys? The second-year senior, Cheon Kang Sang Young, asked with a smug look on his face. First years? What school? I don't think I've ever seen you guys before. The main character quickly explained. I don't go to a specialized academy, just a regular high school. I'm a first-year, Jarion. We're preparing for the Warrior Academy exam this year, and my friend here was planning to help me this week. Since I only decided on my future after finishing my studies over there, there's a lot I don't know. So I'm going to try my best. Before the main character could finish, the senior got in his face and said arrogantly, Get out of here before it gets late. Anissa chimed in bossily, Even if you desperately need this place, it's not going to happen. Sarum, he said he started late, which probably isn't a lie. But I wonder if that's just a way to sugarcoat the embarrassing fact that he's just a regular high school student. We're Warrior Academy students. Kids from regular schools aren't on our level. You should be ashamed and know your place. You'd be better off going back and finding a place that suits you. The main character tried to explain, and right after he said that, the senior lunged forward in a flash and punched him in the face. Ah, that hurts. That's to be expected, but I never thought Chong Kang Sang Young would actually hit Jarion. Even though he isn't an official adventurer outside of a dungeon, this is simple assault, and assaulting a civilian is definitely a serious crime. Everyone around them was stunned. That was a bit much. I can't believe he went that far. Senior, the act of intentionally stopping a punch right in front of someone's nose is meant to humiliate them, and just doing that is enough to make them feel the difference in your levels. But the senior seemed to feel something was a little off. Did I misjudge the distance? But how? Naturally, he should have backed away. Did he move forward on purpose? But to do that, he would have had to predict my intentions and actions from the very beginning, right? Meanwhile, the main character was crying his eyes out. Why did you suddenly hit me? I've been trying so hard. I only had good intentions. This is so unfair. We just wanted to train together for the weekend. Now I have no choice. This is just self-defense. I don't mean anything else by it. The training facility that adventurers use is equipped with cameras everywhere. The cameras record footage of the room from multiple angles, and adventurers can review the video to analyze their movements. Sarum was thinking in confusion. Did he just let himself get hit on purpose? Judging by their reactions, the others seemed to think so too. I don't know why, but whatever happens, he's covered, so it's fine. A moment ago, nothing was happening, but the camera clearly caught him suddenly throwing a punch. This senior claims it was self-defense, while the main character cried out, I'm a very introverted and timid person. If something bad happens to me, it haunts my mind, making me sad and unable to sleep. The senior insisted, Hey, it was an accident, okay? First off, I'm sorry. That punch was so light it couldn't have even hurt you. Don't make a big deal out of it. Jarion didn't stop complaining. He even tattled to Sarum. Sarum, did you hear that? He hits someone first and then causes a scene. This is seriously unfair. Should we call the police? Or maybe report it to the school? Don't. I get it. What do you want? Money? Or do you actually want to train with us? The main character replied, I already told you. This is legitimate self-defense. If I don't return what I received today, I really won't be able to sleep. The senior thought, where did this crazy bastard come from? Fine, hit me. Do whatever you want. Hearing this, the main character was surprised. Ah, really? Yeah, the senior was thinking that if he could resolve it this way, it would be simple enough. After all, he's just a regular high school kid. No matter how fast he is, his strength has to have a limit. But then, he started to feel the power coming from the punch thrown by Jarion. He immediately dodged, awkwardly trying to hide his embarrassment. That's a little different from what you promised. Another guy commented from the sidelines with his arms crossed. What's with that? Why'd you dodge? It's just one punch. Cheon Kang Sang Young dodged Jarion's attack to mock him. That was the conclusion from a third-party perspective. But from Chong Kang Sang-young's perspective, he had no choice but to dodge. If he hadn't, the image he saw with his intuition would have definitely become reality. The main character stood still and questioned the senior. "You weren't planning on letting me hit you from the start, were you? If that's true, I'm really hurt." Anissa chimed in as well. "Senior, make yourself clear. You were the one who made the mistake first. Isn't trying to resolve it with a similar act just too emotional of a solution? You should offer a formal apology and compensation. In a situation that isn't a sparring match like this one, using violence to solve things is just fighting." The senior agreed. "See? First off, I admit I was wrong, but he barely got the words out before our hero cut him off. We don't need all that. So pick one, senior. We can spar, or we can fight." The second he finished speaking, our protagonist launched himself at the upperclassman, who began to tremble in fear. "You damn punk, you're looking down on me too much." The two charged at each other, unleashing vicious attacks. With just one move, our hero had the upperclassman reeling. He deliberately held back on the punch, letting the guy get one hit in before ending it. Asking a question like that, with that look in his eyes, was a direct blow to the pride of a Warrior Academy student. The senior's bloodlust instantly spiked, and he wanted nothing more than to charge in and tear our hero apart. "Got you now, you son of a BT Che." But the upperclassman froze in his tracks at Jarion's counterattack. "What's with this guy? It's as if I've already been hit a few times." A swift kick from our hero sent the upperclassman skidding across the ground like a broom. The bewildered crowd around them asked, "What was that? He must have done that on purpose, right? To help that guy let off some steam." Our hero began to speak as he approached the senior. "I wasn't trying to mock you. I was just curious. Are you sure you're a student from the Warrior Academy? This isn't just a guess. It's something I've experienced firsthand. The feeling is completely different. I really wanted to do this without causing any serious injuries to either of us, but regardless, thanks for playing along so well. I don't hold any particular grudge against you, and I won't use this footage to cause any trouble." With that said, our hero helped the upperclassman to his feet and even apologized for his actions. As he walked away, Jarion mumbled to himself, "I really thought it would feel the same as it did back then. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have been better off just looking down on them." He walked over to Sarom and immediately started reviewing the video of the fight. Sarom wondered, "What are you going to do now? This is enough." Our hero scratched his head and said, "What do you mean? I'm not doing anything else. I'm already finished. All you have to do is watch. It should be a really clear recording. Those are the most basic movements, so the tempo of the fight might be a little slow." But you, Jarion Sarom, kept asking, "So, does that mean you wanted me to watch a video of that fight from the very beginning?" Jarion awkwardly brushed it off. "What? No, it was just convenient. Besides, they were the ones who picked the fight in the first place. But you didn't have to go that far. It's the one in the dress standing over there, isn't it? She's the one who almost made you lose your temper earlier. I could tell right away you had no intention of hiding how much you hate her. I don't know what your everyday life is like, but based on what Cheong Kang said, you don't seem like a bad person. But let me tell you something. If I were in your shoes, I would never just let that slide. I may not have a lot of pride, but I'm definitely not the type of person to just stand there and take that kind of treatment. Even though I'm working for you, my school life is important to me, too, and I don't think isolating yourself is going to be good for either of us in the long run." While our hero was lost in his speech, the upperclassman seized the opportunity for a sneak attack. This caused Anissa to lose face completely, and she screamed, "I really can't forgive you for this, senior." The girl then used her magical power to crush the upperclassman. She continued, "When I invited you here, I wasn't expecting much from you in the first place, but I thought you'd at least act like an upperclassman. You even managed to embarrass me." Sarom could feel it. Even standing at a distance, it was becoming hard to breathe. Anissa was unleashing her magical power without any regard for how much she was using. Even Jarion was being affected by that power. "You Jarion, what's wrong?" And with that, we flash back to 3 weeks earlier. Our hero, with his injured hand, was trying to open a container of some sort. As he struggled with it, he let out a frustrated sigh. "I wasn't expecting much in the first place, but this thing is basically trash, especially since NQ's blood is useless now. It's supposed to have a feature where if the user takes a life-threatening blow, it absorbs any deployed magical power. Apparently, it activated back then, even though it was still in the bag. That's probably why our hero came out of it completely unscathed. But what about the surge of power that followed? Our hero wondered if it could have been because of Enku's blood. It had to be. There was no other explanation for it. The mysterious power erupting from inside my body doesn't feel like that, though. Is this like something out of a shonen manga? I mean, I spent 2.2 billion on this thing. If it's that effective, I guess it's not so strange. But hold on. My 2.2 billion. That's exactly how it felt back then. So why is it happening now? Our hero grew suspicious. Could it be because of that Han Song-gu guy's blood? Meanwhile, Anissa was chattering on. How much is she paying you? I'll give you triple that. And I'll even cover the fee for breaking the contract. Hearing this, Sarum furiously yelled at her insolent cousin. Stop talking such nonsense. What is all this talk about compensation? But her younger cousin just shot back, continuing her tirade against Sarum. That's right. Is what I just said really nonsense, or is it a perfectly logical deduction, even if his character is a little questionable? And yet, he completely overwhelmed a second year from our own academy. Someone with that much power who doesn't even go to our school. And no one's ever heard of him. Isn't that strange? Maybe he had some personal issues that kept him from focusing on the entrance exams. It's usually a financial problem, and those things can always be solved with money. Somehow, it can be resolved. And money is your greatest strength, isn't it, cousin? If it's not that, what other strengths do you have? Your talent? Your renowned social skills? If it's not any of those, then what could it be? Patience, perhaps. At that moment, our hero spoke up. Even if she's never shown it directly, there's something else. You cling to her and ruin her life at this academy. I have no idea what's going on in your head. But you act all innocent to her face, while secretly pulling schemes behind her back. Ah, if you're in the same class as you, Jarion Sarum, you must know about it. Suddenly, our hero was thrown backward, completely stunned. Ouch, that actually hurt, a bewildered voice cried out. No way. This social gathering is cancelled. But why? We already invited all the upperclassmen, Anissa spoke, her voice dripping with contempt. Upperclassmen? You're far too generous. That group looks like a bunch of pathetic tag-alongs, yet you still speak to them so formally. Even if they're older than us, their leader is nothing special, and the rest of them are no different. In any case, I was just using the student association as a stepping stone to build connections. It was a bit of a waste of time, but I got what I needed. Let's just act like nothing happened today. Hearing these outrageous words, Jarion shot Sarum a questioning look. Are you two actual sisters? Oh, right. You're cousins. Then, that girl Anissa turned back to our hero. But if your target isn't my cousin's pocket change, then I suggest you be more careful from now on. This concerns your entire life at this academy. Our hero was about to challenge her. He wanted to ask more about her sister, but Sarum stopped him. She's a mage. If you show even the slightest annoyance, you won't be able to win against her. Anissa wants to know more about you, and I want to avoid that. It's not that her personality is inherently bad, but whenever it's something related to me, she becomes extremely obsessive. Now that she knows you exist, she'll try to ruin things for you in any way possible. Basically, she'll start spreading information about you to other students. Just thinking about it gives Sarum goosebumps. The protagonist ignores Sarum's words and focuses on his own arm. I can't feel it at all now. The exact moment I lost feeling was then. It was when the giant Anissa summoned disappeared. If that's the case, then that power didn't come from NQ's blood. Was it simply the effect of magical power? A power that appears in reaction to magic. Seeing the protagonist standing there in a daze, Sarum calls out, Jarion, you've been acting a little strange. Are you okay? That's right. The protagonist clenches his fist with determination. I need to study this more seriously than I thought. Magic, that is. Over here, the senior was starting to stir. Chon Kang noticed and took a closer look. He called out, Jarion, the senior's awake. The senior looked at Chon Kang, confused. It's Chong, the first-year monster who took down the horned beast. Why is this guy here? Before he could get any more confused, the protagonist approached and checked on him. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. To be honest, I was planning to give you a real beating, but it seems you were humiliated more than I expected, even though you 100% brought this on yourself. The senior calmly replied, You're not wrong that I brought it on myself. It was my fault, so I have nothing to say. The vicious disaster hero. I caused a scene without even knowing who my opponent was. I should consider myself lucky I wasn't more seriously injured. The protagonist hesitates slightly. Is that so? I don't know if that's a given, but I don't think it was a fight I was guaranteed to win. What? According to you, Jarion's analysis, fundamentally, there wasn't much of a difference between our strength or speed, but because you couldn't control your emotional excitement, your attacks were rather simple. That's probably why I was able to figure out your habits. Habits? The protagonist doesn't just say this, he also has detailed notes. I referenced and analyzed the data recorded over time. First, from my perspective, the most important thing is sensing and shifting your body's center of gravity. Before you strike, your body steps forward and shifts its weight in that direction. There are a few other things as well. I assume everyone already knows the basics, so I've organized the rest. Watching from a distance, Sarum could see that the senior was quite surprised. He had no choice. This wasn't the kind of feedback you could buy with money. Considering his sharp eye and ability to grasp information, an expression like that wasn't surprising at all. The senior asked in bewilderment, How did you do this? Did you already know all of this? Ah, no. You told me yourself just now. The protagonist dismisses it. Ah, that's irrelevant. Just consider this as sufficient payment for the trouble you caused. Other than that, I have no other feelings about it. Besides, didn't you come here to train anyway? If you think of it that way, you'll feel better. It's for the best. Before leaving, the protagonist doesn't forget to remind the senior. When you're done reading it, you can just leave the phone on the table. If you give me your phone number, I can send it to you. Jarion walks away, but he's still annoyed. What kind of friends are those? Leaving their senior here and running off. Cheon Kang nods in agreement. Yeah, he must be pretty upset. Saram explains to the protagonist. Well, things like this happen. Okay, first, I'll explain the basic concept of mana. Many people start from zero. To put it simply, mana is the raw material used to cast magic. Mana talent represents the quality of that material. Saram's mana is C rank, the main character's is D, and Cheon Kang's is E. The protagonist wonders, quality, not quantity? Cheon Kang, who knew a bit about it, explained, yeah, if you simply compare the amount of mana among all races, including humans and elves, there isn't a huge difference. As Saram put it, she compared it to fuel. Even a mountain of paper can't match a handful of coal. Depending on the quality of mana, the output will be different, and it also determines the scale of the magic you can use. My mana is C rank. This is the minimum rank required to become a mage. You need to reach that level to be able to use powerful attack spells or buff others. But even for non-mages like us, learning self-buffs is very useful. Hearing this, the protagonist thinks, if I can buff myself, if it has an effect similar to NQ's blood, he asks Saram, can I learn that this weekend? Saram looks hesitant. Can a beginner learn magic in 3 days and 2 nights? I'm getting used to you now, so I won't say it's impossible. But normally, it takes 1 to 2 weeks just to get a feel for it. Besides, all the buffs I know are high level. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, I can help with that. Everyone turns their attention to the speaker, but of course, you'll also need to learn something from someone like me. It turned out to be the senior from before, Kang Sung-young, a second year at the melee combat school, specializing in hand-to-hand combat. In any case, I'm an expert. My specialty is self-buffing. I'm the best among the second years. The protagonist is training incredibly hard. The F-rank spell, Kindle, mixes the user's mana into the air to create a small flame with a temperature of about 400 to 500 degrees, suitable for camping or emergencies. Seeing the flame appear, the protagonist gets a little excited. Did it work? Look, there's a flame in my hand. You don't need to get so excited. It'd be stranger if you couldn't use Kindle. Unless you have absolutely zero aptitude, anyone who knows how can use it. Hearing that, the protagonist asks again in confusion. So, does that mean I don't have zero aptitude? So what's next? A bigger flame? Or should I make water this time? According to the senior, no. Just maintain that flame and focus inward. If I had told you from the start to just feel your mana, it would have been like trying to catch the moon in the water. How can you feel something hidden deep inside your body that you've never used before? But you're different now. Even though it's just a tiny bit of mana to create a small flame, you are still using your mana. You might not be conscious of it, but the mana inside you has been activated. This is the best state to be in to feel your mana. The main character could only mutter, as expected. The senior continued to instruct him, telling him to make sure the flame didn't go out and to focus on the feeling inside him. If he could feel something, that would be the first step. The senior watched the main character and remarked, I didn't realize he had so little foundation. If he does well, we might be able to finish this before the end of the week. The main character exclaimed happily, oh, is this it? I feel a bit of heat and a tingling sensation, like an electric current running from my lower abdomen throughout my whole body. Is this it? The senior replied, yeah, that sounds about right. He was incredibly surprised. It hadn't even been a minute, and he was already starting to feel it. The main character couldn't stop marveling. This is amazing. It feels like a tangle of electrical wires inside my body. How many are there? 50? No, more like over 100. In a person's body, there are 2 things responsible for magical energy. One is the core, located above the navel, which forms mana. The second is the circuit system, which carries the mana from the core throughout the body. There are a total of 127 circuits. Meanwhile, Saram was talking to Cheon Kang. Do you know how to play any musical instruments? Cheon Kang replied, I took piano lessons until I was 10, but I don't think I had much talent for it. The girl continued, then you should be able to understand this. It's just like playing the piano. For example, this D-rank spell, Thunder Fist, creates a ball of lightning and shoots it out. It has a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Its damage is weak, but its wide range is suitable for restricting the enemy's movements, especially in large numbers. I just used it, but I didn't shout any incantations or make any complicated movements, right? Contrary to popular belief, magic isn't that loud. Most spells are cast without movement. They all arise from within the body. Let's use playing the piano as an example. You press specific keys in a certain order and at a certain time. Isn't that how you play the piano? Magic is exactly the same. Think of the circuits in your body as the keys of a piano. Try to think of magic as playing the circuits in your body. Out of the 127 circuits, a spell is cast by channeling mana through specific circuits in a specific order and at a specific time. Cheon Kang asked, puzzled, a piano has over 100 keys? If you mess up the timing or the order, are there any side effects? Sarum immediately answered, for simple spells, they can still form even with errors, but their effectiveness will be reduced accordingly. She couldn't help but think, his face is so scary when he's concentrating. Shaking off the thought, she continued teaching. However, the stronger and more difficult the spell, the greater the chance of failure if there's a mistake. Naturally, when it fails, the danger is also much higher. Sarum diligently explained. This Thunder Fist is only D rank, but if you do it wrong, the user will get electrocuted and be unable to move for half a day, let alone A, B, or C rank spells. Just one mistake could be fatal. That's why protecting the magic users on the front lines is so important, because it's very difficult to concentrate in the heat of a real battle. She could also sense that Cheon Kang was getting close. You're already in a state where you can feel your mana, right? He replied to Sarom, yes, I practice sometimes, but I still can't clearly distinguish each individual circuit. The girl continued to explain. First, start by sensing the easiest circuits. Since you're a tanker anyway, you don't need to know most of the circuits. You just need to know the ones for buffs. Our protagonist watched Sarom patiently teaching Cheon Kang and felt a pang of jealousy. Look at them. Look at them. So chatty now that they're sticking together. The senior noticed he was distracted and asked, what's up? You need to use the restroom? The main character replied, no, I don't think I need to train anymore. Hearing this, the senior was surprised. What are you talking about? You have to practice using the kindling and learn to feel your mana naturally. The main character countered, that's just it. I think I've roughly gotten the hang of it. I'd have to count to know the exact number, but I can already feel where the circuits are. The senior was still skeptical. What nonsense are you talking about? How could you possibly feel the circuits? The main character began to speak. Let's see. On my right side, there are 2 circuits that end in my hand. There's another one that goes to the wrist, and 3 that end at the elbow. In total, my right arm has 6 circuits. My left arm has more, with 8. And if you include the ones ending at the shoulder, that makes 10. Hearing this, the senior couldn't keep his composure any longer. Are you trying to mess with me? Did you already learn everything you needed to and are just showing off? Is this really your first time? From a distance, Sarum could tell something was happening over there. I don't know what it is, but that guy is probably showing off again. At this point, the main character suddenly became obedient and said, that's right, just assume I'm showing off. So please hurry up and tell me what to do next. Hearing the main character refer to him respectfully, the senior was surprised. Sir? Jarion explained. Well, what else am I supposed to call you? Calling you, hey you, is a bit rude. I can't call you senior either, since we didn't go to the same school. Despite some minor differences, humanoid races have the same basic number and location of circuits. That's why each circuit is numbered from 1 to 127 to tell them apart. The senior began to explain. You can probably tell just by looking. This is my punch in its normal state. Remember it well. Now, from this state, I'll add a basic buff using circuits number 2, 4, 21, 45, and 62. This is the E-rank spell, Muscle Boost. It enhances the strength of my limbs but increases stamina consumption. See the difference for yourself. The senior's punch was so fast and powerful that it made the main character exclaim. Both the speed and the power increased dramatically. If that had really hit me, it wouldn't have stopped at just a broken nose. Right, sir? The senior was a bit skeptical hearing him say that, because the main character hadn't even blinked. The senior said, back in my first year, I was at the bottom of my department. I'm fairly confident in my basic physical abilities. If you were to face me yourself, you'd know that just relying on your physical strength, you'd still fall far short of me. The main character asked, so you used a buff? The senior replied, that's right. Instead of searching for talent I didn't have, I thought about where my shortcut was. Luckily, my aptitude for magic wasn't bad, so I studied and researched the spells I could perform, and then I discovered that buffs are truly wonderful. Depending on how you combine them, you can create astonishing effects. The main character marveled, to think he's like this just by using buffs. If you could use stronger ones or multiple buffs at once, they'd be far more powerful than I imagined. The senior affirmed, I told you, it's a shortcut. Talented people don't care much about them. They only need 1 or 2 buffs that suit them. They don't need to research and collect dozens like I did. But thanks to that, My performance improved by my second year. I even made first lieutenant and got my own squad. Still, the higher-ups looked down on me, thinking I just took a shortcut. Maybe that's why I'm in such high spirits today. After all, the best junior among the first years signed up for the exchange session. In reality, the exchange is often just used as a stepping stone to build connections. Even so, I was happy to share my achievements with such outstanding juniors. And to get some recognition. That's why I was bragging like such a jerk. I wanted to show off in front of a talented junior. Wouldn't anyone who's constantly looked down on try to do the same? I know it's a bit late, but I want to formally apologize to you. Today, The main character cuts the senior off. A verbal apology is enough. I'm really looking forward to your sincere lessons for the next 58 hours, right up until Monday morning. The story picks up 3 days later, at 6:49 on Monday morning. Our protagonist and his companions emerged. He exclaimed, "Just as I thought, this fresh morning air is perfect for a workout." But Sarum, yawning, said, "Do you know you sound exactly like my uncle? I thought I might oversleep, but I couldn't really get any sleep at all. I was even worried it would be like this every day for a whole week." "Aren't you guys tired?" she asked. Our protagonist replied, "Of course not. We're still young, after all." Hearing that, she snapped, "Don't say another word." But on second thought, the past 3 days had definitely been beneficial for her. To be honest, she was very surprised. She never expected training with stronger people to be so useful. Jarion exclaimed with regret, "If we were in the city, a bowl of gukbap would be perfect right now." Such a shame. Keng was also disappointed since he'd never had gukbap before. Just then, the senior stepped out and said, "I've already called a taxi. Anyone heading towards Gangnam? After all, today is an extracurricular day, so it looks like we don't have to go to the academy." Our protagonist raised his hand. "Me, you can just drop me off at any station on subway, line 2. You don't have to drive me all the way. Besides, the weekday morning traffic is awful, and we're not going in the same direction." Before leaving, the protagonist added, "This might sound a little cheesy, but thank you for this past weekend." "What's it been?" "A few years." "No, this was probably the most fun weekend I've had since I was 5 years old. We probably won't get to see each other again before the exam. I'll be pretty busy for the next month or so. And you guys have your exams. Let's all work hard until then. Especially you, Sarum. It would be pretty funny if you failed this time around, wouldn't it?" Sarum blushed. I know. You've said that a bunch of times all weekend." Our protagonist also reminded Keng, "You should prepare too. It might be a bit awkward, but we might even have to pretend we've just met." Yeah. See you next time." Sarum also remembered to thank the senior. Senior, thank you for all your hard work this week. I learned so much from you." "Yeah, you too. See you around." The car carrying the senior and our protagonist drove away, leaving just Sarum and Keng, who looked pretty awkward with each other. The car will be here in a minute." The scene changes to our protagonist and the senior in the car. "We're leaving first. We're past rush hour, so it shouldn't take long," said the senior. Our protagonist agreed, saying it was a great weekend, especially because he'd learned some unexpected things from him. "I never knew there were so many different types of stances. I even picked up a new critical finishing move," the senior asked, confused. "A finishing move? What are you talking about? I feel like I've told you more than 10 times. That technique is purely conceptual. I've never used it, and it's never been tested in a real battle. For all you know, it could just be nonsense." Our protagonist thought for a moment, stroking his chin. "It's just a gut feeling, but I think it'll be quite useful in a real fight. If I can master it, I could probably even use it in Riven M." "What's Riven M?" the senior asked. Our protagonist replied, "That's a long-term goal, but I really think it's possible. If I succeed, you'll see the results right away, although I'm not sure when that will be. But hey, if we get the chance, we should definitely grab some gukbap together. It's too bad we couldn't eat together today." Before they parted ways, the senior made sure to add, "Let's see, make sure you're stronger than you are now by the time we meet again. I don't have time to waste on mediocre people." Our protagonist just smiled, keeping up the act till the very end. "Huh? Thanks for the encouragement." As he stepped inside his home, he muttered to himself, "Man, I'm exhausted. Maybe I'll just skip school and get some sleep." Suddenly, a voice called out, "You don't have to go to the academy, but you won't have time for sleep, either." Confused, our protagonist asked, "Chief, it's a school day for me." The chief nodded. "I know. I already told you. That's why I sent you a message. You won't be able to attend the academy for a month." Surprised, our protagonist blurted out, "A whole month of skipping school?" The chief said casually. "What's so surprising? Aren't you preparing to transfer to the Warrior Academy? If they don't count attendance in their review process, then you should go pack your bags. First, pack a few t-shirts that you can change into right away." The chief looked at our protagonist and noticed something. "You've already started learning magic. It's just the beginning, but you can already use a basic magic circle." Our protagonist simply replied, "Well, since I heard about the curriculum in advance, Isn't it only natural to get a head start? The chief replied. First off, that's very commendable, even though it's completely useless. Useless? Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. In fact, I'm praising you. However, you need to be crystal clear about this. I told you, didn't I? This isn't some kind of personal training. It's an experiment. Are you prepared to truly live the life of an adventurer? To find that out, I'm going to push you to your limits and put you in the most high-risk situations. I don't know what else you'll get out of this, but you'll learn one thing for sure, that you're not as talented as you think you are. So hurry up and go pack. As I said, the chief added, just bring your daily wear. After all, if you don't have enough, you'll be issued more later. Okay, our protagonist asked while grabbing his bag. Am I not allowed to ask where we're going? Is it the dorms from my military service? The chief, fumbling with something, said, I sold off all my gear from my active duty days. How the heck do you open this stupid lid? The protagonist asked again, what is that? I've been seeing it for a bit now. What? It's probably your weapon, the chief grumbled. How did that rotten bastard know my address to send it here? This thing has a ridiculously complicated design. Come over here and check it out. If it's in bad condition, just throw it away. Looking at the weapon, the chief judged, I think the color is a little different from the original. Our protagonist held up a piece of paper and said, first, let's take a look at this. It may look that way, but that's not all there is to it. I think being lighter, first of all, makes it feel sturdier. You'll know once you try it. Jarion was genuinely curious, wondering if they had actually created something significant, or if it was all for nothing. Let's head out. If you're curious about the weapon's features, I'll let you test it. Hearing this, our hero nodded. It was certainly something to look forward to. Still, this was about facing monsters, specifically a 5-star danger level man-eating plant. Our hero told himself that if he encountered a 3-star monster, he should focus on escaping. He couldn't afford to run into a 4-star right at the start. I think that's what I was taught. Jarion, listening from above, agreed. That's right. That's the determination to survive as a smuggler, not an adventurer. I told you that if your body freezes up in fear, it means death. The moment that happens, I'll step in immediately. But that was 6 months ago, when Jarion personally tested our hero's strength. Man-eating plants are a type of monster that's especially dangerous for close combat fighters. As he recalled, if Jarion's skills were the same as they were 6 months ago, he would definitely die. Of course, if that happened, he'd be disqualified immediately. Down below, our hero's eyes were filled with the determination to charge forward and defeat the enemy. He silently planned to stay focused. If I react too slowly, I'll lose my head instantly. For Jarion, this was only his second time fighting a 4-star monster or higher. So, is the approach to fighting this monster any different now? The most important condition is consistency. Whether attacking or defending, not even the smallest mistake is allowed, and there are no teammates for support. An opening means death. I have to go all out for a quick and decisive victory. The biggest difference between a 3-star and a 4-star monster is intelligence. Although there are differences between species and individuals, many monsters can adapt to situations just as well as humans, especially in the case of particularly prominent individuals. It's also a proactive psychological battle, he thought to himself. Even though I have a way to defend, I'll intentionally create an opening to lure my opponent into a trap. You can't pierce that with a stick. Suddenly, Jarion attacked from above. I knew it. At the same time, our hero attacked the beast with his staff, but they were both surprised when it vanished. What the hell? As he swung his weapon, our hero felt something was off. He thought, it disappeared again. Jarion, surprised, called down from above, you just activated it, didn't you? I don't know how to use this thing either. I just read the instruction manual and followed it. Your physical condition. You don't feel tired when you move, or completely drained of energy, do you? Hearing that, our hero was surprised and checked his condition. It seems I'm a little out of breath, but I think it's from the shock, not fatigue. This situation really made Jarion think. He couldn't sense any magical energy at all. Perhaps it's a function that turns stamina into a physical sword form. The body's movement itself wasn't anything special. In fact, its design is a bit outdated for this era. Manifested weapons never come without a cost. Maintaining the blade must consume a large amount of stamina. In the old days, it might have been useful since it was hard to find good materials to forge weapons. But these days, it's more effective to just forge a sword directly. Still, how could that last attack unleash so much power in just an instant? Snapping out of his thoughts, Jarion continued. Anyway, it must have been a lucky break. If that thing wasn't top-notch, I would have learned a lesson I'll never forget just now. Our hero sighed in relief. I had no idea either. I'll admit, I actually thought I was going to fail. Jarion didn't argue. He completely agreed with him. It's good that you know that. I never thought you could win from the start, but don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that because I think you're weak. In fact, it's the opposite. Objectively speaking, Your talent and abilities are not an issue. Based on your combat skills, you're already good enough to receive a gold ranking. Being praised like this, our hero felt like something was off. Juan continued. That's right. Is not an issue really a compliment? Including your father. I know about 10 people with talent that far surpasses yours, and half of them were killed by monsters weaker than they were. Just as Juan said that, Jarion sensed something unusual. Sure enough, a monster had appeared. The moment he saw it, our hero was bewildered. Another one? Didn't I just slice it in half vertically? How can it be reconnected now? This beast possessed the ability to regenerate. It could recover from most physical damage. It was now frantically attacking our hero. Of course, Jarion didn't just stand there and take it. He used all his abilities, combining them with his weapon to break the beast's arm. The weapon then formed the basic shape of a hammer. Juan finally understood. So, that's it. It creates the optimal shape based on the user's stance and their perception of the surrounding situation. I didn't expect it to have a side effect like this. Even though I can't sense its original function, this might be a secondary function that's perfectly suited for you. But we'll have to see how it fares in a real battle against this frenzied beast. No matter how good the weapon is, you can't win if you don't grasp the fundamentals of attack. And just as expected, our hero was struggling against the beast, his body growing tired. Standing before the massive monster, our hero seemed incredibly small. Its hand reached out as if to crush Jarion. Seeing our hero fumbling with his techniques, that guy Juan stepped in. What are you thinking, trying to block that? In your current state, you can't even dodge it, let alone block. Game over. Any objections? Panting, our hero replied wearily. I thought I destroyed all of what were considered its weak points, but I don't know what to do anymore. Is that so? Maybe running away is the best option. Stop joking, I'm being serious. Juan's words might have sounded like a joke, but they were also true. Run. Lure it to a place where it can't regenerate. That's how you can win. Hearing that, an idea immediately sparked in our hero's mind. There are a total of 3 ways to attack a plant monster. The third method is the most effective, luring it to a place where it can't absorb nutrients. As long as it touches the ground, it can absorb nutrients and recover endlessly, fighting without fatigue. If you can lure it to a rocky area or into some ruins, it won't be able to absorb nutrients anymore. You've been taught this 5 times already, but you didn't think of this from the start? Find a weak point, aim for it, and attack head-on. That's the only and simplest method he knows. Interrupting the manager, the main character says, manager, I didn't mean to cut you off while you were talking. But hearing that, the manager turned back and asked in surprise, it's already torn? It's clear I just don't have what it takes to be on defense. Moving on to how to attack the beast, here's the second method for attacking a plant monster. Use at least a C-rank fire-type spell to burn its entire body. It might sound a bit fantastical, but that's just how it is. If you're a mage who has studied fire magic, you can take it down easily, but you still need a certain level of evasion ability. After all, it is a 4-star monster. If the fire is too weak, it might just ignore that weakness. Even if you can't use fire, using the attack method from before will lower the difficulty quite a bit. But before that attack method was discovered, that monster was a true disaster for close combat users. It's easy to say, but it still requires a C-rank fire spell. In short, it's not your ordinary flame. Its power is something that military bombs and ammunition could never create. The first generation didn't have any other form of attack magic, just like the other attack methods created during that era. They were all paid for with the countless lives of adventurers. That's why most of the talented people I mentioned earlier died during that time. If they had known the attack methods, they could have easily defeated countless monsters. They couldn't use their talents simply because they were born in an earlier era. Anyway, how did it feel to be defeated by a monster for the first time? Jarion looked down and replied, It was really awful. The manager continued, his tone constructive and instructive. It feels different from losing a fight against a human, doesn't it? There's nothing left to say, just exhaustion, regret, and a sense of loss that's greater than anything you might have learned, right? As an adventurer, no matter what you lose, you must gain some kind of experience, and there's always a price to pay. If you're lucky, you'll only get minor injuries. If you're unlucky, you might have to retire. In the worst-case scenario, it won't be you, but someone else who loses their life. In any case, you must have paid a very high price yourself to still be alive. You don't want to pay that high price either, and not every high price teaches you a lesson. If you can understand all of that, then there's nothing better. We're done here, so go get your bag. You can still run for another 2 or 3 hours, right? Yes, sir. There's a truth that the actual size of a dungeon is different from how it appears from the outside. From the outside, people assume the inside of a dungeon has an area comparable to what they see. Small, right? And when observing from the outside, they get a similar impression of the dungeon's area. But in reality, when you enter a dungeon, a different space opens up inside. It can be tens, or even hundreds of times larger. Compared to how it looks from the outside, in the case of the Iga Forest, it fused 4 districts of Seoul City, and even included Uido. Inside, you can feel that the dungeon's area is equivalent to that of the entire Korean peninsula. The manager walked and marveled. It didn't take as much time as I thought. Come here and enjoy the view. When it's your first time, the scenery here is the best. There are countless types of terrain inside, so the landscape is very diverse. Sindorum Dungeon, Danger Level A. While admiring the view, the manager also taught, beautiful, isn't it? Looks can be deceiving. But the lowest tier in this food chain is a 3-star monster. If you came here alone, you'd probably survive for about 30 minutes. For the next 2 weeks, I'll teach you during the day and protect you at night. After 2 weeks, I'll continue teaching you during the day. But at night, I won't be with you anymore. You'll have to manage on your own. If you use everything you've learned to survive for 1 month, you'll pass the test. I'll say it again. If you want to give up halfway, too bad. It's only for 1 month. The scene changes to 1 month later. November is the time for the practical exam for transfer students at the warrior school. As soon as Sarom got out of the car, she said in a fluster, "This is crazy. I haven't been able to contact you Jarion for a month. He hasn't even read my messages. The test is at 9. Is he still at home?" The main character walked up. "What's up? Did you come to pick me up?" Not quite composed yet, Sarom questioned him intensely. "You Jarion, where in the world have you been, and what were you doing before you came here?" The main character, having just arrived, said, "I'm sorry for not contacting you. I was in an area with no reception for a whole month, and I didn't tell you I was going there." Seeing Sarom's strange expression, Jarion asked, "What's with that look? Do I look that ridiculous?" My bangs kept poking my eyes. I couldn't stand it, so I cut them myself. It looks weird, right? And I didn't even have scissors. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm going to go home and wash up before I'm late. Before he left, Sarom ran up to stop him. "Ah, wait, in the car." But as soon as she touched the main character, Sarom immediately sensed an unusual aura emanating from Jarion's body. She instantly recoiled into a cautious defensive stance. Jarion spoke up. "Ah, I'm sorry. I react if something approaches me from behind. It's a habit of mine. I have to fix it." But Sarom brushed it off. "No, you don't need to apologize." The main character suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, was it this? I completely forgot about the clothes. Even the weapon was good, so I tried it out. I'm very satisfied. It feels really new, too." Sarom watched the main character walk away, her mind filled with deep, troubling thoughts. Sensing killing intent was a very new experience for Sarom, but that was far from the real reason she was so shocked. The killing intent she had just felt from Jarion was strangely familiar to Sarom. I must have been mistaken because I was startled for a moment. That brief feeling was no different from the killing intent of a monster. Getting into the car, the girl asked, "Are the clothes okay?" For Jarion, that was a given. "It feels very tight, but it doesn't feel heavy." As expected of expensive gear, Sarom added that if they had time, they could check his skills and make detailed adjustments. The better the equipment, the more room for error. Whatever, but I'm really looking forward to it." Surprised, Sarom corrected him. "Looking forward to it? I guess that's better than being nervous. Anyway, this is a test. You need to be a little more careful." The main character blurted out, confused. "Huh? I'm not talking about the test. Of course, I'm nervous about that. What I'm talking about is the warrior school. The entire exam has been at the warrior school since last September. I keep hearing about the warrior school, but the truth is, I've never even been near it. 37.41 degrees, north latitude, between Jongno-gu and Jeonggu in Seoul, 270 meters above sea level, Namsan Tower. A location with a park and a mountain. Mount Drawing, 8,781 meters above sea level. Previous difficulty level A+, it has become the highest terrain on the Korean peninsula. In particular, the entire area is a forest, a dense dungeon. In fact, it's considered a separate dungeon. We must consider this point. 30 years ago, the nation and the Adventurers Association met to plan a full-scale strategic assault on the dungeon, the top-ranking adventurers. At that time, every prominent figure in South Korea was summoned for a press conference. Although participation was 100% voluntary, not a single person refused. It was a large-scale raid that took a year to prepare for. Astronomical material resources had been invested into a project that could not be allowed to fail. As a result, Drawing Mountain and Namsan Mountain became part of South Korea's territory. We had successfully completed the subjugation of an A-rank dungeon. This was a world-class achievement. But later, the jubilant citizens who flocked to Drawing Mountain discovered it was more than just an ordinary high peak. The terrain surrounding the mountain was quite vast, so how should that real estate be used? This issue could have turned into a war over rights, something no one could have predicted. Some suggested building a school there, arguing that we desperately needed an institution to train adventurers. But training a large number of adventurers requires a massive system, and the preparations were anything but simple, leading to constant delays. Although the drawing dungeon belonged to no one, its de facto ownership belonged to the adventurers who had sacrificed their lives in the raid. That's a story not often told these days. At that time, an adventurer who made a huge contribution became a role model. If it weren't for his donation of personal rights, the warrior school would not exist, Jarion muttered after hearing the story. Even if you do nothing there, everyone wants to visit the warrior school at least once. If they offered tours, I bet I could make a lot of money. He looked at the road in surprise and asked, "This isn't the way out of Seoul, is it? The warrior school is in Gangbook." According to Sarum, a lot had happened during the month he was out of contact. "Have you heard about J&U? Some of my friends are their fans. Surprisingly, those people are all dead now." According to Sarum, the lock on the attack team's shared hideout was broken. It seems they were attacked by a very dangerous monster. That alone was tragic enough. A lot of narcotics were found at the scene, along with the bodies of many celebrities who weren't adventurers. Sounds like a total mess, doesn't it? At this question, Sarum grimaced. "Don't even talk about it. As far as I know, there have been 7 national apologies already. It was already a huge scandal. Starting with the Adventurers Association, public perception of the entire adventurer community has hit rock bottom. Some comments said, 'I suggest we go find those druggies. We keep supporting these idiots who don't even know the basics, and this is what happens. We should take this chance to deal with them.' Another comment read, 'What are those politicians' kids doing in a dungeon? Get rid of everyone involved.' Jarion Sarum continued, 'Before I met you, I would have been cursing them out too. Anyway, to turn this situation around, the Adventurers Association announced several projects that had been secretly underway, and the plan to revamp this surprise test is one of them. The Pango Labyrinth, you've heard of it. That's right. After the Drawing Mountain raid, the warrior school was built there. Well, that's the second A-rank dungeon to undergo a full-scale raid. It was once the lair of the infamous dragon, Vaska. Meanwhile, in the forge in the basement of the Jarion Suang Group Research Institute, Sarum's uncle called out, 'Look at you. Finished it already? So noisy. It's been a while since I've had that kind of liquor.' The large man replied, 'How could I possibly save it and drink it bit by bit? It's 25-year-old earth-shattering honey wine, a famous dwarven liquor, extremely potent.' This man held the title of Thunder Axe Blacksmith of the Titan race, head of the production department at the Jarion Corporation. The giant old man lit a cigarette and began his inquiry. 'Whether it's elves or humans, your kind's talents are abysmal, especially at brewing liquor. What brings you all the way down here? Are you bringing news of that kid? Is that kid satisfied with the weapon?' Han Song-gu said calmly. 'This isn't related to that at all. Vaska's Labyrinth. About 20 years ago, the Adventurers Association came to ask you about it, didn't they?' 'That's right. They wanted to convert it into a specialized training area for new adventurers. I told them it was nonsense and sent them away.' The blonde man asked again, curious. 'Can you tell me exactly what you based that judgment on?' The old man, Theus, answered cooperatively. 'As you know, dragons are a species easily drawn to certain things. Each dragon has different tastes. Once attracted, they become obsessed and develop a possessive streak. Vaska was one who loved labyrinths, quite famous among our race. Although he was one of the most powerful dragons, he strived to make his lair more complex. He used human, titan, dwarven, and elven techniques to make his lair the most dangerous and intricate it could be. It's unlikely humans could ever modify that monstrous nest to their liking. According to Han Song-gu, 20 years ago, it was said that foreign craftsmen were hired to completely remove all dangerous elements. In response to this, Theus took another sip of tea to loosen his tongue. The number of dwarven artisans Vaska kidnapped and exploited over thousands of years must exceed 1,000. I have no idea how humans managed to capture Vaska, but I know for a fact they didn't capture him by infiltrating his lair. They probably used some method to lure him out. If he had hidden inside his lair, he would have been impossible to catch, no matter what they did. I'm certain that over the past 20 years, whatever risk factors they've removed are just an extremely tiny fraction of the whole thing. Perhaps the deep, quiet parts of the dungeon are impossible to detect, even if the search and screening process finds no issues. In reality, if adventurers were to enter and rummage around, there's no telling how the labyrinth would react. While Han Seong-gu was anxiously thinking about the exam, which was suddenly announced only a week in advance without even a proper notification, had they let their guard down under the pressure to divert public opinion? Old Theus continued to explain, "But hey, if you came all this way to ask, then fine. It seems some foolishness is finally about to happen, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you're lucky, nothing will ever happen. But if something does occur and some poor souls get eaten in the labyrinth, that's not such a bad thing either. It's good if a lesson can be learned at the cost of a few lives. Who knows, if there's a promising rookie among them, they might just end up swallowing the whole dungeon. The main character got out of the car and asked, "Hey, is that the entrance to the basement?" They had moved to the PO Special Training Center. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. "All candidates for the Hero High School Entrance Skill Test, please pick up your test slips and pledge forms at Section Bone." Let me say this one more time. That concludes the briefing on the Labyrinth's ability to freely change its form, difficulty, and various themes. Saram explained the situation to Jarion as they walked. In reality, since this is the first time this exam is being held, there's no reference data to go by. In any case, that type of format could be an advantage for me. The main character could only exclaim, "It's more crowded than I thought." That's right, there are definitely more contestants than last year. That's Anissa, my cousin. Huh? Saram asked again in surprise. What? Jarion looked around and remarked, "Let's see. Just counting those nearby. There are about 20 people. They're staring at me with killing intent. I don't know what they've been told about me, but this isn't just simple caution." Saram was baffled by the main character's words. "While I'm sure Anissa is up to something, are you sure about 20 people? I don't feel any eyes on us at all." With the grueling training he'd endured for a month, Jarion stated firmly, "It's not their gazes. It's something I learned during this past month. It's the ability to sense when you're being targeted. It's suffocating, like opening a window on a scorching day. A month of risking my life in a high-level dungeon. Through the experience of killing, Jarion had learned more than just one thing. One of them was how to avoid being targeted in the first place, but this was several times sharper than before. Even though I expected it, suddenly getting all this attention is a bit awkward. The main character, now an unwilling target, still had to offer a greeting. "I'll be in your care. When the time comes, no matter what happens, don't take it lightly." 55 minutes before the practical exam, at the General Training Center, Pangeo, meeting room number 1. Choi Young-ho, a former adventurer and the 12th ranked ranker in the Republic of Korea, spoke up. "Once again, thank you all for being here. Without the cooperation and help from all of you, today's commemorative event would not have been possible. Above all, I'm grateful for the presence of the 2 headmasters, the Warrior School, and..." Before he could finish, one of them, Dia Choy, the headmaster of the Warrior School and the 4th ranked ranker of the Pacific Rim Association, cut in. "You don't need to thank me like that. I have never supported or wanted to participate in this ridiculous and arbitrary plan. It's pathetic that in this day and age, you're still pulling these cheap tricks to grab public attention. People genuinely want someone to protect their daily lives, not a new amusement park. But it seems no one here has considered that, and there's nothing that can be done. I'm just one contract teacher, so I'm forced to go along with the majority. But if the president is so insistent on expressing his gratitude, then please direct it only to the person sitting across from me. Because that person is the chairwoman of the Warrior School's board of directors." The person the old headmaster was referring to was Seo Yura, the chairwoman of the Warrior School's board of directors. Currently the number 1 ranker in the Republic of Korea, chairwoman of the East Sea Alliance and the Attack Association Federation. She spoke. "I know you're just saying that without any ill intent, headmaster, but I hope in the future you'll refrain from making such easily misunderstood statements." This was a decision made by the entire board of directors after long and careful deliberation. The headmaster continued to speak. "It has been a while, hasn't it? After all, time isn't just a relative concept. Even if it's intentional, for the person at the top, it must always feel very long. In this small land, I'm not sure what value there is in maintaining the number 1 rank through politics and public relations, but just listening to all this was making Headmaster Dia Choy impatient. Is it all right for the headmaster to go on like this? I know you're angry, but... Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. "Headmaster Go! Don't you think you've gone too far? This isn't an official exam. At most, it's just a supplementary test for a few underperforming students. There's no need to blow it out of proportion like this." Hearing this, Headmaster Go repeated the phrase, "a few underperforming students." This old man was Du Young-woo, a member of the Warrior School's board of directors and the founder of the 7 Stars attack team. The headmaster, still fuming, shouted, "Listen here, Du Young-woo, if you haven't lost your memory and forgotten the incident from 30 years ago, then you'd better shut your mouth. Because not a single one of those kids out there deserves to be looked down on by you like that." Miss Seo Yura also joined the heated debate. This matter didn't receive unanimous approval, so it's understandable why the headmaster is acting this way. However, if the headmaster isn't just expressing his displeasure but is actually trying to confront me, then I will take corresponding countermeasures. It was a known fact that the relationship between the 2 heads of the school, the chairwoman and the headmaster, had been discordant for a long time. In that moment, the discord reached its peak and erupted. Everyone present braced themselves. But then, a bucket of cold water was thrown on the situation, something no one could have expected. A person completely unrelated to the situation. with an arrogant self-introduction. Choi Suho saw the tense atmosphere and stepped in to mediate. Hey, I hope you two can calm down. I don't think this is the time for Headmaster Go to be speaking so harshly. No matter where you are, the target of such criticism shouldn't be the two leaders of the warrior school fighting amongst themselves. Was Headmaster Go Deoksu about to back down? Fine. I'll summarize this and inform the students. Headmaster Go and Teacher Kang walked out of the meeting room. A worried look was on Headmaster Go's face. Will I also be a target of their criticism? Sitting there and making those ridiculous remarks. Is there any adventurer in Korea who doesn't know the association president is Seo Yura's dog? Right, Teacher Kang. Do you think I went too far? Teacher Kang thought that the headmaster's voice and tone were filled with aggression. Hearing this, the headmaster was pleased. For Headmaster Go. Because she holds absolute power and strength, I understand she wants to enjoy it until it's sullied. But to stop her, I've also been crossing the line for some time now. They lure recent graduates by promising them proper treatment as talented individuals, pulling them into the attack teams under their command. They target warrior school graduates and offer them better salaries and treatment than usual. The kids are seduced by these things and become immersed in what Seo Yura provides them. They achieve results, but not through their own abilities. They gain honor and wealth solely through connections. If this continues for a few more years, promising adventurers with immense talent will cease to exist. They'll become satisfied with what they have, turning wicked to protect what they possess. They'll become frogs in a well, and they won't even realize they're trapped. Perhaps this time, it isn't as simple as just accepting the association chairman's request. This dungeon raid is a secret, known only to a select few within the association. A few people have been notified, likely the parents or relatives of the children participating in today's competition. Looking at Teacher Kang's expression, the principal guessed to himself, "That's right, you still think I've gone too far. Just dealing with the kids who are about to leave school isn't enough. Now I'm planning to interfere with the ones still enrolled in my school. To them, we, the Warrior Academy, are nothing but a joke." Teacher Kang, growing frustrated, also spoke his mind. Not only that, this isn't an exam where the raid location is a replica. The only thing that worries me is the safety level. The test content is full of danger, and the location hasn't been thoroughly inspected. Agreeing with that point, the principal continued to affirm. Me too. There's no other way. I'm not one for praying. If an incident does occur, we can only act as quickly as possible. Oh, and also, someone just let their killing intent slip. Even if no one noticed in the current situation, we all felt it, because no matter how corrupt we are, we couldn't possibly miss such a provocative killing intent. Teacher Kang also commented on this person, lacking experience and not very sharp. Considering the time and place, it was a foolish act. The principal seemed very interested in this, but considering the time and place, for some reason, I find myself moved. I only half agree. Although I don't know who it is, they don't seem like someone who lacks experience and sharpness. Perhaps they're intentionally acting that way. I don't think you're unaware, since you're the famous Teacher Kang, known for treating the students you pay attention to very strictly. But in any case, it's very interesting. Taking a liking to a test participant is something I didn't want, but I hope they can pass the exam. From a principal standpoint, it's impossible, but it's been a long time since I've felt the desire to personally teach someone. The loudspeaker began to announce the theme of this test. Search for and transport the treasure. Find the treasure hidden in the boxes placed throughout the dungeon. The test will be completed when the contestants bring the treasure out safely. The time is 30 minutes before the practical exam. At the Pangeo School Special Training Center, Hall Number 2. Basic hazardous elements have been set up in the dungeon to render contestants unable to fight. Hearing this rule, our protagonist was a bit impressed. The rules are much simpler than I thought. I was expecting some kind of complicated scoring system. The announcement continued. Even if you get hurt, most injuries will only be minor or low-level fractures. But unexpected situations can always occur. Even if you wish to become an adventurer, we hope that all contestants will pay special attention to their own safety. Each person only needs one piece of the treasure to pass the exam, and I will announce this in advance. The dungeon has been prepared with enough treasure for all participating contestants to pass the exam. There is no limit to the number of contestants who can pass this exam. Hearing this, everyone started buzzing. Really? If that's true, even if only half the people here pass, that's still over 100 people. Maybe they'll announce something different once we're inside? Contestants will be provided with basic items. This rule really made our protagonist think. This wasn't in the information about the exam I heard from Saram. No. First of all, based on the reactions of those around me, this is probably a new rule being applied for the first time in this year's exam. Up front, the girl continued the announcement. The exam briefing is now concluded. The exam will officially begin the moment contestants enter the test site. According to the number written on your exam ticket, please proceed to the changing rooms through the exit you can now see. Starting with Group A, the equipment you submitted earlier has been placed in the container marked with your registration number. Jarion thought to himself. I've already returned my phone, so I can't contact anyone privately. There's no choice but to meet them in person. As the protagonist was about to leave, he heard a commotion. Ah, damn it. Of all the damn times to get bumped into. You blind or something? It was two young men bullying a weaker-looking one. However, the weaker young man knew how to fight back. You two suddenly slammed into me. How can you say that? As you can all see, I can only walk slowly. How could I possibly catch up to your pace and bump into you? If it were crowded here, it's possible we could have bumped into each other. But you two are clearly the ones at fault, so don't make such a fuss. The arrogant blonde guy sneered. If you want your legs to stay in one piece, shut your mouth. Hey, you pansy. Just then, Jarion appeared and retorted. I didn't realize I was a pansy. You two shouldn't be doing this in the middle of a walkway. The blonde's eyes widened. Don't do this? Who the hell are you to butt in? What if I don't want to? Huh? Our protagonist began to speak in a low, serious voice. Even though we're still minors, we still have to follow the law. We're about to take an important exam, so I don't want to cause any trouble. But how ridiculous. Anyway, I already have a bad feeling about you. If we meet inside the test site, I might just do something that crosses the line because of this. Hearing that, the blonde guy started to get scared and walked away. As he left, he muttered, What the hell? Don't you know who that guy is? The protagonist stayed behind and returned the book to the weak-looking kid. Here, you dropped this earlier. The boy replied, Thanks, I didn't need your help, but you saved me some trouble. Hearing this, the protagonist was a little bewildered, speaking so informally. Whatever, we're the same age anyway. But with his leg like that, Jarion offered some encouragement. Yeah. Well, do your best anyway. A question popped into the protagonist's mind when he saw the book's title. Someone who wants to be an adventurer is studying for college entrance exams? Could it be he thought he wouldn't pass from the very beginning? Anyway, it's someone else's business. I shouldn't overthink it. Everyone has their own story. After that, the protagonist left. The boy was a little moved after hearing the words of encouragement. He was Pyodin, a second year at the Warrior Academy. Last year's overall evaluation for first years at the Warrior Academy ranked second individually. The scene changes to the Pangeo Special Training Center, entrance to the Labyrinth. An announcement rang out. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. All contestants, please follow the staff's instructions and enter the gate corresponding to your exam registration number. Our protagonist was still a bit excited. Whoa, what is this? He exclaimed in awe. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. It's so epic, and it hasn't even started yet. The system announcement continued. I repeat, each entry pod corresponds to an elevator. Contestants will be transported to a random location within the labyrinth. After entering the pod, please wait for the start time. During this waiting period, contestants will be transported to the testing location. The test timer will begin when the doors open. Looking at his watch and doing some calculations, the protagonist remarked, What's the big deal? It just looks like a normal elevator to me. Test commencing in 5 seconds. The device provided to contestants, the tactical band, displays the time, health status, and any abnormal conditions of the wearer. It also features location tracking and a rescue request function, which emits a signal when activated. The protagonist resolved, All right, time to get started. The Pangeo Labyrinth, once known as the Vasca Abyss. Many questioned the stability of the test site, but no one could have possibly guessed the secrets hidden deep within this maze. And for good reason. Who could have imagined that this labyrinth had a will of its own, using its very existence to deceive humans? The internal structure of this labyrinth. To all adventurers whose connection devices are still active, please accept assistance from the control staff and carry out rescue operations. The entrances are still active, but they have all been sealed shut, and in the end, it will receive its prize. Sacrificial lambs that it can easily devour. But among all those it has captured, its natural predator is also lurking within. As expected, a dragon's masterless labyrinth is a place beyond all prediction. Yeah,